I don't like to wait for anybody.
I'd rather we didn't wait.
Yeah, deal.
Exact.
It's quite alright.
Correct? They can go and count it there.
I'm supposed to
Well, if I have
get in there and think.
5, 1,
Yeah, just 80 Leon.
1, 375.
No, I mean, what do you think I should do?
Crazy. 1, 375. No, I have chips
7
missing.
I've got to go. I had 8
It's okay. Deal and let him.
Well, how do you deal if there's some mistake with the
There's
chips?
a bit
Right?
of it.
I only played one hand.
Right.
Well, we have to just check the chips.
Check for what's in the bag. What's in the bag.
Yeah, mine's 5, 6, 7, 8, 95 is what I started with. I have exactly 85.
You were
found
too
the chip.
excited and counted wrong.
No,
and
no,
you
I
have
found-
one black chip in
I
the
found
middle.
it now. I find it. Yeah.
You found it.
Oh,
it's actually there.
Huh?
It's in the middle there.
There's one
black
more,
chip.
right? Yeah, there's one more. I found them. Crazy.
So you have 100 more now?
I have okay. No, I have the correct chips now. I was missing at least one there.
15 minutes every day, I'm like, it's wonderful.
Hold.
Okay, good luck.
Hold. Hold.
Hold on.
Much of that?
350.
Hold in.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, yeah.
It's okay, it's a big thing.
Call.
Cool. Okay.
Happy. Happy not to see a big pair.
Yeah.
Nice and live. Good luck, Liam.
Super happy with my card. I told you.
Qualified.
10 of diamonds.
It has to work now.
Now we've got to work.
You start with a good
What do you
lead.
mean 10 of diamonds? It doesn't make anything.
I'll take the 10 of diamonds if you want to put it out.
That gives him hope.
Okay, we'll take an ace or 9.
10 of diamonds.
Ace.
Close.
GG, David. Good stuff,
Here
buddy.
you go, guys.
GG, Bestie.
Thank you.
Fun hanging out with
Little
you.
D now.
It's not a bad flop for 10-7 of suit.
Yeah, that's one of the best for 10-7 offsuit, I'd say.
Daniel, you need to give everybody a quarter. Can you give me a quarter?
Quarter?
Yeah, 25K. For coming late.
Huh? What?
For coming late.
What do you mean?
It's a hard conversation to have.
Very hard. But I'm used to it.
Yeah.
All my family's like that, you know. You know my nephew, you know my brother, you know, they're all Daniel. I don't need.
How many hands did I miss?
You missed the important one. Just now.
Big leg now.
Actually, I would have called you if
How
you
many hands did I miss?
would go all in.
3 hands?
Yeah, if you
why
would
that's
just
too off.
bluff now, I would go all in. This is three-way. You understand? I
Yeah,
could make a lot of chips, so that's
you're absolutely right.
and that's a special card. You know, I can get the money. You know how with Ace King, you know,
Yeah, I remember the hand.
I get scared more.
Do you have anything good? Huh? What? Do I have anything good?
Do you have? I have no idea. I didn't check those. Raise. 160. Hold.
What did I play? I played the big blind
You were prepared, yeah.
two times.
You're small.
No,
blind.
now
you're
Now you're small blind. But you didn't post your small blind.
I didn't. That's why. So I need to put how much?
40.
40. Yeah. Okay. 40,000.
160.
It's 160. Call.
Cool.
I really did 3 hands.
We're about even, isn't it?
Heads up.
I think you have a little bit more. No, no, we're about even. You're right. You're right.
Small in.
Battle in. Yes. Hold.
Action.
Action, Leon.
I played in casino till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Any luck today?
18,000 I won. I was down like nobody else's business. Recovered. They till 6. They kicked me out. They closed the casino at 6. It's not non-stop. Wow. Till 6 o'clock in the morning, totally drunk. Unbelievable.
Big man, please. 80.
80, yeah?
Yes, sir. 8. Hold.
Okay. It's going to be 300.
300. Surface. 3 chips. Visible.
Yeah.
Seconds.
That helps. That helps, you know.
So
Let's
even the system got a little bit nervous before the start of day
it's the
3.
greatest help you
We're
can
live
do, you know,
from
because,
Cyprus for the 200k coin Rivet Invitational. We are in the money. We're down to the final 15 players and can only apologize once again for the technical difficulties that we have experienced here today on our side. Without further ado, day 3, kicking things off with Seth Davies moving in with the 7s for just 13 bigs from +1. I'm going to give you guys a recap of our first elimination of the day as Davies takes that one down. It was UK's Dave Nicholson busting to King's Resort boss Leon Tukanik, who is spinning things up here. Folded round to the blinds. Dave jammed in his final 350k, which was, you know, sub 5 big blinds, and jammed with the ace-9. Leon called with the 10-7 and flopped a straight. Dave out in 16th, our first casualty of the day. As we jump back into this hand, have Godzanka moving in for his final 6.5 bigs. Way has ISO'd on the button with ace jack O for 18. And action on the Frenchman, Chappé Gachien, in the big blind with 2 black 9s. This would be a potential chip lead pot. If he can find the call and hold, he doesn't, he gets out of there. So it's Vadzim Godzanka at risk with the 2 6s. The table shares some laughs. I mean, why not? You know, 200k, 5.5 million for first. These flips worth 6 figures in equity. With a 6 on the flop. Godzanka in great shape to double, wagering to running clubs or running Broadway, and with the Jack of Hearts on the turn is now dead. So Godzanka gets the double, but still short, 15 bigs.
Even if they cover you,
As I welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Randy Lou, into the booth. Nano, you were here until the late hours of the morning, and from what I heard and what I saw, there was an intense bubble, which has now led to this, which seems like open jamming season, a lot of short stacks. Can you just give me a quick recap of kind of what went down?
Well, it was very intense. As you know, of course, people are trying to make that big bubble. But we'll talk about that in a second. Looks like we got some action here heated between Leon and Seth Davies.
Do indeed. This looks like a single raise pot, Randy. One would have to assume Davies opening from under the gun. Leon flatting the 10s, 520 in the middle. And Davies has knuckled it on over to Mr. LTO, King's Resort boss.
Ace-Queen so strong here. I like that he's check calling. It's not that he's afraid. It's just he's more likely to be able to induce action. If he's up against the ace, he'll stack them anyways.
Exactly. 1.1 million in the middle. And a snap jam from Leon and a snap call from Davies. Randy, straight off the bat, Davies just 1 card away from moving into the top 5 chip counts.
Wow.
If he can just fade the 2 outer here, going to the river, huge equity spot for Seth Davies. Already had a strong start, final table to 75k, and he fades it, Randy.
6,
Jack of spades on the river.
805.
I mean, that's just playing your player there, knowing that Leon is more likely to blast away if you give him the rope rather than value bet a hand like Ace-Queen yourself.
And that check, kind of, Leon may be reading into, I could potentially get jacks, queens, kings to fold these under pairs to the aces that are, you know, now afraid to build the pot and put money in.
Yeah, I don't think there's
exactly. He expected an ace to c-bet the flop a lot, and, you know, he got a little bit tricked there. And as we switch back real quick, Godstinker aces versus Lolliger, just 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, Godstinker off the back end of doubling up just moments ago.
Yeah, Godstinker was playing very tight when we were at the bubble, but now that we're in the money, you know, still playing aces.
I mean, I could justify folding aces maybe once in a blue moon.
Now, if we get some downtime, seems very action heavy right now. The bubble was quite intense, and then we brought out the alcohol courtesy of Tony G, and everyone was drinking, and there was just so much funny banter. You got to see it. It was Jungle Man, the Frenchman, and Vogelsang. Yeah, they were just like making all these jokes. And look, more action here. Ever since we got into the money, people are just splashing away, and Leon, ace-5 suited solver special.
I mean, we're going to be down to the final table in the blink of an eye at this rate. We're playing for 5.5 million. But this a byproduct of the flat payout structure. One would assume that these players are aware it's very top heavy. We're playing for 5.5 million. And the difference between coming in today 16th or busting in 10th, you know, just a 100k, which in a 200k, not a huge difference.
The priority was make the money and then now go for it and try to get to that final table.
Well, Ponakovs, who's already had a big final table at a Triton series back in Madrid, final table, the 100k main, looking to hold with the 8s here. That's a strong start on the 977. Needs to just fade the 3 outs twice. Well, that gives Leon a couple more outs. 5 would now win it. To the river. Jack of clubs, and we lose King's Resort boss man Leon Zukanik out in 15th. He's going to walk away with $400,000. I do apologize. And we are just one bust out away, Nano, from a $40,000 ladder. We're down to the final 14 here in Cyprus. And that man, that young man right there with chips, is a force to be reckoned with. If he can chip up another million, 1.5 or so, it's going to be a true contender to take down this 200K coin Rivet Invitational in Cyprus.
Yeah, I mean, Leon was on many different gears throughout this whole tournament. Day one, he called 100 big blind jam with 10-9 suited, cracked the ace queen. Day two was making some conservative plays, but also aggressive plays, and here he is going to get into that money for that 400K payout. And he was definitely the wild card of the final table. And now that he's gone, I guess people don't have to worry about the variance as much.
LTO, baby. LTO. Randy, what a tournament. I mean, drama last night. Down to that final table bubble. The unfortunate bubble boy being Chris Brewer. But then we saw Tony G get in with the ace-10 of clubs against Leon's ace-king. Flop to flush. It's a champagne for everyone. Bring the champagne for the entire casino.
Did you get some?
I didn't get any. I was up in my room watching. I got to be honest. I had you guys up on my phone, and I had the US Open finals up on my laptop as we take a quick look at the chip count. Seth Davies, chip leader on the blue table. It's Fedor Holtz chip leading over on the red table. I do apologize. I think Fedor he's just been moved to the blue table, so now
he is the chip leader.
That's right. Yeah. So we have the overwhelming chip leader on the blue table, Fedor Holtz. We have the overwhelming chip leader on the red table, none other than Double L, Linus Love, getting it done over there. Playing for 5.5 million today.
All in.
Tony G. Let's see if Tony G tries to get some alcohol into his opponents. No, I don't think he'll be calling the 5. Fedor's, Fedor has to remember, right? The previous 2 final tables, he was chip leading it. Looked like he was potentially going to ship the tournament. Very disappointing results for him. I wonder if that's at the back of his mind and whether he's going to maybe err on the side of caution in some points. Currently, from what I've seen from yesterday and today, he's still been quite aggressive in going for it, but maybe he might not take such a wide, very crazy line he did with a 10-6 suited in that previous final table.
For sure. Yeah, but I would like to believe that we live in a world, Randy, where someone like Fedor, with the success that he's had, but more importantly, the experience that he's had over the years, where he's just so acutely aware that this is part of the game. He tried leveraging the ICM pressure that was on the other players at the table. It didn't work out, but how many times does it work out? And he picks up the pot there, whether it be pre-flop or post-flop, and he goes on to win the tournament.
I totally agree with you. He did, however, tweet that he felt like he made a mistake that hand. So him admitting that he made a mistake is...
You definitely do that.
You know, going to show that he doesn't want to recreate such a mistake.
Of course. Well, you know, most amount of growth comes on the other side of admitting our mistakes, Randy, and learning from them. And I'm sure to be looking to execute here in the biggest buy-in tournament of a Triton series for quite some time.
So another deep run for Seth Davies so far.
Yeah, Davies is just,
He's been crushing. Like, he had a very dry spell in Triton until he got to Madrid. Cashed three final tables. Here he's got multiple final tables, and he's in the big one, the 200K, with a pretty solid stack. Opening King 6 suited. Going to be battling Fedor Holtz.
Yeah, Davies, as you already alluded to, 2 for 4 so far. Cashing just shy of $1 million this trip, and he's already guaranteed himself $400,000 here in the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. He's in a prime spot to go much further than that. Currently sat 4th in chips.
Bottom 2. Looking good.
Talking of Davies and Holtz. See what Davies comes with. Complete with. Davies firing out. Quarter pot C-bet on the 8 or ace 8-4 two-tone. And Fadel coming with a check raise. This hand over and done with.
Yeah, but it's nice to check raise the bottom too, because you're not blocking the ace that your opponent could be holding. So it's easier to get some value. Whereas if you're holding like top two, you know, it's less likely your opponent's holding ace.
Is your outfit a specific style, or like just your style, or like?
No, just I like the shirt.
All right.
It's very letting you know that I'm a black girl. That's for sure.
Well, that's why I thought maybe it was like from a certain country, or like I don't know, because I've seen some of the outfits from some of the countries, and they all have different styles.
Yeah.
It's not that well known.
No, this one's just, well, I mean, this top was hand selected by, there's a stylist in Detroit I really like, and so she picked this out.
Oh, okay.
This is a different jungle man than yesterday.
Yeah, he's getting some fashion tips from Ebony.
He was Poseidon yesterday, calling on the waters, saving the animals, attempting to.
I'm gonna try to outspice your outfits. I don't know if I'm really gonna succeed. Maybe.
Are we doing like every break we go change and just see who can one up the other? I'm down if you want to throw down the gauntlet. Like,
well, if it's gonna be like that, if it's gonna be like that, I would like to do it, but not in Cyprus, because here is gonna be really difficult, especially with how I packed. But I've got some spicy stuff. Let me tell you, I think I might be able to outspice you.
Oh my goodness!
I need some jewelry or something.
Even just saying that in my mind. All right, so in the future,
I think there needs to be a competition.
Yeah, I'm in for it.
All right, I'm in too.
So Jungle reckons he can outspice Ebony.
Triton,
I don't know.
The next one,
I think my money's on Jungle.
It doesn't have to be a Triton.
I'm not sure, like man. Ebony looks fresh everywhere she goes.
I know, but it's the Jungle.
It's true.
I'm gonna let you get a heads up. I don't want it to be an unfair spice off. I want it to be the proper, like all the colors people didn't know existed coming out.
I'm actually so excited for this.
Looking forward to that.
I hope it's like a 2-week long tournament series.
I'll still do it. There's no way this guy's got any more stuff, or this girl, and then like bam, just their mind's blown again. The winner will be, we'll have to think of a prize, but whoever blows the most minds will win.
How do you measure that?
I don't know, Randy, but I was about to say.
I mean, like I got a couple people to dress out a little crazy.
Over the years, we've heard of strange prop bets being discussed at the table, but a fashion off on who can come best dressed and blow the most minds it's a first for me, and it feels fitting in a 200k coin Rivet Invitational at Triton. You know, like, why not throw down the gauntlet in one of the biggest tournaments of the year? Future fashion icons. So Kenny moving in from under the gun for just 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Ace Jack O. Tony gonna bow out. Kenny with the pickup. She's going to be in the big blind next hand, so has to put back 160,000 of those chips she just won.
Well, I mean, a phenomenal series for Ebony so far. I mean, she's made a name for herself.
She really has.
Some people didn't know who she was. I think a lot of these other pros didn't know too much, and she's been holding her own. She's been making some sick call downs. I've been looking at the app when she's been off the stream, and I'm like, wow, these are some calls that blows my mind. So, you know, she's aware of what's going on and playing well. And yes, she's short right now, but you know, there's a lot of other guys that are short. Play your game.
She's currently the #1 trending name on Hendon Mob.
But the cards
would you
are all
believe?
right, right? Yeah, everything's good. Just
That
the
makes a
button
lot
is
of
missing.
sense, for sure.
Prior to coming to Triton, she had cashed for 417,000, and her biggest live cash up until that point was around 41,000, I believe, back in October of 2021. So not only has she 6x'd her biggest live cash already in the 25k, came 5th for 240,000, she is now moved up to over $1 million in total live earnings, regardless of where she finishes here. If she was to bust next, the 400k would get her across the $1 million in live earnings.
So she just keeps upping her own records every single tournament now.
I mean, she's just shown up.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes opportunities present themselves and some people fail to, you know, seize said opportunity, but she really has just got it done here in Cyprus. Shortest stack at the moment, but you know, if she doubles, she moves up to what, 10th in chips. That's how tight it is here in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's mainly 2 guys at the top and then everyone else. So, you know, they are fighting for it.
It's really been a long day was yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you need me to shout for you? I can do that. I can be that guy.
Fine. Yeah, you do it today.
Find a way. It's not really my personality, but I'll do it.
Just do it. For the TV, the home viewer.
For the TV and for the audience and my lack of obviously spicy outfit. I need to compensate for that. I need to compensate for both of us, actually.
Sure.
That wasn't very compelling, for sure.
See how Holtz approaches this UTG Open, Davies opening off of 25.
I was going to say, in general, players like to flat the suited version of this hand and 3-bet the offsuit version because you're more likely to be seeing a flop. Of course, when you flat, when you 3-bet, it's kind of more 3-bet, just trying to use those blockers to kind of take down the pot. And you can see Fedor, of course, happy with his post-flop abilities, is going to try to take a flop here. But it is going to bring along a couple extra players when you do this.
It is indeed. I mean, Kenny, as we already mentioned, shortest stacks. She's looking to spin. She's not here just trying to ladder a couple of spots, you know. She wants to go for all the glory. Flicks it in with the Jack-10, and everybody bricks Davies with the best of it. I mean, jungle, backdoor diamonds, gut shot.
A little bit worrisome. We have multiple callers here with Davies. 7, so is very vulnerable against 4 people. It is a wheel draw out there. You probably think at least someone's got an ace-X. Just going to err on the side of caution. I kind of noticed this in his style, just kind of trying to take one street off, keeping it slow, so you don't have to commit all the chips on a flop.
Yeah, it feels really dicey betting into 3 players, but I would have lent more towards just trying to thin out the field slightly in the form of a small bet, but you do open the door for Holtz to just really put you in the bin.
I think the thing is, when you don't bet the flop, you almost always lose the pot a lot more often because there's so many overcards like this hand. And now Kenny in a really nice spot, turning the best hand. I would have loved her to consider at least maybe just jamming there, given she's only got 575k. important pot to take down, but we're seeing like a bunch of cautious play with these final two tables, approaching this final table.
Yeah, these multi-way pots with the ICM pressure that there is, you know, we're in the nitty-gritty parts of the study realm.
Fedor's seen check around to him twice. He's wondering, wouldn't someone bet by now? But it's like, all right, too many players decked.
Well, Davies is going to win at Showdown, courtesy of that Queen of Clubs on the river.
Yeah, it's actually flip-flopped a lot where Kenny could have took down that pot to scoop it, but now Davies likely to scoop it unless Fedor decides to bluff at it and gets him to fold. You can see Seth Davies here with the tank, kind of like, I'm gonna check, but please don't bet Fedor. Like, I've got a club, I'm not sure if I should value bet it. Kind of, that's the sign he's trying to give to Fedor because he's not really looking to call.
No club. I have a 10.
10 no good, unfortunately. Kenny Davies up to 2.8 million in chips.
You can take the sugar, don't you?
Just above average stack here with 14 left. It's just 31 big blinds.
I don't have it with coffee ever.
Top three, Fedor Holtz, Linus Love, and Sam
Coffee's too
Grafton.
hard, it doesn't need sugar.
Fedor has done a tremendous job of really distancing himself from Linus Love.
Yeah, but you know, they're playing on opposite tables, so I guess in their mindset, it's kind of like, let me just increase my stack, who I'm up against. I'll worry about the other when we join tables, hopefully at the final table.
Fedor, GG ambassador, founder of multiple businesses that I can think of, maybe even more that I'm unaware of. The Primed Mind app with Elliot Rowe, Poker Code with Tyus Eibinger, and he also just happens to be a world-class poker player. It's kind of annoying. Jungle completing from the small. One would expect Davies to take this upstairs with the 9 deuce off. He does. Comes with the 3x and a swift fold from Daniel. Davies currently sat in 5th gear. So he's moving on up since the start of play today. Must be feeling really good about his game as well at the moment. So we currently have 8 players in from the pro side, 6 players in from the VIP side.
Wait, 160. 1.5 behind.
Yeah, but right now it's the top 2 guys. The biggest crushers. I want to say one of the best Nola Hold'em cash game players of all time. One of the best no limit MTT players of all time.
Yeah, when I was in the booth yesterday, I stumbled across a blog post entry on Bossman Paul Parr's old poker site, which is still active. He still updates it on Twitter and whatnot. And it was one about Linus Love, of how he started a 10 NL challenge 9 years ago when he was 19, and he put in an entry to said blog about how he was furious. He'd lost $200, 20 buy-ins on the day. He's kind of questioning his, if he was ever going to get out of 10 NL.
Would he make it?
Fast forward 9 years.
He made the jump, huh?
28 years old.
Yeah, actually, yeah, there is special kind of exclusive footage on that blog now that you mentioned it. I remember because usually these guys they don't want to do any interviews.
No.
They're like,
But for Boss Man
they're
Paul,
like, we'll do it for you. So special insights. You can check that out on your free time. Linus Love. Let's see. So pre-flop raiser is Vogelsang. 2 7s.
320.
Raising at 320. This is an interesting move. I think he thinks that 7s is a little vulnerable, of course. Lots of overcards could come. And that Vogelsang would c-bet this board relatively wide and won't be able to continue, of course, unpaired hands. And maybe occasionally he'll get like 8s, 9s, and 10s to fold, I think. The smaller sizing does invite a call a little bit more often.
yeah, it's interesting because if you think combinatorically, you know, how many auto folds Vogelsang just has compared to the value range that wants to continue. But if he's continuing with 9s versus a raise, then
Yeah, then it seems like the assumptions you made might have been incorrect. Because
Yeah.
I think he's assuming 9s would probably lay down given he's Vogelsang's only playing like that 20 big blind stack. These chips are important. Might not want to risk it. I believe these two guys don't play with each other that much. Oh my god, he
Case
just
7.
hit this. How?
Case 7 for Linus.
So that is why you raise the flop?
It's how you win tournaments, pal. It's not just why you raise the flop. I mean, you drill the old 1 outer. 1.2 million. I don't know if anyone wants to run the calculations for us, but I mean, from an ICM point of view, that must be worth a few 100,000.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. So Vogelsang should be trying to get this to showdown, right? Like, just try to pretend you got some kind of weak ace that you don't want to get blown off of.
Yeah, something
Okay, he did check.
in the form of check or, you know, block for 15. He does knuckle over to Linus, and now, given the line that's been taken, so raise on the flop, check on the turn, SPR just north of 1. Does he come for it all?
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go for all of it or more value betting. But I guess he figured that when he raises the flop,
Full turn.
he gets called. Check, check, turn. He'd expect Vogelsang to bet a strong ace on the river. So given that he checked again, I guess he thought, oh, maybe he feels weak. And maybe he doesn't want to call
Yeah,
off,
it's
hero
just-
call off. Yeah, it was a weird line.
I just thought I used one, you know.
Yeah,
I wasn't really thinking about
it. It was an acting time bank. It was like an Oscar time bank.
I was thinking about betting 10%.
On the river.
There you go. He's thinking of blocking for 10%.
Yeah, he would have lost 10%.
9s.
Linus going to share that he had 7s because everyone's going to be like, what?
Snapfold for you. I know you don't bluff. I would be fucking thrilled if I had like ace king or something. Would check too. Nice.
This man, Carl Chappé Gantien, is very, very fun to watch. Very chatty. Definitely got some game.
Yeah, I've certainly enjoyed calling the action on some of his hands over the last couple of days.
1 minute.
Once again, Grafton at the end of a Triton tournament. Just seems like a regular thing now. Ripping
But I could have a good hand. I think I could. I just never have
Goes
a
with
good
the
hand.
queen,
They
10
go
of diamonds.
Shit hand.
Horace Ray gonna call it off with the 7s in the big 13.5. And look at the equities, Randy. We have one of the fairest fights possible in pre-flop poker.
Yeah.
Squiddy, 50%. Horace Ray with the 7s. 49%. And on that flop, it's now looking for a 7 and a 7 only. 9 would not get him out of jail, as Grafton has the queen to boot. And we're going to lose one of the VIPs, Horace Way, bowing out in 14th. Going to receive 400,000 for his efforts.
She would have been angry.
Randy, that means everyone is now guaranteed 440,000. Sam Grafton moving up to 3rd in chips.
Day jump.
Oh boy, look at this.
Blind versus blind. Ponakov is sitting 10 big blinds behind. So the stack to pot ratio is pretty small, so I'm not surprised that Holtz is actually just ripping it in here.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is getting in. If Ponakov is actually thinking, it's just because maybe there's that little pay jump that just happened. You just might not happen in real time right away with him.
Yeah, I mean, he has a little bit back.
I can't imagine he's ever folding these 2 jacks. Must be.
Is this champagne? Real champagne or not? Is this champagne or is it?
Tony asking for the champagne.
You get champagne.
All in and a call. Randy, like I said, we could be down to the final table in the blink of an eye. Ponakov's the favorite here, 2-to-1 favorite to be exact. Needs to fade an ace or a 6. Fader with the open ender. 2.4 million in chips. This feels like a potential tournament-defining moment for Fedor. If he can get there, will be the overwhelming chip leader with 12 left. No service on the turn. Ponakov's looking to fade 6 outs once. He does exactly that. I do apologize. 8 outs once. Ponakov's up to 30 bigs now.
I think it's a bit more. Should be more.
We've seen him play before. Back in Madrid. Main event, final table. It's a tough man to beat.
Oh, I miscounted my stack then. I was
Just
sure it's
won a
over
bracelet.
1.1.
Where's the drinks for everyone else?
I don't know. No,
Oh, it's already 13. Oh, okay.
Didn't bring the champagne.
Then okay.
4.3 million in total live earnings. And
because I thought it's 14. That's fine.
a couple of strong runs in Barcelona as well.
Yeah. Just a play jump.
We took down that 100k high roller during the World Series for 1.9 million.
So I should have thought about it.
Beating Phil Ivey. Heads up.
It's always a good statement when you take down Phil Ivey.
That's strong.
That's what you're supposed
for
to
your
do.
first bracelet at 100k as well, I mean.
You know how like a lot of guys, pros especially, they're like, yeah, I want a bracelet, but they don't really talk about who they beat. It doesn't really matter. But it's probably one of the few guys you're like, I beat Phil Ivey. Even to your well-known friends that are good at poker.
Yeah, even to your parents. You're like, Mum, you know who I beat? Heads up.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't know, you know.
It was all like, yeah, he had a lead on me, 3-1. I came back, made a sick call.
160.
Talvidi was very impressive when we were playing on the bubble. He was making plays as the medium stack, the stack that was supposed to be afraid.
Because
against Linus many times and other players.
Bismarck, kind of a big deal. He wants
like, he's really good,
and
he's on the VIP side of things.
To like at like chess or something, to pretend that he was stupid, so that he would like fall for the real deal, or like
gonna defend the 10-8.
like, some like totally unfair political deal. And so Bismarck got him to make the bad political deal by pretending to be an idiot at chess or something. And I thought perhaps he's pretending to be like not stand up for himself, so he's gonna be really aggressive against me later. And I'm just gonna like fold every hand and just show me every block.
That's what I think maybe his plan was. That's why.
Small C-bet from the fin.
Maybe you're capable of that.
Could just end it right here, right now, unless Tony has some plans of sticking around with the 10 high.
The country had a little bit of German influence, so.
Sounds kind of.
Gerhard just joining us. This is day 3 coverage, final day coverage of the 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Playing for 5.5 million today. Everyone currently
just 5.5.
Yeah, just throw it out there. I never thought, Randy, that I would ever get to say that live on air, and you know, I'm just throwing it out there as much as possible. But everyone guaranteed 440,000 for their efforts so far. Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus isn't over and done with though. Have the 100k main running in the background. You then have your favorite part,
Short
Triton.
deck.
To be honest with you, it's slowly becoming my favorite part of these trips as well, the short deck part of the series where we just get to see a lot of flops, Randy. We get to see a lot of bluffing.
A
and
lot of splashing.
Just, you know, that's what poker should be.
Yeah. It's like pillow where people are like, yeah, I want to kind of just get it in.
Yeah.
See if I win.
There we
Laugh
go.
at you. Tony G loves that game too. Oh, and wow, Tony G into Evan Kenny. They're going to get it in.
They are indeed. Kenny in great shape. She was all in at risk on the bubble yesterday a couple of times. Managed to get out of dodge. In great shape here to double up. A double here would give her a bit more breathing room.
Scary.
That is scary. 10-9-4 open-ender for Tony G. Is that too many outs, Randy?
Sure is a ton. That is not one of them. Cleans a lot of them off.
It does. Removes 6 of them. Tony needs a jack or a 6 to eliminate Kenny. Doesn't get it. And Ebony Kenny will not bow down. 1.1 million. And with that, moves up a couple of spots.
Yeah, her heart is beating. We know it. She's loving this double up. She can't help it. You can see the smile developing. She's like, all right, keep it cool.
When you think of some of your biggest career-defining moments, like,
Yeah.
sure, it's only 7 big blinds, but
So they wanted to
we're
get,
playing for 5.5 million. There's
Western
13
guys.
left, and you're still in the
Jason suggested
tournament.
me to Michael.
Hearts? Spades. Queen jack of hearts.
Shirt game is strong. Sang and Linus. Tony G now the shortest stack on just 11 bigs.
Queen suited. Kind of awkward. See on 12 blinds, you're like, seems a little too weak to jam, but then I don't want to fold, and min raising seems awkward. We're just going to jam. It's like a bunch of not happy situations. 6-6. I feel like this is a little bit too much, given that it's quite detrimental to your stack. If you call against under the gun.
Yeah, if you call and lose, you're down to sub 2 big blinds.
I mean, he has locked up, what, over 400,000 now? Maybe he's just thinking it's go time.
Yeah, and again, not to...
I like the lay down, though. You want to preserve those chips, right? We talk about ICM a lot, and in ICM situations, you want to be the guy jamming, not the one calling it off, especially if it's 50-50 at best.
For sure. Yeah. 7 of the final 13 players will be walking away with a 7-figure payday. Next jump in a couple of spots as the blinds go up here in Cyprus. 50,000, 100,000.
Win some pots, the blinds go up.
I feel like I catch it right in the second every time.
When you're short, it feels like that, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it is like that.
Yeah,
But
no,
it makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Did you get a count of how many VIPs versus pros are remaining?
Yeah. So we have on the pro side, Fedor, Linus, Sam Grafton, Seth Davies, Alexis Ponikovs, Tom Vogelsang, Daniel Cates, Ebony Kenny.
So that is 8.
So let me just do the math real quick, Randy. So 13 minus 8, I believe is 5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
So we have 5 players left on the VIP side, but out of players that cashed, it was actually
more VIPs.
The VIPs, as only VIPs have busted so far today.
All in.
And well, hang on a minute. Vogelsang opening under the gun with the queens.
Good luck.
Hennebier with the blinds going up now, sub 11, rips it in with the ace, queen, oh. Gonna need an ace from space, Randy.
Yeah, definitely cooler with these stack sizes. Maybe he can get a diamond, a 10?
He squinted at the board, didn't he? So is that a couple of diamonds there for me? Backdoor Broadway. Now drawing to an ace and an ace only. No dice, deuce of clubs, and just like that, we're down to 12 players. Another VIP bowing out, Hennebier out in 13th.
Yeah, because
I mean, are we playing for 5.5 million today, Randy? What's going on?
I mean,
we've lost like 25% of the field.
Yeah, but they've been coolers, okay? We haven't seen, you know, like some crazy all-ins or anything. But yeah.
I mean, it's nasty stuff.
As when we were approaching the bubble, of course, people were being tight. Lines shrunk a lot, so that's probably why you're seeing all these all-ins right now.
That's my happy place you just described.
I remember in Madrid, you were giving a lot of props to Ponikogs, and once again, big buy-in tournament, making a deep run, rocking that jersey. I ran into him earlier the other day, and he was kind of locked out of his hotel room a little bit.
Oh, really? Okay.
His key card wasn't working, complaining a little bit. But you know what? Everything would have been different if that didn't happen. That's what I'm thinking.
Well,
Fours, let's go.
So, I asked for the spice. I don't even know why I folded. I know why I folded then.
And I stand corrected, by the way, Randy, because earlier I said his first bracelet came in the form of beating Ivy heads up in Vegas in that 100k high roller. It actually came last year, 14th of November, over on GG Poker, where he took down the Lucky Sevens high roller for 432k. So
you're the big blind, so it's you. Yeah.
Two-time bracelet winner. And I mean, he's just been crushing on GG. I'm looking through his resume right now.
You have to stay here, so it's fair.
Seems to be getting it done.
Oh.
That's what's
going on.
Oh, there's still, I thought at this point that it would still be.
I thought it was 2 tables too, but he said they're keeping it.
So we lose Fedor.
Action on me, right?
Yes.
Everyone's happy to hear that.
Good luck over there.
At this table. Just a quick rebalance.
I mean, they might be joining with him again soon when there's only one table, unless he somehow loses a lot of chips.
Well, do you know the sick thing is, Randy? With Fedor moving over to the red feature table, the 4 chip leaders are now over there together with the shortest stacked Vadzim. Godzak, I say the shortest, one of the shortest stacks.
I just come closer to you.
Yeah,
which is pretty sick because we could have like a huge collision, right?
It's going to be a very different style, right? Like, maybe they play a little calm because they got a lot of chips, but then again, if someone wants to step out of line and try to press on that fact to try to chip up a bit, you might see some resistance. Could see some interesting situations. Now we got, you can see Davies has been trying to play small balls since the bubble. So he might have that more of approach of keeping it slow. But then again, he might come to the point where like, I've had enough, make my stance.
See Fedor taking trap 5 on the blue feature. 12 remaining here. 440,000 guaranteed for these final 12. We are at a pay jump. $45,000 pay jump.
So he's actually opening 3x here with King Jack. And Godstinker picks up aces. What perfect timing for him. Seems to get aces a lot.
Is there a time to pick up aces?
It's when you got 11 big blinds and a 3x open.
Yeah, I was going to go with it's when you're playing, you know, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, but there's also that, Randy. There's also there are many benefits to picking up aces.
Fedor holds Oh, he's actually in the tank. Does that mean he's got pocket nines?
One would assume.
Any other hand should be straight into the muck.
I agree. Can't have ace nine of spades.
Okay, it's gonna fold.
Wait, hang on. Did Carl just said call?
He just called, and by making it 3x, he's kind of priced himself in more than against the 2x. But they're having fun.
I love this guy.
This is the home game table side.
I absolutely love this guy. He's just like, yeah, cool. Well, guess the laughter will stop on that board as Carl now needs running cards and is dead on the turn. An irrelevant jack of diamonds on the river, and that's him. Who was the shortest stack with 15 left. Couple of big pickups.
Got a wired pair.
Jungle.
Pair.
Jungle Man doesn't know
You
what a
said
wired
you don't know why you called.
What?
No, he said he's got a wired pair.
He doesn't know what a wired pair
I
is.
don't know what you said.
I said I have a wired pair.
I did hear that. I thought you said something else.
He said, what you got?
Definitely heard that part.
It's a good start.
That is a strong start.
Yes.
Seth Davies.
So much for all that. Shit.
Jungle Man drawing to running cards.
Can't win, right?
You can't win on the turn, pal. That's for sure.
That's magic card. See you, buddy.
GG's Jungle Man.
I did. Fuck.
Out in 12th.
My man, never lose when he's here. Let's go.
It's $440,000 for his efforts. Everyone now guaranteed $485,000. And with that elimination, Seth Davies is climbing back up to 4th in chips, just behind Sam Grafton. I apologize, he's overtaken Sam Grafton up to 3rd in chips. 39 big blinds average stack. These final 11 players, 31 bigs.
Ace high.
Ace 7.
Ace 7.
Yeah.
What?
Do you know who Jungle just asked, did you bluff me? I assume it was a hand from yesterday. It felt like maybe on the bubble.
No, I think you would have known by now, right?
I don't think Jungle doesn't strike me as the type to watch back a stream, Randy. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, then I'm not sure.
He was probably out scouting his next yoga spot or whatever it was that he was up to.
Well, he was saving the animals, saving the marine life the other day. I think today his mistake was he didn't come in character. It's just normal jungle.
That's true. That could be it. 11 left. Talking of deep runs, how about getting involved in the 2022 WSOP Online? 33 bracelets up for grabs over on GG. Obviously, a bunch of them have already been won. But the biggest one, or maybe the main one you'd want to get your hands on, is that 20 million guaranteed 5K main, which you can qualify into for just as little as $5. And for you viewers at home, we do have a new player sign-up bonus offer. Promo code Triton 2022 will get you a $50 Global Millions ticket. And good luck to you all over on GG. Let us know in the chat. Any deep runs? Just no bad beats. It's too early in the week for bad beat stories in Twitch chat. We'll save that for Friday.
Sorry to be
It's
the bearer
Monday
of bad
today.
news.
So we should be making a final table with 9 players. Henry.
One would assume.
Wouldn't assume, just to because of the imbalance of 5 and 4. You don't want to.
That's where the payouts start getting significant, right? From 10th to 9th, $135,000 difference. Whereas, you know, the jump we just had was only 45,000. I say only 45,000 as if 45,000 is a small amount of money, but you know what I mean in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
200k buy-in. That's where the jumps really start getting big. And as we already alluded to, you know, 7 players are going to be going home with a 7-figure score. Will Tony G be one of them?
This is kind of annoying. You know, Tony's jamming 6 big blinds. Davies with King 8 offsuit, getting a good price. He's got King high, decent kicker. Guess you beat like the Queen Jacks, Jack 10s. I mean, what, 5 more blinds to you isn't that detrimental to your stack, so Davies might lean towards a call a little bit more often than not. I think Tony is going to be really ridiculous. Not ridiculous. What is the wide? He won't be wide there. He's not going to be jamming like 7-8 suited, for example. I don't think. You know, Tony.
Nice hand. Oh,
Here's
8 of diamonds.
You had ace-8 of diamonds? That's good news for me.
You got an 8?
I had an 8, yep.
They weren't ace-8 of diamonds, did he?
Yeah.
I thought it was ace-9 of diamonds.
No, ace-8 of diamonds.
Okay.
Still happy.
I love the immediate needle from Tony. It's just like nice hand.
Yeah, it's
The one that was really funny, yeah, that you mentioned earlier is when he got into ace-10 suited versus Leon's ace-king.
That was brilliant.
Leon was just taking it, just sitting there.
It's just like, feed the bunny.
I think most guys don't do that to Leon, but then, you know, Tony and Leon are pretty good friends, so yeah, he can get away with that.
Alrighty, I'm just receiving news that our exclusive Triton Poker X Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chairs giveaway ends in a few hours. I know a lot of people been, you know, asking us where they can get their hands on one. We're like, hey,
about 3 million.
Just enter the competition. You could get one of 3 simply by following us on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, all of our social platforms. So if you haven't already, you can type !giveaway in the chat. Shout out to my man Jerome for sending me that reminder. To all of you viewers at home, !giveaway. Follow the link. Plenty of ways to get involved in that. And I mean, Randy, we've been sat in these for over what, 120 odd hours
Many
now
hours.
over the last
More
2
to come.
trips, probably. Yeah, one would hope.
I think I'm gonna go enter now myself then. Why not? Free chance, you guys should do it too.
I think I'm just gonna swipe one, to be honest with you. Like,
just fit it in your check suitcase.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some trouble there.
Just pay for the shipping.
All right, so Talviti is gonna go for it with Queen 6. Checked him. He's been pretty aggressive throughout this final 2 tables and final 3. Alright, so Davies decides to check call. Talviti really doesn't have anything. Very hard to figure out what Davies got. He's actually reaching for chips, playing a bit of a guessing game, hoping he's up against like a 10x, 5x that doesn't have some diamond backup. Can't really handle the heat. Queen 9 is actually annoying, right? Because you got a draw, but you don't have a diamond. You don't really want to be calling with just a naked draw too often, too.
Yeah,
hoping to hit your hand.
Couldn't agree more. That we potentially have 6 live outs. There is a world in which we are dead.
Yeah, and just one disadvantages of playing passively with your draws is I was thinking about doing something though.
Maybe Davies has just seen enough of Talviti yesterday.
He
on
definitely
stream.
knows, yeah, he's been out of line. You know, it's been a whole day. He's gotten the information.
Certainly got the teammates on the rail, one would assume. Jason Kuhn, Ike Haxton, Greenwood does get out of there. And Talviti snipes one off Davies.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable. Once your opponent uses a time bank, you're like, oh man, I've got like no equity. Please fold.
The old 0 equity bluff.
Technically, he's got that overcard, presumably.
You're stretching, Randy. You're stretching out here, pal.
The 3 diamonds. Yeah, I need the queen that's not a diamond, and I need you to not already have 2 pair plus. Yeah.
It's 10 seconds.
You got it done.
This is the 5-handed feature table with 2 of our shortest stacks, Tony G and Ebony Kenny. They are the clear shortest. Ebony with 10, Tony with 9. So with that big blind and the big blind ante coming round, you know, 1 click faster than on the other table, they're really going to have to make a move sooner rather than later.
300?
300?
He's relentless. Arguably the most skilled VIP remaining in the field. He's really just putting the pressure on, but Ponikov's, he knows this guy's good, right? 10-9 suited. He's going to at least call. He's thinking about actually 3-bet jamming this hand, I think. Gonna call.
Comes with the defend off 20 in position. Already 700,000 in the middle. As we see the King 9-8 rainbow board peel off on the flop. Ponikov's with middle pair and Talvitier shutting down immediately. The Queen 4.
A lot of times you'll see the 10-9 kind of just check this back with this medium strength hand, not wanting to put more chips. If he opts to bet, he's got to be pretty short he's not getting check raised.
Let's knuckle through. Bottom card pairs on the turn also brings in backdoor diamonds. Talvitier with the Queen of Diamonds in hand.
He believes there's enough showdown value with the queen high to check, I suppose. Because a lot of times when you don't c-bet the flop, you're looking for the turn to go for a delayed bet, but does decide to check. I think Ponikov should feel pretty comfortable with the 9 now. Might want to think about denying equity. It seems that if he was up against a king or 8, he would have heard about it most of the times on a turn. We'll see if he wants to keep it slow, but gonna give the free equity. Does dodge it.
Well, 7 of diamonds rolling off on the river, bringing in backdoor diamonds. Does Talvitier now come with some form of pressure on Ponikov's
It's pretty
second
hard
pair?
for queen high to win this at showdown with the 7 rolling off.
I would say so. I
Yeah.
feel like even, you know, the Queen 10s, Jack 10s, we lose to all of them now. He does knuckle it.
Just give up. Can Ponikov's find a value? I think he knows he's got the best hand. He's just wondering, do I sometimes get super trapped? Or do I sometimes get check raised for all my chips? Do I want to face that situation? Can I get called by a worse hand, like an ace high? Pocket pair that's under the board. Definitely what you need to think about. You know, like 11 for the money. You can see people are going to be a little bit wary of making thin value bets as we get even closer to this final table. So everyone's going to see this Queen 4 tabled. So they know that Talviti is definitely out of line.
One table of 5 and one table of 6. It's the unretired Fedor Holtz. Chip leading here in Cyprus.
I feel it's unfair that this man, unretires and just gets the sickest results. Usually, you know, you gotta warm up a bit, maybe like break a bunch of tournaments first, and then he starts scoring just right off the bat, just crushing it. And blind versus blind situations, we're gonna see a lot of guys with just 6-7 big blinds, and you can get jammed on a lot. Ponikoff Jack 4 suited. Definitely feels like a hand that qualifies for making a move at Tony G's big blind. This is kind of annoying because Queen 8, not a great hand, but as your stack dwindles, gets closer and closer. Do you really want to be calling off of Queen 8 high?
Yes, and I feel like Tony still has enough room to kind of fold, give himself an orbit to be the one doing the jamming, as you already mentioned earlier on. You would rather be the one exerting the pressure on your opponents than being the one that calls off, even if it is for 6.6. But this is close, I mean, for chips.
It's definitely very close. Something I would think about is if I fold, how many blinds do I have remaining, which would be 6.5. Does this have hold equity for the next orbit? I believe it does. So I would lean towards folding a little bit more with that. But if I was like down to like 5 blinds, I'm like, okay, that probably doesn't have hold equity as much.
Does fold the best hand pre. And Randy, just looking over on hand and mob, if Fedor closes this out, he would go from 13th on the all-time money list to 7th, overtaking Dan Smith, Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey, Nikita Badziakowski, and Kerry Katz.
It's a lot of big names with big scores.
There's a lot of big names.
I have a question. If Fedor happens to ship it, does he retire again? Not sure. That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
Like after this Triton series, he's just like, yeah, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a couple years. He just got the sit out button. He hasn't officially withdrawn everything, you know.
And also, out of the remaining players in the field, I mean, Fedor with the most Triton trophies with 2 to date.
Talvidi getting aggressive with pocket 6s. You can see that his... Oh, okay. Don't worry about that. Kenny's got pocket queens. A dream scenario. Gonna get it in. Pair over pair.
Talvidi. Gonna need some real help from the deck. Kenny just keeps getting it in good power. I mean, you talk about...
The timing is just like perfect.
Yeah, how to win tournaments. Just keep getting it in good. And holding, if you can. Couple of diamonds. Running straight cards for the Finn. Well, Jack of Diamonds on the turn. Bringing additional outs for Talvidi. Kenny needs to fade a diamond or a 6. She does. Up to 2.1 million after nursing one of the shortest stacks for quite some time.
And these queens love the lady.
Though at the end of this, I'm going to say this was the easiest thing I've ever done.
Queens for a queen, eh?
Yeah. I mean, the hand's been playing themselves with her stack sizes. Of course, it's nice to hold. Okay. What do we got here?
We have Stanka incredibly short, effectively jamming with the Jack-9 of spades. We have Vogelsang with the small blind ISO looking to send Vadzim to the payout desk. Vogelsang, one of the chip leaders. So far, so good on the King 6-6. An ace would mean Vadzim is dead. Insignificant 5 of hearts. Belarusian looking for a jacker on 9, no dice, and we are down to 10, Randy.
Final table bubble incoming.
Wait. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Vogelsang.
Wait. That's my strategy in tournaments. I wait for heads up.
Up to 4th in chips.
No, I'm not drinking.
And so far today, only out of the
You must have fun time on the couch.
6 eliminations, 5 have come on the VIP side.
Linus wins, probably not much of a change.
Rather go to Paris, Dubai.
And we only have 3 VIPs left out of the final 10.
You win.
Ah,
Dubai?
I was not thinking about celebrate anything, but it's a normal day for me, you know.
Just daily PNL.
A normal day if he wins for Carl Shepegachin.
Yeah, of course.
An absolute boss.
Celebrate anyways.
Yeah, of course.
No matter if win or lose.
Does make you question if you're in the right industry, right?
Like
Yeah.
You sat here playing for 5.5 million, you got a VIP saying,
Oh,
it's a normal day for me, pal.
Oh, I like it. Slumming. Love that.
See Vogelsang
4 million, right?
sizing up just a little bit pre-flop. Most likely
3.85.
because he's up against Linus's big blind, who is very likely to defend his big blind with the big stack. Definitely one of the scariest players
5.2.
remaining in the tournament. It's always terrifying playing against Linus. You know, even if you're an amazing player, it's always up to no good. Top pair.
I think the loser of this hand has to admit live on stream that the other one is wearing a better shirt than them. Silk shirt, silk shirt. They both belong in a Bruno Mars video.
Yes. Have you seen that little clip they made of Vogelsang?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Amazing.
fantastic.
Check. Straight flush potential for the Lolliger.
210.
Bias with the turn probe for 1/3.
Yeah, it's a value bet. Also kind of charges those random spades, like the ace jack, ace queen. Seems Vogelsang's got some kind of interest in this pot. And with this small bet on the turn that Linus did, you know, could easily have gotten called by an ace 8, ace 7, ace 6. I don't think he's worried about being up against a bigger king too often. And maybe look for a bit of a value, another value bet would be nice.
350.
Yeah, you see he's going for this third pot size bet. Targeting those middling hands.
Yeah, swift fold from Vogelsang.
Yes.
So it's been confirmed. Linus, best dressed
Never
here
hit
in
though.
Cyprus. That video that you were teasing, Randy,
Never hit.
it did the rounds in our group chat.
But I hit nothing when I was all in. I already had
So
it.
producer James Dempsey,
Because I played tight.
Smitten,
Tight is right.
It was very genuine too.
was
It was candid.
Pete fell
Do
over.
we play hand for hand now or not? No?
You can watch it
It's soft hand for hand
on
again.
Instagram.
Instagram, I believe. Not sure if they released it. Maybe they released it on Twitter as well. I'm not sure, but for sure on Instagram. Newly crowned Dreamboat.
3.3 is correct, son.
Not my words, by the way. That is the Triton marketing team's
Dreamboat. Okay.
chosen word.
I see how you view Vogelsang.
We are on the final table bubble here.
225.
Okay, so small little adjustment I noticed. He made it 2.5x against Linus. Now I'm making it 2.25x against the big blind.
What is Carl dreaming of? 4.1 million Jack 8 on the button.
Just a normal day.
3 million, right? Check
Yeah,
the
so
app. I mean,
against Grafton, he opted for a
3.4,
smaller sizing.
3.4.
Possibly a little bit of the player, as well as
I think it's correct.
the stack size that that big blind has, which is 30 blinds versus the 55 blinds.
Everyone has it. Everyone has it here. So I check.
Yeah, also worth noting now, as we already mentioned, you know, these pay jumps getting bigger, the ICM pressure.
It's too much chips. If it was hundreds, I wouldn't have to check.
2-7's going to come along here.
3-way to the flop.
Look, the 3 million chip stacks really don't want to get too out of line right now as we're on this final table bubble and Tony G being under 10 big blinds. So you might see a little bit more checking post-flop from those two players.
Well, Squiddy, Sam Grafton with the best of it with the 7s, 2 overs to set pair. Vogelsang.
See, Linus actually hasn't checked, which is, the default is to check, right? But he's actually leading into 2 players. King 8-4, very, very small. This is
LTO
part
pal.
of the tree that I've never seen.
This is Linus Theory Optimal, pal.
Yeah, this is really interesting. What's important is that he flatted the small blind. So you need to think about the range that would flat the small blind. King queens, king jacks, king tens come to mind. He gets action from ace-3 suited. Turns it, but this hand's not over yet. You don't just really float the ace-3 high looking to give up if it gets checked too, I feel. But with this kind of showdown value now, I think Linus had intentions of multi-barreling the turn on this really dry board. But with the 9, it kind of makes sense to try to show it down now.
Yeah, I'm not sure Vogel necessarily needs to
Depends
float
on
on the flop to bluff turn. I mean, the sizing from Linus on the much smaller side is going to keep in, you know, a wider range from the cutoff.
He's trying to figure out, well, he is going to reach for chips.
Wow, gangster.
I think that the 9 overcarding the other 2 cards helps him want to bluff at this. In case Linus was leading a middling pocket pair, it would be very troublesome to call, you know, like a turn bet, 7s, maybe like a 7-8 type hand. Things that are crossing Vogelsang's line. But this is really like, wow, nice call so far. These things are not standard right now.
Honestly, Randy, these two are both proving why they are so difficult to play against. Insignificant 6 rolling off on the river. 2.1 million in the middle and Vogel snap checks behind. Linus tables the queen 9 and is back up to over 6 million, just shy of 7 million in chips now. And I believe that has vaulted him into the lead. The final 10 players, a lead that he's held several times over the last 3 days. He's the first player to eliminate someone in the form of Phil Ivey. Hand number 7.
It was Linus.
Yeah, nut flush against the Rivet second nut flush.
Nothing.
Yeah, and that last hand would just demonstrates how difficult it is to play against Linus.
Oh man.
Very hard to put him on hands. He's willing to always kind of lead into you, take stabs. It's just very not comfortable. And Linus knows this, and that's why he's opting to take more flops, even from the small blind, which usually should seem like a disadvantageous position to play from.
Start today.
4 p.m.
You don't win $1 million today, you can do it in a couple of days instead.
Carl Chappé Gatien. ace 3. Most likely have to play this pot with Fedor.
Of course.
I know he already has all the money, but I'd like to see him go far in this. I mean, I know we're, you know, final 10, but talk about characters.
I spoke to him briefly, and says I don't normally play tournaments. You know, I like to play cash games, basically, and of course he's here for fun.
Just playing with some VCs, you know, 1K, 2K, 4K in Dubai somewhere.
Just betting, but here's my small business on the line. Would you like to call this river bet?
Winner.
Nice play with that.
Good
bet
hand
there on the turn. He's like, all right, let me show you.
I mean, not bad.
Bluffing with the best hand.
Couldn't help himself.
No.
Next one. Huh?
I mean, you
Let's count. You know what? Let's count.
Let's count?
Yeah,
1-0 for you.
Okay, yeah. Let's do that.
The bottle of Dom per hand, I think.
Do you know anything about Carl?
I mean, no, come on, guys. You're playing that. You know how you play.
No, not really. I'm just that very friendly guy.
So what does he do with the 12 bottles?
In my short interaction with him. He seems like the most relaxed of the remaining players here. These final 10. Like, if it's his time to go, it's his time to go. If he wins it, cool. Kings. But he did invite Rui Cow.
He did.
And it kind of makes sense because he kind of plays a little crazy. So probably why they're pretty good friends, I assume. 8s.
Oh boy. Just as they were starting to keep tally, Holtz has looked down at Ace King, and we have two of the biggest stacks potentially going to collide. I mean, this is, when you think of
1 million
tournament-defining moments.
1 million chips. They did have that little exchange not too long ago. Does Carl Chappé-Gatien just ship in the 2 kings right now? Does he 4-bet small? Does he call, thinking that maybe Holtz is trying to get back at him for him showing the hand last hand? And
this is second v third in chips.
He's all in. Oh my gosh.
4.4 million. Just to let you viewers at home know, Linus Love is currently the chip leader with 69.
All right,
Fedor
let's do it.
Makes the call, and we have a 9.2 million chip pot
It's a big hand
upon us on the final table bubble. Randy, almost out of nowhere, we were expecting the short stacks on the outer table to be the ones getting it in. Poker Icon and Legend Fedor needs some help from the deck. And well,
he is going to lose most of his chips, most likely, unless he gets those running aces.
Just wait till the turn.
King, Queen, 4 needs running Broadway or running aces, and with the 9 of hearts on the turn,
I didn't. I know it's not how I think. No.
we have a new chip leader. It is Carl Chappé-Gatien.
VIP. Just crushing it. Wow, that's just brutal because
Actually, can you count because
seems like another tournament that might be slipping away from Fedor Holtz from chip leader. Down to 20 blinds.
It doesn't count on your hand. No,
But the good news is
you know what I mean?
that Fedor is still in, and
it doesn't count this.
He's a gentleman. He's not going to take a bottle of Dom off you for that.
No, real N. Yes.
Carl's saying that that one doesn't count. It doesn't go towards the scoreboard because, you know, it's ace-king against kings. Have a new table captain, a new tournament captain. Carl Chappé-Gatien up to 92 big blinds.
Oh, Fedor's gutted, losing down to 20 blinds. Can't believe it. And other table action. We got bottom pair flush draw versus mid pair. Battle of marginal hands.
That hand's so sick.
Look at this river card, Henry. How do they find the most action card in the deck?
750 in the middle. One would assume we're going to see some form of river probe from Ponokov's.
Yeah, given it went check on a turn, the Jack 10. Oh, actually checks. Check to induce or check to be cautious? Not so sure. He could be up against like a king queen, of course, with 2 diamonds, but maybe he feels that if I check call to flop and bet river here, it just looks like there's no way I'm bluffing. So I've got more value in you either value owning yourself or bluff taking a stab at me. And see if he wants to go for a lot of chips or just a little value betting, targeting jacks or lone aces. I feel like he's going to size up a bit. It just seems, well, I checked the turn, so you might discount my flush draws a little bit more often than not. So it might seem like I'm just trying to muscle you away.
Yeah, it looks like this hand has gone open, defend, 1 big blind on the flop, call, check, turn. Now big bet river and a snap call from Ponokov's. It's going to get tabled. Sorry, it's going to get shown, rather. The queen high flush of Davies.
Thanks.
Davies now up to...
Yeah, he's grinding.
He is.
4.6 million.
Made a straight?
Just 2 pairs.
Yeah,
just 2 pair.
Just 2 pairs.
Like you didn't bet
Davies
a
like,
million.
what? You say just 2 pairs? I could have bet a little bit more.
Goes down
Just
to
call
11
2
bigs.
That's too bad.
Too tight.
Yeah, that's
too
a sad
bad.
story.
Maybe I'm lying.
Maybe.
Tony loves the lead. Loves the needle.
Well,
Was it Tony or was it Seth that said that's a sad story?
I'm pretty sure it was Seth.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
makes more sense.
Yeah, Tony.
Sad story in the sense that Seth could have extracted more value, I guess, is what he means by that.
Yeah, I think so.
Ebony Kenny, by the way. Middle of the pack, 25 bigs. Let's
Just
go.
chilling. Just like, all right, you know, it's my time to get those queens and double. I'm gonna take it. Otherwise, I'll let these guys just bust each other out. No big deal. I mean, she's not in a position to really make any moves. She should be staying calm, understanding the ICM situation.
Yeah, she
Like,
has.
you get top 7, you get $1 million payday. Like, that's definitely crossing her mind. Not that I'm saying she's just trying to squeeze out as much as she can, but you know, the cards play themselves. The stack sizes play themselves a bit sometimes. 1.1 million chips for Ponokov's. Does he have enough fold equity in a small one is what he's thinking.
5 seconds.
What's important is whose big blind Davies is attacking, which would indicate how wide Davies might be raising. Jack 5 of diamonds. Not an amazing hand, but with 8.5 big blinds behind, I wouldn't fault him for trying to see a flop and go for like a stop and go possibly.
Yeah, he is.
But he's gonna play cautious. Try to just squeeze into that final table. Maintain that stack, preserve it. Use it for shoving situations instead.
He is the shortest in the field.
Now, if you survive one more player, it's 135,000 on top.
So Ponakov's on the button with a king. Does have Ebony Kenny in the big blind, and Tony G, the other short stack, in the small, is going to bow out. Oh, wow. And just like this again, Ebony just gets the click call with ace queen for a second time against Tony G. Just a few orbits ago, he jammed the 8-7. Ebony called with the ace queen, held, survived. Now, fast forward 20 minutes, she's the one that could send Tony home should she hold here with the ace queen. And on that flop, Mr. Lou, it's going to be tough for Tony to get out of jail.
Lost it all to Kenny in the same spot, small blind versus big blind, and we're going to lose him. Another VIP out, and we've reached the final table. Henry?
Absolute legend of the game, Tony G, out in 10th, and it's Ebony Kenny sending him home on the final table bubble. She's up to 34 big blinds, and it's going to come into this FT 4 of 9, Randy. 4 of 9, everyone guaranteed $620,000, and we are playing for 5.5 million. So these are the chip counts here. Seth Davies, the chip leader on the blue feature table with 48 bigs. Ebony with 34. Elias Talvite with 18. Alexis Ponakovs with 11. And it is none other than French businessman Carl Chappé-Gachian, the chip leader here in Cyprus after winning that huge pot against Fedor Holtz. But Randy and I are going to be throwing it down to Arlene Najad and Brian Russ on the flip side of this break. When we come back, players are going to be playing for 5.5 million.
Top pair against middle pair here as Talvides flat puts him in a bad way for the time being, and a very downsized mini bet from Tony G.
They try to go less than the minimum. Dealer corrected. 40,000 is the actual minimum. Club.
That's the kind of card that does not present an opportunity to exit for Talvide, who checks once more and now faces a Slightly larger bet to 80,000.
Yeah, you don't really see these turn micro bets too often. But it does seem very likely that Tony G's got ace here. I think Talvidi should be playing this slow. Wow, he's raising with Queen Jack of clubs here
This
when
is
he picks up the
bold.
equity.
I mean, and
this is very
it's quite
bold.
a big statement because it's not lost on Tony G, the spot that we're in right now with 20 players remaining, 17 getting paid.
Can Tony sniff this one out? It's just kind of like, well, I bet the minimum and then I bet double the minimum on the turn. Ace 10 is pretty strong. He's wondering, okay, well, he did flap from a small blind. Did he really slow play the ace queen against me on the flop and start check raise?
And the queen 9 doesn't rate to be a hand that he would make the call with. The
Oh,
queen 3,
lays it
9-3
down.
of the world. And just looking at the spot and deciding, you know what? I make the call over here. This is a guy that can... There is little Dave, one of the founding partners of Coin Rivet.
The other tables are playing slow.
Along with Rob Young.
Let them catch up. They're gonna stop us if we're too far ahead.
We'll have extra break. I reckon. Yeah.
Okay, Linus eyeing that stack of Tony G.
Other tables, they're just sitting and waiting.
Rips it in with King 7 and Tony G with 20 blinds of ace 6 suit. It's like, oh my, why don't you just give me an opportunity to maybe make a play at you? Why do I have to call it off? From an ICM point of view, while chip EV, this is certainly a call. This should be a fold.
And Tony G has just said that he has ace 6 suited, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The decision is only Tony's from this point forward as the time bank gets exercised. He hates it.
I don't think he should be calling here because of the ICM situation. I think he knows usually he's got the best hand. The thing is, he's only so far ahead. You can see 62-38. But maybe he's got at a point where it's like, enough's enough. I just folded that last hand. Didn't really want to fold it. You know, when he got blown off the ace 10.
But when you get showered in this spot and you're looking out at those small stacks,
you feel
Suvarna
silly.
and Little Dave, you really do go, what was I thinking? A little bit of results-oriented bias, but you just don't have to do it.
What do you think? Ace 6 suited, you call or not?
Well, I don't think Linus can advise
May I
you.
show you? You can see.
Yeah, the thing with this...
Show me one at least.
The problem with the 6 is Linus can easily have 2 cards bigger than the 6, so he's got extra equity, you know, like the 10-9 suited, Queen 10. You don't want that. You'd rather have at least 2 overs to the cards that Linus is showing a little bit more often than not. Can't hide the fact that this is a stressful situation.
Well, it's not so stressful when you wake up with 2 aces, as Sukernik has done. Walliger, predictably, the razor. And
surprised he just rips it in, the 30 big blinds.
oh boy, ace queen suited. I mean,
I think I'm... Okay.
That's a lot of hand, Randy.
I know. Think about this. Suvarna got it in with Sukernik. Ace, queen, and 10-9 suited. For I know it's a different situation, but they've got a little bit of history.
Yeah. I mean, he would have rather been the guy ripping, obviously.
Yes.
But Leon took that move right away from him, and now he's using a time bank as he wants to understand what is Leon's range and how does ace queen suited perform against it.
If there was one guy he was going to commit against, it's going to be Leon, and he's going to commit, and he's going to be shocked that Leon jammed aces for 31 big blinds.
Devastation.
Fair? Correct?
A wired pair.
Just 12% equity
Unpredictable, Leon.
for Suvarna. He's going to want to see some diamonds, some queens, some Broadway cards, something to keep hope alive. And instead, it's an ace in the window, and that is just nastiness of the highest order. Running deuce 4 required. And the Jack of Diamonds will seal Santosh Suvarna's fate. As he isn't able to cash, and Just kind of nothing he could have done. The outer table here,
the
which
spot.
is where we find
The
Eric
worst.
Worre and Ebony Kenny.
The worst. But there was not big pot or something.
Yeah.
With those cards.
This looks tense.
Ridiculous.
Ebony's jam here,
just
I
one in a
believe the
million could
open.
happen, that's all.
Chris calls all in, and now the action is on Eric Worre, and he is going to call as well. So we're going to have a side pot between Kenny and Worre. Brewer with a shot at a triple up. What is he up against? Not one, but two ace queens, and he has ace eight. Bad spot for him, of course, until we find an 8-high flop. And now Brewer sits very pretty to take a bite out of both Kenny and Worre. It holds all the way down, and the two ace queens will chop the side. And each play a role in a massive boost for Chris Brewer off of the short stack now with breathing room.
If I do come fourth, or indeed better, I'm going to buy you a very nice present.
Like 2 million? 2.5.
2 sevens for Talvidi. Certainly worthy of the continue for another 50K, and that's not bad board texture.
I'll spend like a couple of weeks thinking it through.
Talvidi's been battling with Linus lately.
You can hold
Only
me to.
fourth or any top four?
Fourth or better.
Linus got a board. Should be c-betting pretty wide.
Just some free, sweet equity rolling in.
Drop a little bit in there.
It's all money.
2 sevens.
65K, modest in size, but on that texture, it's just kind of the binary by betting. I can show you the exit here and now.
Fine taste.
Yeah, but 2 sevens definitely going to continue.
You got the simple part right.
Check calls a standard play, but you know Talvidi's been doing some raises. He's raising again.
Can't wait.
And at what point, given how often this has now happened, the third occasion that we've seen a check raise, twice on the flop, once on the turn, is Linus going to be like, what is this guy up to?
Yeah, look at Linus. He's peeling here with Jack 10. Like, you really should not be raising me in this situation with pretty much your whole range. And Talvidi tried to keep it simple. Like, well, if I check raise and he just folds, you know, I don't got to worry about turns and rivers. But now he's getting floated. And
you begin to see why it is that that check raise with those 2 sevens can become problematic. As a player like Linus feels sticky, tears one off. Now there's 635 in the middle, and you have to respect the possibility that Linus has the king or better than the 2 sevens.
So Talvidi has decided to slow down. Good check. Now, Linus just got jack high. Don't think he's going to try and show this down. I think he should be trying to bet soon.
Half pot, 3/4 pot, full pot?
180. Well, he's going to start with a small bet and kind of see what happens. 180K. See, Talvidi against this small bet. You got to certainly call here. You could represent the king still, I think, with a check raise check.
Well, given the texture on the board, granted the backdoor clubs have arrived, this bet from Linus does set him up to be able to fire bigger on the river if called, because it feels like a milking king.
What, the double check raise? Have you seen this play before, Ollie? It's been a long time since I've seen this. Especially the 200K is pretty sick.
And look at Linus showing a little grin as I think that was a real announcement from Talvidi. That man just earned some real respect.
Oh yeah, he's got my respect.
I think
Sauced, smoked out, and shroomed?
No, it's mine.
Yeah. I'll take my chance.
You got a chance.
Thank you.
The problem is, if you still can't beat the jungle in that spot, it's going to be tough to recover from that psychologically.
Your morale is pretty much quitting.
You're going to be the one reaching for sauce and shrooms.
I've drank and done weed even recently, actually. In a game in LA, I did that. I got very high, though.
I've done all that, but never with playing poker.
Oh, okay.
Thais Hennebier. Deuce on the button. He wants to tussle with the jungle. Kate says bring it on with 7-4 suited. Flops a gut shot straight draw and backdoor heart draw. While Thais has not much to speak of, but fires following through and does so quickly.
Might as well try and represent that ace. But jungle, look, if he was willing to make a play of ace king, he's not pulling his flop with his inside straight draw 7 high. Thinking about check raising sometimes, given that he's up against such a small bet. And those are raising chips that he's cutting out. Jungle Man putting the pressure on the VIP.
Check raise to 235,000 and Thais forced to fold that dusty king deuce.
Yeah, you see the pros really.
Power of the sea.
I don't know why I'm laughing. It's so stupid.
Oh, wait a minute. Something brewing over here where it looks like Ebony Kenny is moved all in over the top of a Horace Way open, and he is a caller on their backs. And it looks like ace-jack against 2 kings. And is it top set and a Broadway draw? It sure looks that way.
Wow.
And the kings belonged to Ebony, who fills up on the river. And we're going to count it down. It is actually not Horace Way who made the call. Rather, it was Chris Brewer out of the big. Horace folded, so apologies, as obviously there is no RFID at these outer tables. Sometimes it's a little bit tough to keep track of things. We are counting Chris Brewer down, and does Ebony have him covered?
Crazy mistake.
Not quite. But nevertheless, he's going to be down to vapors, Randy.
Yeah, he's so disappointed. You can see he's pained. He just he can't even look up right now.
Well, Brewer's Triton career began not long ago, earlier this year, at our Cyprus warm-up event. He went 1 for 5. Then he went 1, 2, 3 cashes in Madrid, including a title in the 20K short deck. And
You need to be a stank stack.
he came up empty in the 75K here,
And big blind Anthony.
his fate certainly appears skewed toward bubbling at present, and he knows it. No matter how well he plays off of a stack this short, it's going to take some luck.
It's bad anywhere, but that's why I say it.
So he should be forced to go with it on his hand, I would assume, given how much he's got to put the small blind in. A little bit remaining.
Yeah, I mean, the blinds are big, so it means that any small mistake is worth 50,000.
Well, if you thought that the stress of a moment was something that only the VIPs like Santosh Savorna were feeling, just get a look at Chris Brewer. You realize it's not exclusive.
Oh, he lays it down. Just gonna try and take the free cards. Putting pressure on the gun. He really has been shy of trying to win some pots with a stack that should be respecting the situation, and just flopped it.
The joint. Queen high straight, no waiting, and the good news is Unlu's got a big piece.
I mean, this is the type of board where a player who flats can have a pretty solid connection. I like the c-bet.
$150K.
You know, it's only white.
Checking the stacks, see how much he's playing. With ace-queen, it's often the best hand, but you gotta play it slow. You gotta respect the situation. Like, you're 2 from the money, and like, I would call and just see what develops. You got the position.
You chose to flat pre. This texture is very wet.
Using some time bank here, contemplating a raise, it seems. But if you raise and commit all the chips now, you likely are going to be behind if you got to put in 24 big blinds.
Well, I want to say that this isn't necessarily 100% associated with contemplating the raise, but maybe also considering what we're going to do after we make the call here on the flop, planning and plotting our course through this pot.
Of course. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to use that time to decide about future streets. And he's actually using multiple time banks here. Yeah, it's... I mean, it's just so connected. I really wouldn't want to get too many more chips on the flop. Wow, he's pushed all in with ace-queen.
Well, the snapper is coming. Oh, no, not the what.
Oh, cool.
Oh, boy. That's a pretty cavalier way to make a call. King Jack, the only thing you're worried about, and you're really not all that worried about it, because why would it press all in on this board? So, ace-queen is devastatingly behind here. Unlu is covered by Chape Gatien. King Neptune doesn't look like he approves, and on the turn, it is a draw dead. Queen under the gun just hit the muck. Now, Vogelsang with 2 black 10s in the cutoff.
I don't blame the king-queen hitting the muck right now. You just got a little healthy stack. You can hang on now.
Is there ever a spot where you just don't even look at your cards? I don't even want to see the aces. Just muck, 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 muck. Let me get on the inside of the bubble. Now we go back to work.
I've seen people do it, but it's not really a professional way to play. You got to look at least so people think you might wake up with aces. Brewer, he's committed here, right? With ace-4.
Big blind ace-4. Did he just flat?
He flatted because there's a chance that they can just check it down, and he has an opportunity to stay in the tournament.
Well, he comes up empty on the King-7 deuce board. He just has 45,000 left behind. Vogel presumably has to ask for it, and he does. And did Brewer snap?
How long do you play poker?
14 years.
14?
And
since I was a child.
Unfortunately for him, he's been shown those 2 10s.
17 years?
I was
too happy about it right now.
Why would he?
I want to get the bubble. I play for the bubble. Even for you, I play for the bubble. I'm a purebred bunny.
It's a purebred.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you purebred, you go.
Where's that guy?
You don't care.
He's just as sober as Jungle Man.
Didn't he run for president?
Yeah.
How could he lose?
Why did you go all in? I was all in there. Such a bad mistake. I was all in.
Table number 1.
Tony.
Now the card's officially on their backs. Brewer always knew that he was going to be shown
Tony.
And made it.
the 2 10s.
Are you gonna run? Are you gonna run again for president?
I'm not going to run again. I've already run.
You'll have
I've
support.
already won everything. I can't win anymore.
You'll have
I'm
support
done.
from Atlantis.
I've run my race, my simulation, this one now. Ace from space. Oh my god, that's so
Oh, wow. The turn, an ace of clubs. Brewer hits the card that he needed to get into the lead, but now Vogelsang has a club draw. And instead, the 4 hearts leaves Brewer with aces up and renewed hope as that tense smile is brandished.
This is a bubble. That's how we call it. Real bubble.
No, it's
They don't respect the gods.
No.
They don't care about the ocean or the animals.
Why you talk about animals?
What?
You
gotta save the animals. The animals are dying in the ocean.
The animals are spread across the rail here.
I am Triton. I am heir to the throne.
Buzzer.
Kids again. Triton.
Triton.
If I didn't know any better, I would think this was a bachelor party.
Yeah, 150. I call it. You don't like animals?
I like animals. You know, a lot. But I prefer human being, you know.
It's got some good verbal banter.
Are we having any fun yet? Top pair for jungle, and the wheels are coming off, Randy.
What a treat on the bubble of a 200K. Can't even think of strategy anymore.
No, it's him. You check this?
That was a good one.
Everyone's just still cracking up as Jungle reach for some chips, tosses them in.
You want to save the planet?
With the power of the Triton, I will save the seas, my Argonauts, and anyone who wants to help. I'm gonna wield the power of the Triton.
How much?
I think you messed up your own shirt.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Thank you. That's a big. Well, this is triple.
Top pair betting 215,000.
My friend. I have so much expression, you know, I'm aware of. I know you look at this, you know. Fucking shit. I'm a bad actor, you know.
Well, this is an awkward date.
About to run out of time bags. About to.
What?
I don't care about time bank.
Oh.
Take it.
I have no more. Can you give me one?
Did he just go into the red on time banks?
He's out of time banks. He's asking Jungle for one. Jungle's giving him one. He just has ace high.
And there's still one to come, by the way. This isn't a river spot for Shopping at the end.
Last 5 seconds, Eric. 5, 4. That's not your
Can I keep?
Okay.
So eventually he finds the muck.
I have so many.
Did he reach over and try to look at Jungle's cards?
No, he gave him back the time bank that Jungle,
okay.
because you can't actually take time banks.
Work? Hello?
That's why I request a drink. Chris Brewer, you've never tried a drink on the bubble. Now's your time. Now's the time. When half the table is drinking.
Oh. Yeah.
Half the table is businessmen.
You have jacket?
There's one Triton.
Shopping at the end just shared his
I think
hand
it's
with the
unfair
dealer.
that
She's
Pro
like, no,
hasn't
dude.
drank.
I can't do this.
He's a pro.
He's pro.
He should have a drink.
What are you talking about? You destroy my image.
Oh, sorry. But
He's a pro?
he only drinks beer.
Oh, he's got pocket tens, a real
You're a
hand.
pro? Of course. You are?
Dice King 7 suited. Again, it appears that that side of the table he's just... And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $200,000 buy-in coin Rivet Invitational. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. Glad to have you back here in North Cyprus at the Merit Royal Diamond Resort Casino and Spa. And we began today's coverage, of course, with Randy and Henry stepping in and taking us from 16 players down to the final table, which is currently set. $5.5 million awaiting the champion. The on-deck prize, $620,000. Let's walk through the players who are among the dearly departed thus far in today's coverage. First, it was David Nicholson, $380,000. Leon Sukernick followed him at $400K. Steady payout to Horace Way, one of the VIPs from Hong Kong, $400,000 going his way. Thijs Van Henneberry, $440,000, along with Jungle Man Dan Cates, or should we say King Neptune, Poseidon, as it were, with that getup, drinking last night, hilarious. Had a chance to cover that, although most of the heavy lifting was done by the table, if I'm being honest at that point. And we'll get to that a little bit, pardon me, later. Vadim Godstanker in 11th, $485,000. Tony G, 10th, $485,000. And if those names seem to stack up on one side of the VIP versus pro sort of scale, that's because it was very disproportionately weighted toward VIPs busting. But two VIPs remain at our final table. The Frenchman, Chape Gatien, the overwhelming chip leader after taking aces against Ace King and Ras. This gentleman here may not be denied. He's ready to play.
Yeah, I saw a hand from yesterday. I wasn't in the booth, but a kind of a fun pot with him and Jungle Man where
the flush on the board?
Yes, he check raised pocket deuces and gave up, and Jungle ended up winning the pot by bluffing, but seems ready to mix it up and make some moves and try to win pots, not just going to wait to make hands.
Yeah, and obviously not one of these GTO wizard type of guys. VIP, maybe some feel-based play is going to happen. Maybe some things are going to throw some people off, so keep an eye on that big stack. The only other VIP at the final table is, of course, Talvidi, the Finn, Elias. He has himself 1.8 million, just 18 big blinds, not a whole lot to navigate off of. But watching him play during yesterday's coverage, Rast, he did some things that definitely solidified, at least in my mind, that we're staring at a gentleman who's got a tremendous amount of poker experience and has put in some work and is going to really kind of catch the eyes and the attention of the pros as somebody who doesn't really fit the mold of the typical VIP.
Well, sure. There's two things I want to touch on. First, let me just respond to that. I was actually at a little party last night with Rob, and later Paul came in, and we were talking about the events, and first it's amazing, 115 players, this prize pool, but asking about the process for letting the VIPs in, and Talvidi came up, and Paul was honest and basically just said, well, hey, he said he's a good poker player. He's just never really played tournaments before. And so when they voted on him, they decided that just the complete lack of tournament experience meant he deserved to be a VIP.
Yeah.
And then the second thing I wanted to touch on, which you did, was
the number of VIPs that fell by the wayside as we went from, I think you said 27 players?
Well, with 26 left, I believe it was like 16 or 17 VIPs and 10 or 9 pros. And then that journey, right, because the bubble was 17 players, it got littered both up to the bubble and then right after the bubble. It's like nearly all of those 16 went out, because imagine we went from 16, now in the final 9 we have 2. So it's like 14 of the VIPs went out. I mean, so almost all the players since that point that went out were VIPs.
But why is that?
Yeah, so I think there's a very good reason. I think that the adjustments and the kind of distortion of play that happens right around the bubble is the biggest in the tournament, and one where pros have the biggest experience advantage. Having, one of the things that separates it is a lot of these pros, they're playing hundreds of tournaments a year. And, the VIP, maybe they're good at poker, but they're not definitely putting in those kind of hours, because usually they have something else that it's like their main job or the main thing they're doing. And this is kind of like a hobby of some sort. Yeah. So I think the bubble, it kind of exacerbates and shows the biggest difference. And then sometimes the ICM at the final table. So,
well, on the topic of the final table, here we go.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Northern Cyprus for the concluding day of the Coin Rivet Invitational, powered by the Triton Super High Roller Series. We had 115 entries of $200,000 apiece, and over the past 2.5 days, the field has been whittled down to a final table of 9 players. There is $23 million in the prize pool, and everyone remaining is now guaranteed at least $620,000. However, the first prize is $5.5 million, and we're about to find out who's going to win it. Here, in seat order, are your final table players. In seat 1, originally from Bend, Oregon, but now making his home in Las Vegas, he is at his 3rd final table of this Triton Cyprus Festival and is seeking a victory on the series that will push his career tournament earnings past $20 million. With a stack of $4.825 million, please welcome Seth Davies. At seat 2, she became the first woman to be invited to play as a professional in an event of this nature and has fully justified the faith shown in her by her partner Phil Nagy. Her progress to the final table has made her the #1 trending player in the world of poker, and with a documentary crew following her every move, the story is just beginning. From Austin, Texas, and with a chip stack of $3.425 million, welcome to the table, Ebony Kenny. And now, taking seat 3, one of poker's most successful players, whose tournament winning streak between 2015 and 2018 is one of the greatest the game has ever seen. He already has 2 Triton titles and has been to 5 final tables. Originally from Saarbrücken, Germany, and now based in Vienna, Austria. Currently sitting with 1.925 million chips, please welcome Fedor Holtz. On seat 5, a player who has worked up through the ranks in poker from the smallest limit games in London, England, to become a super high roller regular. He already has won the runner-up finish on this trip to Cyprus and is now aiming for a first Triton title. He is one half of the partnership with Dave Nicholson, who also made the money in this event. But with a stack of $2.575 million, please welcome Sam Grafton. At seat number 6, a trader by day who says he plays poker like he trades. He likes to gamble. He likes to take risks. He wants to thank Danny Tang for first talking to him about the Coin Rivet event and his partner Rui Cao for helping with his game. He has outlasted both of them in this event to make his first major final. Originally from Paris, France, and now based in Dubai, with a stack of $9.5 million, the tournament chip leader, Carl Chappie-Gassion. Now we move to seat number 7, a leading light in a group of high-stakes Dutch pros who are taking the Triton Series by storm this year. He finished second to his good friend Tyon Mulder in his first ever Triton Series event in Madrid, winning a career-best $1.4 million. He now has the chance to improve significantly on that at only his second Triton Series festival. Originally from The Hague, now living in Amsterdam with a chip stack of $2.250 million, it's Tom Vogelsang. And now on seat 8, a real estate manager and stock market trader. He previously listed the high point of his poker career as the moment he won 5,500 euros in a bad beat jackpot in Casino Helsinki. He is now guaranteed more than $600,000. Originally from Karava, Finland, now dividing his time between Vienna and Istanbul with a stack of 1.775 million, please welcome Elias Talvetia. At seat number 9, a poker professional from Latvia and number 1 on the Latvian money list with more than $4 million in lifetime tournament winnings. He also has a coveted World Series of Poker bracelet and has made it to the final table of the Coin Rivet Invitational on his 31st birthday. So with a huge happy birthday and a chip stack of 1.050 million, Alex Ponakovs. And ladies and gentlemen, our final seat. A high-stakes cash game legend and a former Triton champion who earned the first knockout of this tournament when he eliminated Phil Ivey in level 1. Known and feared online as Linus Love, representing Switzerland, and with a chip stack of 7.175 million, Linus Lerliga. With all the players now at the table, the action restarts in level 22, where the blinds are 50,000, 100,000, with a 100,000 big blind ante. The button is in seat 7. Best of luck, everyone. And now, please, shuffle up and deal.
And our thanks to Andy Rowe, our Triton Poker host, for setting the stage. And if you wanted to know exactly why it is that players are so keen on the Triton Poker Series, you got a taste of it right there with the grandeur of the final table being set. There's a look at the chip counts and the payouts. $5.5 million up top, as mentioned, $620,000 on tap. And you got that VIP at the top, and Carl Chapegatien, who could keep things very interesting. Rast Linus Lerliga, though, very talented, nipping on his heels somewhat. Seth Davies in third. Those are the 3 stacks above the average stack of 3.8 million, with the blinds at 50 and 100,000 and a 100K ante. Linus opening to 200K, a min raise with ace 10. And Chapegatien will flat with an ace 4. Not a compulsory defend from the cutoff.
No, I think most people would fold this hand kind of as the standard play.
He has flopped a wheel draw.
So, I mean, again, I think we can see that Chapegatien is a person who, you know, his style seems to be one where he likes getting in there and mixing it up, applying pressure. He did that right there, and won a pot that I think most wouldn't have won in that particular situation.
Sure.
But another thing, you know, just here we are starting this final table. Let's put this into perspective, Ali. This is beyond the main event, which has like 7,000 or 8,000 or whatever they got. This is going to be, this is, I think, the second biggest prize pool of a tournament this year. I mean, we have 5.5 million up top and 4 million for second. I mean, these guys and lady are playing for a lot of money right here. This is a pretty big deal.
A fact that is certainly not lost on anyone who is still in there, but one that you also kind of want to suppress to the extent that you're able to.
Oh, I'm sure the people competing don't really want to think about that. Well, you know, pressure is a funny thing. You know, I think when you're a very practiced and experienced, you know, performer, competitor, actually pressure to a certain extent is a good thing. It puts you in a state where you realize, like, hey, I need to be in the moment right now, and it could actually push you to compete more. I think pressure is a very misunderstood thing by people. Sure, if you're not experienced and you're put in a very high pressure situation, you know, there's a pretty big chance you will fumble the bag in one way or the other. But for, you know, many of these players, especially the pros who will have more experience with it, being under pressure isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I'm playing for a lot of money. Great. Let me make sure I watch every hand. I watch my opponents. I try to get reads. I try to pick up everything I can. I follow the hands as they come out on the stream in order to see what my opponents are doing or not doing and make adjustments.
And following the open to 250,000 by Tom Vogel saying it is Talviti who is jammed with the ace-jack suited. And
no spoilers, exactly.
Pretty standard hand. But yeah, I just
Depending on the cards.
and that is something that, like, that level of focus and attention, it'd be nice to say that you're going to do that every single time you play, but most people don't. But when you know it's a high-pressure situation, playing for a lot of money, it's in some ways much easier to do it. So, yeah, I guess I would push back a little bit that knowing it's high pressure, knowing it's for a lot of money, I don't know. I mean,
probably, yeah.
A lot of experienced poker players will tell you that's when they feel like they play their best.
3 of these 9 players are playing in their first ever Triton series. Those 3, one of the 2 VIPs in Elias Talvidi, and of course the other, Carl Chapegatien, and then of course Ebony Kenny, who came in as the professional. As mentioned, Phil Nagy
I make 250. You just rip it in.
partnered with her, placed his faith in her abilities. And it is paying dividends and also making quite a few folks proud of Ebony and all that she has aspired to do. Kind of a real moment for her. Open to 250,000 by Elias. A7 suited. Seth Davies thought about it with the king deuce, eventually decides to fold. Alex Ponikov's, as mentioned during the intros, this is his 31st birthday, has just 6 big blinds, and I'll tell you what, his birthday present is probably his ability to not only get past the bubble, but get down to the final table, as he was so short stacked for so much of that. And certainly it was not a given that he would find himself here. In fact, I think he was a big dog.
Yeah, it's one of those things in tournaments where when you're short, you just try to change the mindset one hand at a time. Just remember that. I'm sure there was a time earlier in the tournament, especially a multi-day one, where you had a lot more chips to probably to get to where you are. But just do the best you can. Don't be frustrated. I mean, really, as long as you're in the tournament, you know, everyone who's played a lot of tournaments has always had the spin-ups. You know, you're down a couple big blinds, all of a sudden you win a few pots, you win a double up, and you're right back in it. And so it's part of the reason why, and, you know, when you talk about, like, say, the ICM effects or how much a stack is worth, short stacks are worth a little bit more. Just the fact that you're alive and still in and can move up the pay scale ladder, I mean, those chips are worth even extra, as opposed to, say, the biggest chip stack who, you know, the best you can do is first place, right? You can't win all the money remaining in the tournament. So, yeah, you're still alive. Just keep on fighting.
Well, that's what Fedor Holz is doing after taking that big hit to his stack. It was an ace-king against the 2 kings of Chapegatien that really propelled Carl to the top of the leaderboard. And comfort is always a big part of propulsion to the top of any leaderboard, Rast. And as you know, the folks over at Secret Lab helped make it happen. Why did I change my voice when I said that? That was wildly
Change your voice. He gave me a sultry look, guys.
Listen, that Titan Evo 2022 seat, the same one that we use here on the Triton Tour, is tremendously comfortable. So many various adjustments from armrest to lumbar, helping alleviate pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I remember looking last night, you know, I wasn't so aware of these updates. And, you know, Fedor was the chip leader when they quit with 16 left, and he's obviously had a pretty bad run here getting to the final table, going from 6 or 7 million in the chip lead to where he is. I mean, it's better than being out. But, you know, Fedor is one hell of a competitor and a guy who I do expect to do exactly that. You know, okay, different situation, he's shorter, but make the adjustments, stay hand for hand, be super focused, and try to make the best out of it, and stay alive and keep on laddering up and eventually try to win.
Fedor playing under the German flag, just shy of $7 million in career Triton earnings across 7 caches, 2 of which were titles. And they were his first 2 ever events. Back in the Philippines, a 200K, And then in Montenegro in 2017, a 250K Hong Kong event.
Yeah, one of the things that I think separates Fedor a bit, it's not necessarily, you know, okay, I'm just giving my opinion here, right? But my opinion is it's not necessarily the accuracy and precision to which he knows and replicates like GTO play. I find Fedor to be one of the very best at adjusting to different game situations. You know, okay, he's playing a certain way, and then all of a sudden you'll see Fedor playing fast and taking advantage of a table that's letting him do it, right? In certain situations, and, you know, stepping on the gas, moving off, making adjustments to players. You know, he is really good at that, I have noticed over time, and that's a big deal. I mean, people kind of talk about, oh, this modern poker and GTO, and listen, no doubt, understanding and trying to replicate that as best as possible is powerful, right? If you were to play GTO perfectly, it's a strategy against which in the long run nobody could win. That said, against players, and nobody is playing perfectly, who make mistakes and who have tendencies, if you're able to adjust and exploit those, you will perform the best over time and do even better than a GTO strategy, because you're basically taking advantage of somebody's weakness. And I mean, that's still, I'd say that's a more important thing ultimately, you know, if you're able to do it. Anyways.
Taking advantage of 2 red jacks, Elias opens to 250,000. Suited and connected is Fedor. And into the muck he puts it from the small blind, Rast.
Yeah, sorry, suited.
8-9 of hearts.
Yes. That is, you know what I think that is? Okay, Fedor is down to a stack where he can't. I mean, look at how shallow these are, right? Even the opener only has just over 20 blinds, and I believe Fedor has less than 20 blinds. So 8-9 suited is a good hand, but when you start getting down to these kind of stacks, 16, 17, you don't want to be fighting contested pots, especially there in the small blind. He would have defended that in the big blind, but not the small blind. Out of position, you know, he's going to be at a slight equity disadvantage against a stronger range. So I think Fedor is going to pass some of those spots. He'd probably prefer to be the person entering a pot, or, you know, 3-bet jamming all in as a squeeze versus an open to try to put max pressure. But, you know, with ICM pressure, with the stacks being as short as they are, not going out of his way to fight in contested pots. And to, you know, contrast that, we saw Carl, the chip leader, Chape Gatien, take basically the opposite strategy. Oh, hey, I have the most chips. I'm going to flat Linus's EP open with ace-4 off. I'm going to battle. I'm going to contest pots. I'm going to call, you know. And I think that kind of shows from a strategic perspective how these players are approaching it based on the additional value of chips. When you have 10 million chips, you know, you can gamble a bit more. The chips are worth less, going from 10 to 9 or 10 to 11, not that big a deal. Right. Fedor with, you know, 1.9 million chips, losing 1 million chips is a very big deal. Sure. So he's going to be a bit more selective.
And Davies selecting ace-jack, takes his turn to open a pot, take it down. Ran into Jason Kuhn as the final table was being set, and he was very keen on Seth Davies winning his first title, and we know the man has the talent with which to get the job done and a decent enough stack. Just shy of 40 big blinds. And looking at the chip distribution right now, Rast, you do have Alex Panakov's down at 6 big blinds. A reasonable gap between him and 8th place Fedor Holst at 15 big blinds. And then that tight cluster from 8th through 4th. 25 bigs to 15 bigs before you get the bump up to Davies, Lolliger, and Chape Gatien. Those are the players who really need to be keeping an eye on Panakov's, sort of awaiting his fate. Or maybe they disregard it. Maybe the pay jump from 620 to 770 not considered significant enough for it to matter. People will rather maybe deviate. Obviously, respecting ICM is important.
You know, I think it's a situation where, and it's probably factored a little bit into Fedor's decision not to play the 8-9 suited.
Right.
Yeah, you got a guy with 6 blinds. You know, we can ladder here. Just kind of let that happen and find a little bit of a better spot.
You know, it's almost like one of those things, though, that a lot of pros, I feel like, begrudgingly accept because they all want to be regarded as somebody who isn't here to ladder. As someone who is here.
I wouldn't say that's always true. I think there's some guys who almost take pride in, like, I'm trying to make the best decision that earns me the most money.
Okay,
for
so
sure.
there's not a stigma associated with kind of a lack of eyes on the prize. I'm gunning for the win. Because it's not sexy to ladder, I think.
It depends on who you talk to.
Okay.
If you talk to some pros, they'll be like, they'll almost feel a mark of distinguishment that I'm not, don't have this like gunslinger, like minus EV approach. No, I'm really trying to make the best decision.
There's no
and
ego
other
here.
guys who feel exactly the way that you were implying.
Right.
So, you know, I think it's different strokes for different folks with that.
And I think the presence of those two distinct schools actually makes for interesting dynamics when they're both seated at a final table.
And, you know, I think I would just also just slide in there as for consideration the idea that there's not a consensus really about like the right, you know, exact. Okay, listen, ICM is a theory created whatever like 15, 20 years ago by Malmuth or whoever it was. You know, there's not really a consensus on the exact way that it applies for sure. And there's some disagreement among pros about how accurate it is and how to apply it. So, you know, and that affects exactly the question that you're asking.
Elias defending his big blind off of a 5th place stack at present with the 5-6 offsuit. Comes up completely empty on the Jack High Rainbow board, which gives Kenny 2 overs and the Broadway gutter. She follows through for 2 1/4. Easy release from Elias. Ebony Kenny really has had a wonderful debut on a Triton series, having finished 5th in the 25K, the very first event. Came up empty in the 30, the 50, and the 75, but I think obviously began to compile sort of some archives as far as the opposition is concerned that I'm sure she called upon here in the 200K.
You know, I don't think I watched her play every single tournament, but I do remember in some of the tournaments and this one, and I do feel that, you know, we obviously saw her interview at the very beginning, a lot of the humility, but I just say from watching hands that she's played, I can tell a noticeable difference in her level of confidence, right? I think initially, I remember one hand specifically, she like didn't pull the trigger on a bluff on the river where it was, I think it was like she had 6-5 of spades and it was like 4-8, and the hand ended up running out like 4-8, 10-jack queen, and she had a flushing gut shot straight draw on the flop and kind of just didn't bluff the river, you know, in a spot where she had bet the turn. And then in later pots and later tournaments, that was the very first one, she did start to pull the trigger in those spots. And I almost feel like her today would almost definitely have bluffed there.
Panakov's jamming here after flopping the open ender. Shapigatian with just king high. And he will let it go. So only one person happy to see that happen, and that is Alex Panakovs. He was a short stack.
Yeah, I mean, massive pickup for him. And all those stacks you alluded to clustered from like 8th to 5th. Obviously, very, very unhappy to see that. It's just that when he chips up there, some value that he takes, it takes a little bit of the value of all of those shortest stacks because they gain so much by him busting.
Well, his plan is not to do any busting anytime soon. He's up over $1 million in chips, good for 9 big blinds.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know what to say. I don't want to be...
No, it's just a crazy.
1 hour delay, it's going to be a couple hours.
Like, and it works.
3 hours, yeah.
I think he's in it for the shock value.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
even know how he got the nickname.
Yeah. Oh, there's no... Seems like a hilarious guy.
Yeah, oh my god, he's one of the funniest.
No, they said like it's going to be a couple hours.
Yeah. So are they going to show the table before final table?
Surely, right?
Yeah, right.
It'd be weird if not.
Yeah, I would be upset. I told Jungle I was bluffing.
Last night when we went, we went into the whiskey lounge.
Mhm.
They let us connect Bluetooth. There was like a
Ace 10 for Chape Gatien.
wild song. I don't even know what song it was. It was like spinning his hair around.
We see Vogelsang past the 4s there.
That sounds like a riot.
Yeah.
Tom currently second shortest stack ahead of Panakov's with 14 bigs. As the blinds did creep up to 50, 125 since the start of 5100. 30% of all gaming tokens at this table rest in front of the Frenchman.
It was such a banger, couldn't handle it.
Which I believe 4s is for chip EV against a standard opening range there from the hijack versus cutoff. I would say, and looking at a solution right here, it's the highest pair that you fold. So it would have been interesting, I guess, to see, assuming Vogelsang agrees with this, what does he do with 5s? And that starts to give some insight into how he feels about ICM, but then also how wide he feels Chape Gatien is opening.
Well, he lets go of the 4s, but certainly isn't going to be doing any of that with 2 8s. And an 8 is busy in Elias Talviti's hand. Goes into the muck, and Panakov's has problems on the button. 2 7s off of the shortest of all stacks.
Wow. So this is a spot where he's basically saying, okay, what is Vogelsang's hijack shoving range for about 15 blinds? And what should I do with 10 blinds there? And
well,
he ends up passing.
Off of 1.7, Vogel put 900,000 in there. The statement made when you put over half your stack in pre-flop is certainly that you don't anticipate that you'll be getting away from that pot. And I think for Panakov's, the prospects of one of the other stacks, all of which would have Vogel covered, maybe giving him a spin and potentially showering him and giving Panakov's that 150K pay jump, factored into putting the 7s into the muck.
Yeah, that was, I have to think that might have, I can't really imagine him folding a much higher pair than that. So it was very,
9s isn't going into the muck, right?
Even 7s, you would think. I mean, I think at chip EV, normally he would play that. But again, this is an insight to some of the adjustments that are being made. I think Panakov's must feel that between his own ICM pressure and the fact that, you know, Vogelsang is probably opening tighter for whatever ICM he thinks Vogelsang is under, it just shifts it tight enough that he should fold as big a hand as 7s. And it shows part of the power at this part of the tournament also of being the first into the pot. So like here, I think if it's, you know, folded to Panakov's, he plays the 7s as the first into the pot, and we see him play it as the first in with ace-9 suited. Now Davies with a little bit of a tricky spot here. You know, another consideration for him is the fact that Ebony Kenny is in position to him in the big blind, and you know, even though Panakov's has basically $1 million, she has 3.3 million, which is about 3/4 of the chips that he has. So that means in some situations he would end up, even though it's unlikely Ebony Kenny has a big hand, but whatever, 10% of the time or so, he strands those chips in the pot. So it's not just playing against Panakov's range.
Wow, look at how that ace-9 managed to perform in that particular spot. And much like Vogelsang before him with the 2 8s, the raise sizing was sort of a declaration of commitment.
Yes.
It's tough to know how many big blinds you have in this level.
Yeah.
level will be easier. Let's wait for it.
This is a technical phase of the affair.
Certainly. And in some ways, it's kind of the most fun, especially, I'll just say selfishly for me, because, yeah, you know, like I said, I can look at a pre-flop chart and get an idea of a solution about kind of what the, you know, the game theory optimal way, you know, opening range and responses. And a lot of these, especially the pros, are very aware. I mean, they have their own charts and probably look at them more than me. They're playing for, you know, 200,000 in this one. That said, because of the pay jumps and the ICM, which again is not a theory that's nearly as precise as, say, a pre-flop GTO solution for opening. Again, disagreement. What are the ICM effects? How strong are they? You know, you can download an ICM app. It'll say for the FGS, the future game simulations, 2 hands in the future. Okay, am I going to trust something that only calculates 2 hands into the future when the final table will take 100? No, of course not. So therefore, it's something that's definitely not agreed on, and you'll see different pros make different adjustments.
What does it say to do with 2 aces after Davies opens the button for 250K? Ebony Kenny 3-betting to 900,000.
It would say to 3-bet, and I like that at 40 blinds. So one of the things you notice quite a bit is at some point you start to see, especially in modern poker, people are flatting aces. You'll see at tournaments. You'll notice that usually that's in a situation where one of the stacks involved, either the opener or the person who's flatting, will have like 15 blinds, and now you're trapping because a 3-bet, you have so much fold equity, 3-betting or jamming anything with 15 blinds. But 40 blinds, it's much more natural to 3-bet there, you know, 30, 35, 40 blinds or more. And so, yeah, that's a standard response against the button open. And unfortunately for Ebony, King 9 off is just too dusty to continue for Seth. So, but, you know, picking up the pot is nice. You know, these pots are getting big and will get bigger every time they raise the blinds.
300K up for grabs if you can raise and take it. And Linus knows that all too well as he opens off of Queen 7. Grafton in the big with ace 10 now. Sixth chips at present.
Yeah, curious to see what he comes with here. This is a very clear continue, whether he just calls or, you know, it wouldn't be absurd to me if he decided to move all in for, it looks like that's about 17 blinds against what's probably a slightly wide opening range by Lolliger, and it definitely is. I mean, Queen 7 off, we can see he's opening. Now, we don't know if Grafton knows that. And I actually think if Grafton knew Lolliger was opening this wide, he probably does jam ace 10 because he picks up the pot so often, even though obviously getting called and going out is kind of a disaster for him. The flip side is that if Lolliger's opening hands as wide as Queen 7 off, he just wins the pot so often here.
Grafton checks the Jack-High 2 club board. His ace of clubs is working. He's also got some backdoor Broadway prospects, but is facing the 175K continue from Lolliger.
And this is why final table poker is so fun, because of all the kind of extreme adjustments that are happening and
Look
even changing dynamically.
To 375K.
And I'll tell you, the biggest reason Grafton's taking this line is because he has the ace of clubs.
Yeah.
And the ace of clubs, so is a card that blocks a lot of Linus's continues, right? And not just aces or ace jack or whatever, the ace 5, but any ace X of clubs, obviously, and that's a, you know, suited aces are a pretty big part of an opening range. So they become very, very nice hands to attack with.
It does feel as though the check raise, and this is an oversimplification, has fallen out of favor, dare I say. in terms of flop play. Granted, in the right situation, it'll get deployed. But we saw Elias Talvidi yesterday against Linus Love.
Only when it's like 9 left. Now it's a little bit.
Pull off
a little bit serious.
A double check raise on a King-King-6 board where he defended.
Still reeling from that walk out here.
And
I haven't collected myself yet.
I was thinking to myself, when was the last time I saw
I've had a diaper on.
in this entire series? And it may have happened out there, non-feature table. When was the last time I saw it happen? I couldn't remember.
You know, I agree with you that maybe a couple years ago, that I would agree with that assessment. I think much more recently, players are employing more check raises, and especially in spots where you see a lot of small c-bets now. You know, and, you know, one thing I've noticed some very good players doing is say king high boards, rainbow, disconnected. A lot of solver theory says like really small down bet c-bet sizing, like 20%, 25%. A lot of really good players, I think, have started to check raise that a lot with air, and I've noticed it, especially here on the stream, getting to see hands, because I think it's a very natural adjustment against small c-bet sizes.
Pair of fours against the ace-high flush draw for Davies. As Chapegatian does check on the heels of defending his big blind versus the open. And for Davies, obviously he's got a whole lot of hand and equity here, but every now and again you check back, create some deceptive aspects to your holding if it gets there, and also give yourself the opportunity to realize equity.
Yeah, and ace-high obviously has some showdown as well.
Sure.
So
now the 3 on the turn does give Chapegatian the open-ender to go with second pair.
Yeah, he has to think there's a pretty good chance the pair of fours is good, plus an open-ender. He has a strong hand, and in many ways Davies does too, right? Gut shot, although it's 201 card straight. But then just also kind of the power of ace-high perhaps being good, because there's a double flush draw on board. So, you know, if Chapegatian either has a flush draw or just firing with a hand that he knows can't be good, such as 8-high, 10-high, etc. So, I mean, very standard turn here. And on the blank river, I guess the question is more, does Chapegatian bet for value or not? He decides not, and I can't imagine Seth doing anything other than checking his back and hoping ace-high is good.
And that is exactly how it plays out. Nice little 450K turn bet there.
Nice start to the final table for the chip leader. He's starting to get some real separation here. Almost double Linus's stack.
When you've got such a beautiful hand, you don't want to waste it by going all in, right? You don't want to waste it.
I'm joking, of course. Sometimes I joke.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes.
Me too. Most of the time I joke.
250.
Raise 250.
And Linus raising it up with twos here and middle position.
You know you're the only guy I know that says twos, right?
Oh, yeah. Dude. Oh, I guess so.
I mean, you're not wrong, Rast. But we call them deuces.
Deuces.
Ace-5 suited now for Vogelsang. And he's going to jam. Currently 7th in chips. Fedor Holz and Alex Ponikovs love the look of this, but unfortunately, there will be no patronage. And you see Tom shooting some looks around. Okay, guys, relax. Okay, everybody relax. Tom looks relaxed.
Definitely feeling a lot more relaxed after
You have a
Linus's hand made its way to the muck, and he picked that one up.
Sure.
A lot more stressful there, getting called, maybe going out 9th.
What do you think that?
What is the maximum number of buttons? Do you think Vogel just has like short attention span, and he's getting dressed, he means to button it all the way up, but then like 2 or 3 buttons in, he gets distracted and just never remembers to finish the job? He's just like, whatever.
I mean, and now it's kind of become a thing, so
yeah,
once you start down the path.
If you haven't already followed Triton Poker on Instagram, Triton Poker Series, I believe, is our handle. Please do it and go and watch the hilarious video that our man Peter put together involving Vogelsang.
Yeah, that video's funny.
Certainly one of our heartthrobs.
I don't think I love it as much as you do.
I know that's true.
Our manager, James, makes quite the cameo, the acting cameo in that. Yeah,
James Dempsey.
James.
Manager's a bit rich.
Or what? I don't know.
Producer. Producer.
Okay.
But I don't feel managed by the man.
All right.
A couple of small pairs, I believe deuces and trays may have made their way into the muck there. Irrelevant, as the ace-queen suited is where our attention will lie. 1.2 million of Fedor's 1.6 placed in there.
Yeah, we can see pretty consistently that these shorter stacks, when they want to, not do like a min open raise and just go all in, are deciding to do anything between half, 60%, 80%, something, putting most of the chips out, but not all of them.
The guy who gets pissed off with being on the beach table every fucking day, just wakes up, has his breakfast, it's like, you're over there, mate. Off you pop to the beach.
And a look at the chip counts as they were at the onset of the final table. Carl Chape-Gatien at the top and Alex Ponikovs at the bottom, although Ponikovs is cobbling, chiseling, looking to maybe find some breathing room here with a $620,000 payout on tap. $770 will go to 8th place.
Pretty steady progression up until you start gapping to Linus, and an even bigger gap from Linus to our chip leader. Really carrying the bag for the VIPs who, as I had mentioned in leading up in the intro, I think 16 out of 26 left were VIPs, and here we're at final table, it's only 2. But
by the way, the VIPs have a 1-0 record in this format, insofar as Aaron Zhang came in as a VIP, I believe, at the Triton Million, and ended up winning it. Bryn Kenny got the lion's share of the money, but now the pros may be looking for a little vengeance. Some of them here in this event also played that one, as we see Chape-Gatien has hearts, but they are smothered by Vogelsang's ace-4.
I hope it's more fun if I win, then we can be...
no.
Agree.
So did Vogelsang shove over the raise and he got called, I believe?
7-5 deuce. Rainbow was Vogelsang 3-betting. Chape-Gatien giving him a spin here, and so far so good as the ace-4 is hanging on.
Ooh.
But the queen of spades on the river, and a snap GG issued by Tom Vogelsang, who is dispensed in 9th place somewhat mercilessly there.
I mean, it's one thing to jam over a shorter stack, but the chip leader, I mean, we saw him just call it off with the queen high there and make Vogelsang try to earn that pot.
Where are your timing, Scott?
Maybe sending a message to some other short stacks here in this tournament that you're not going to be able to re-steal versus me when I open.
Yeah. So, we've lost our first player here at the final table, and now the pay jump goes from 150K between 9th and 8th to a much healthier $280,000. That is bigger than a buy-in here. There was one re-entry available, so certainly could be some folks in for 400,000 Rast.
This is a pretty big pay jump now. I mean, 770 to basically 300K more to 1.05. So, and a lot of stacks that are pretty short that would all probably like to get that 300,000 or 280,000. So I think we kind of have a situation where Chape Gatien, we'll see. Again, maybe he doesn't have the tournament experience, but he definitely can start opening quite wide and really putting pressure on, and I think get some respect, especially after showing guys that, hey, if you rejam on me for 10, 15 blinds, like, I'm just going to call it off with queen high and make you run it with me. So,
it was a you know, it wasn't a massive statement, but it was a statement nevertheless that was made there. Yeah,
like, and not an absurd one. I mean, when you have that many chips, it is a little bit worth saying, hey, you know, I mean, it's not a bad hand. It was suited too. It wasn't just, you know, queen 10 off. But you know, I'm here to win the chips. I'm trying to win the tournament, and you want to jam on me, you better have the goods.
Well, Davies had the goods there as he opened the 2 blackjacks. No customers.
Because I mean, you know, to contrast, looking at some other people, I definitely, in these type of situations, how pros, experienced pros start doing it, you know, we'll start, say it was a damo. I feel like you start seeing just king X anything, right? Just off the king blocker opening pots, right? A king 3 offsuit, middle position.
A lot of those combos that would otherwise be opening that somewhat prohibitive by the blocker.
So, you know, let's see how Chape Gatien starts adjusting in terms of his opening. I don't know that I've seen an open yet that's, you know, wow, like obviously a fold normally.
Chape Gatien, his hometown is Paris, France. Currently resides in Dubai. Studied business and is a trader by occupation. When asked who his favorite poker player is, he said Tom Dwan, because he played poker back in the day like I trade. It's pretty cool. Toughest opponent he's ever faced, he says, is Rui Cao.
And Ponikov's trying to figure out how he's going to play his 2 7s. I think if previous pots are indication, he probably comes with one of those all-in-ish type sizings, but not the whole thing. Like, you know, look at his 1.1, maybe makes it 700,000.
650.
So over half of Ponikov's chips being put into the middle, and the rest will be following them as Linus wakes up with 2 kings. Alex did put the 7s into the muck when Vogel opened prior to being busted. And he would have been up against 2 8s if he had decided that was the time. Now on this occasion, of course, with no raise in front of him, a far different proposition from the button. And now Lolliger flats with the 2 kings, looking to maybe entice the big blind to join the party for some added upside.
Yeah, but trying to trap the big blind there a little bit. Like maybe she gets ace queen and jams.
Invitation is declined in a set of 7s here for Ponikovs. $1.5 million in the middle. This is all getting in there.
Certainly. I guess Lolliger just decides whether to check or bet himself, but it doesn't really matter.
Wow. I get in with better.
Incredibly fortunate for Alex Ponikovs here.
A good feeling about this one for me.
No.
He has a good feeling, but the percentage next to his name doesn't.
9 on the turn. Is that good feeling going to come to fruition in the form of a 10 or a king for Linus Love? 9. It's the Ace will seal a double
This is
for
why
the
you don't
short
call
stack.
things pre-flop.
Yeah.
Let him get there. Exactly.
Yeah. And
was that a needle there? That's why you don't just flat kings free flop, because bad things happen. This was always going to be the outcome, regardless of Linus's approach.
And you know, the only player other than Panakovs who is probably okay with that outcome would be Chape Gatien, because now that just took some chips from second place, knocked him back down into the pack, and kept a player alive, and kind of just made the ICM effects that you know he can do even stronger. The pressure he can put on.
We've actually seen some situations that demonstrate the big stack's desire to keep a very short stack around in extreme fashion, where they'll just check back a hand that clearly is the best hand or should be betting in the hopes that perhaps that short stack will beat them in the pot. A very, very short stack, right? And keep them around, because the value of the presence of that short stack in kind of a ring final table is greater than the couple of blinds that you stand to win and the pay jump of eliminating them, because you get to do your bidding and then really build upon that chip lead.
Yeah.
Take even now.
Here we go. So now he's opening a hand that's a little bit marginal. 8-6 suited. It looks good, but short stack tournament final tables, I mean, this normally would be a fold, but he's going to keep putting pressure on.
Raise and take it, and now we're starting to see perhaps a bit of an uptick in activity from the Frenchman.
There, my giant hands were covering up the card.
I, for one, would love to see him just really start to increase that VPIP. Try to wield the hammer.
Always give everyone the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, thus far, zero opposition for him. Everything's coming up roses.
You survive. You survive. It's hard to even.
I'm not complaining. I just say we play a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his chance to be the playground bully.
Yeah.
If he wants to be. He's not going to encounter much resistance, barring.
I mean, this
really
one's a
good
little dusty there. I don't mind him folding the 8-3 off and early.
250.
And whenever Chape Gatien declines to be that guy, Linus will happily step in to do so. Obviously, ace-deuce warrants the move to a degree as he picks up the blinds in ante.
You have 18 now, right? 18 big blind.
I don't know indeed. 235. How they changed?
King, queen offsuit for Elias.
250.
He'll open.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
So now here is a spot that I was talking at the kind of 15-20 big blind level, where you definitely see aces flat, as opposed to when Ebony Kenny at 30 to 40 blinds see 3-bet small blind versus dealer. Okay. Panakovs decides to 3-bet. And I don't think he's going to get action from the king-queen off, who, well, possibly being suspicious, all things considered. I mean, pretty dicey. If you have early position versus middle position 3-bet, yeah. We'll just move right along.
So Alex Panakovs does not get any additional Talvidi bucks dedicated to that spot. There's some eggshells out there on the felt right now, it feels like, Ras. Some tiptoeing.
Yeah. I mean, man, the payouts just started to jump up. 770 to 1,050,000. It's a pretty big increase. I mean, what is that? 280 divided by 770. It's a 36% increase right here. Somewhat substantial.
Blind versus blind here.
They are, buddy.
And Grafton
Sounds good.
in a difficult position there, just to the right of the chip leader. A lot of deference being shown. Other stuff happening in the room right now. Day 1 of our $100,000 buy-in No Limit Hold'em main event is underway. Currently looks like 6 tables in action, from what I can see.
Yeah, it says what we have, 52 total entries, including 4 re-entries. It's pretty solid.
Grafton on the button this time.
I was thinking that it would get about 100 people. We were talking about it last night at the party, what people thought it would get. 100 seems like a good guess.
250.
All right, here we go. Now we see some pressure being applied, and I mean, Talvi's got a nice little holding here.
I mean, you can't. The Jack 10 suited.
That's not getting folded. Okay, and he does not rejam though, which will let 7-5 realize some equity, but protects the disaster of going out.
Elias, a short stack right now by a hair.
So comes with check. Comes with check, no instant c-bet.
And that allows Elias to just barrel this 150K.
And is this just check give up, or are we,
Check get crazy?
May, I don't know. He could be thinking about it. He hasn't folded yet. Could be like this, blocking the 8-7, the 8-5. You know, I make it like 600,000 here. That's so brutal for Talvedi's stack. If he has nothing, like, what do you do? But he doesn't pull the trigger.
That's the kind of texture, by the way, where I feel like as the big stack, we just put that min c-bet out there, and you know what I mean? Most people are not going to proceed unless they have some connection.
Yeah, it definitely, yeah, and with 7 high, obviously you're and not showing down, so you would think as a massive stack there, you just continue applying pressure with at least a c-bet, but
sure.
Chapegatien had his own theories on that one, just gave it up.
Indeed.
Perhaps saying, I'm not going to try to win every single pot. So, you know,
250.
Give a little bit more credit when I'm betting.
King Jack for Linus up front, and now the 2 9s of Davies deliberate. Off of 3.6, Davies currently 4th in chips.
Ooh.
Lays it down.
Giving respect to Linus opening in such early position. Wow.
And what a great fold it will prove to be as Chapegatien on the button wakes up with these 2 queens.
I mean, this is the problem as well. Not only is Linus opening in early, and we can think whatever we want about that, it's also where, you know, Seth is in a situation where I think it was 4 people to act behind him. So you also have to fade those hands as well.
Sure.
Now, you know, obviously the odds of any one player getting, say, 10s plus is quite small. Maybe it's something like 1%. But, you know, that adds up. You got the 5%. You got the ace-king. tens plus ace king, it's maybe more like a couple percent that 4 players wake up with a hand that good. 5%, 10%.
3 bets from the Frenchman as the big stack continues to haul chips in.
I'm not gambling yet.
No?
It was a real race.
Me too.
Yeah?
Good enough. Ace 50. King Jack.
I like that. I'm not gambling yet. Blinds up now, 75-150.
But he has sent that message too. I mean, even the 7-5 off check, no, you know, just flop, check, fold. He is sending a bit of a message that he's not like, I'm not just indiscriminately trying to run you guys over at this point. What, you know, whether or not he changes gears at some point to actually doing that or not remains to be seen.
$300.
300.
$1 million.
Elias on the button, opens the Jack 10 offsuit to 300K. And now Linus taking things under advisement with 9-6 off.
Yeah, has to decide if he...
These guys have a little history, Ras. They played a number of pots blind versus blind yesterday on the run-up. They got after each other. There was some levels to it.
Oh, this is a bit of a dangerous proposition here for Linus.
He's got second pair against top pair, checks it with 825 in the middle.
Check.
Elias checks back and now hits top 2.
Now, while that greatly improves Talvidi's hand from top pair to top 2 pair, in a competitive standpoint, it's problematic because now it's hard for him to extract much from Linus. It's a pretty bad card for Linus. Not saying he won't put in a bet, but at this point, it's pretty unlikely he calls 2 bets and might not even call 1.
$450K and nowhere for the 9-6 to go, but in the muck, deems Linus.
Yeah. So really, in a sense, it almost would have been better if just a total brick, like a 2 hit for Talvidi there. Then it's almost a certainty that he wins another bet on the turn. You know, obviously offset a little bit by the chance that Linus has a chance to suck out and win the pot. But I think when, you know, with 1 to come and against 5 outs, you know, you'll win another bet and take your chances against 10% equity.
There's a look at Ebony Kenny, who currently resides in Austin, Texas, and residing under the gun here with Ace Jack. She shoots it up to 300,000. Her hometown, Fort Myers, Florida.
On Shapai Gatien. Now we can see Ace 5 suited is a hand that he can do any number of things here versus Ebony, and decides to just flat instead of 3-betting. He's definitely shown a propensity in these kind of spots to not turn the ace little to ace 4 offsuit versus Linus previously, not turn them into kind of 3-bet attacks to try to win pre, but rather it seems like he likes playing in position post-flop. And what a flop.
Yeah. 2 8s, 2 clubs, and the king.
Despite you can see the equity, it looks very even. With Shapai having such a strong draw, being in position, and having the chip lead, and Kenny having that pressure, I expect Gatien to win this pot.
You'll note that the pre-flop opener, Kenny, who began this pot.
She might check call here.
Second in chips.
With a very strong ace high in the jack of clubs.
Just concedes. I mean, this is the one stack you don't want to get into the weeds with.
And so, and Gatien actually showing a interesting and different way to win pots. Hey, let's flatten position and just keep applying pressure post, and you know, still get my opponents to fold pretty good hands. I mean, ace jack off with the jack of clubs there, something that without pressure, Ebony, you know, probably continues with earlier in the tournament.
I think there's more to it. I think it's not just the one stack you don't want to get into the weeds with, but the one guy that you kind of don't want to get into the weeds with. Not because you think there's some incredibly advanced levels of play that are going to be deployed. There's some incredibly unpredictable sort of things that could happen when you find yourself into the deeper stages.
Oh, yeah, like I
of a
call
hand.
here. What's he going to bet the turn with? What, you know, realistically, what cards am I looking for?
Right.
I'm not necessarily saying I agree with Ebony's fold there. Ace jack off with a club. But, yeah, it's dicey, and I understand why she folded, certainly.
Yeah. And there's times where you do these things, and in your gut, you get this sense that, like, man, I really do feel like my hand is good so often. But what does it matter when the task at hand is to navigate this moment technically, soundly, and make the money?
And it also might show a little bit of the payoff in, okay, let's say players believe when Gatien said, hey guys, I'm not gambling yet, and then didn't c-bet, just check folded the 8-8 deuce blind versus blind, where it's like, okay, he's not going to indiscriminately try to win every pot, so I'll give a little bit more respect and not just call him down with bluff catchers, you know, in a spot where I don't want to put in this over 10% of my stack here out of position with just ace high. And he's really starting to run away with this, which also makes sense because think about it, guys, think about this from the perspective of everyone else. Sure, winning the tournament's great. You get the title, you get the 5.5 million. But you know what? If you just hang on and get second place, you get 4 million. That's not bad. Right now, you go out, you get 770K.
Great point.
So, you know, you make over $3 million just by staying alive and coming in second, letting Chape Gatien win. It's not such a bad gig.
I can't do this quiet on this table.
And then, you know, when your head's up, you obviously try to win. You have a chance. Even if he's got you out chipped.
St. Martin's was louder, was more chatty.
Well, I didn't make the final table on that one. I bubbled it. There's pictures of me with socks on my ears, and that was during that tournament. I lost a ping pong match, and a friend of mine had like the toe socks. He was like, if you lose, I had been whooping him the whole week. He's like, if you lose these, you have to wear them.
Oh boy.
For the main. It was the night I busted day 1A, and I was like, all right, so
Two aces.
day 1B, I bagged the chip leader with these fucking socks on my
For
ear.
Panakovs.
Day 2, I didn't have to wear them. I was like, I'm going to wear the damn socks.
725.
He is no longer the shortest stack here. He is 6th to start this pot and will 3-bet.
I'm going to Google Ebony Kenny.
And to 3-bet
You don't even have to.
the
I
chip
think it
leader
shows up just in like regular.
when they've opened the pot from under the gun certainly screams strong.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, and the size. Kind of begging a call rather than jam.
5 million I started.
I mean, this looks strong, and it is.
2.5.
It's a spot where, realistically speaking, I mean, Chape Gatien hasn't shown he's opening every hand, right? He's not, like, trying to run over the table that way. It's more just been he's won every pot he played. Wow.
Oh, my God, he ripped it, though, over the top of the 3-bet and runs into it. What a beautiful development for Panakovs. He sits so pretty here, 92% to double with cheese. Make that 98%. And now a draw dead as The board pairs on the turn. And for Chape-Gatien, do we classify that as a misstep? Is that a lack of awareness of the fact that anybody willing to 3-bet your under the gun open is really only doing so with a class of hands one would imagine, unless they're deviating in a what would be a pretty reckless ICM suicidal kind of way, that just perform very well against Ace-Jack?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously really easy in our situation to see. I can understand what Gatien is thinking in a sense. Like, I'm the chip leader, you know, I'm going to make this guy earn it. That said, I guess I'd agree that it's probably a misstep by the sense of, listen, he hasn't been, he's kind of established, and it seems like I'm not trying to win every pot, you know, I'm trying to win more than my fair share, but this I'll give some to you guys too. And with such a big chip lead, it kind of seems like a spot like, why is someone going to attack his EP open without having a good hand there? So, like, maybe I'll just, at least the first time, like, let me believe him. And who knows, even 30 minutes from now, I get to see what the hand is on stream type of deal. So I kind of think that he's not quite understanding the dynamic and thinking more, oh, hey, like, I'm the chip leader, like, you didn't even get to 3-bet me. Well, yeah, that's kind of true, except, you know, at a full ring table, sometimes people do get queens, kings, and aces. It happens, you know? So I think that he probably kind of misunderstood the dynamic there. It seems like that to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, maybe taking another moment to kind of recognize, provided that he is thinking along these lines, the situation at hand, it would allow for maybe, you know, some more dissuasive thoughts to creep into his head. It would maybe prevent that jam. The impulse is, kneel before me. I am the big stack. How dare you 3-bet me? I'm going to stuff this in your face, and you have to fold.
Yeah.
But the reality is, he's only going to be 3-betting you with hands that might be ready to go with. You know what I mean? There's not too many I can imagine he's going to 3-bet fold.
Yeah.
King 10-4, meanwhile, as play carries on involving Chape-Gatien, who is playing blind versus blind in position against Grafton. Sam took a little stab-ski here, and the float from Chape-Gatien allows him to pick up an open-ender while Grafton has hit a pair of sixes. So here's a little something we hadn't seen yet.
A very interesting card to come, given that both players, you know, played the flop with nothing. And yeah,
this is jam. My goodness.
Kind of, I like this play by Chape-Gatien.
Yes.
Oh, and he shows it. Now, I don't know about showing here because in this instance, exactly.
Yeah, backdoor straight draw. Come on.
Now, all of a sudden, people realize this is a guy who can tear one off with dust.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a guy who's a dangerous, as you were saying earlier. Dangerous and unpredictable.
And on that note, we take a moment to remind you that the 2022 Online World Series of Poker is taking place right now through the 27th of this month. 33 authentic, genuine World Series of Poker bracelets being awarded nowhere else than GG Poker. And GG also where one can qualify for one of our future Triton events yet to be announced. I gotta say, earlier today, Rast, as I took a second dip in the Mediterranean, I've gotten out of the spa streets, and I've decided the ocean is where the party's at.
It was a very good birthday gift.
It dawned on me just how good we've got it here. Not you and I as commentators, but if you're a player, you know, let's face it, for how many years that Rio grind out in Las Vegas during the World Series, right? I mean, it wears on. Drop to this event is really gorgeous. And I mean, in terms of balance, players talking to the guys, do you see out there, they're putting in a swim, maybe they're putting in a steam, a sauna, you know, you refresh, you know, in between days over here.
Yeah,
we got
agreed.
it good. That's all I'm saying. Meanwhile, Linus Love thinks ace-3 suited is having it good. And certainly against an ace-deuce and a queen-10, it ain't bad. And on the ace-high board, both he and the chip leader have flop top pair.
And Gatien again getting involved here in a pretty dicey spot, having flatted that open in the small blind with ace-deuce off. Out
That,
of
of course,
position.
opened the door to Talviti to join the party with the queen-10. Not that he wouldn't have defended per se, but obviously the price a lot more attractive, as the round of checks with Linus not wanting to bet the ace bring a 5 on the turn, which gives both he and Chape Gatien the wheel draw. But the chip leader comes out swinging, and let's not forget that he is the man that just showed 7-5. Different situation, but just he's got some range in his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, this flop is going to be, this is going to be chopped unless a deuce or a 3 comes. As
Linus.
both players already playing all the kickers on the board, and now just playing in.
Linus did call that turn bet. Oh, and now a pump of the brakes from Chape Gatien, and will Linus pursue value here as a result?
I know Linus likes going for value, but yeah, I don't think so here against an unpredictable guy with a 3 that doesn't play. I like Linus's check back. You know, he could think, what if Chape Gatien has ace-6 here? You know, and it's kind of, he bet pretty big on the turn into 3 people. It's one of those things where either he probably has a decent value hand or a draw. You know, draws aren't going to call me. You know, so I like the check back.
And listen, Linus is looking at this situation and thinking to himself, the last thing that I want to do is shower myself going for thin value with the amount of money up top available. And obviously he's going to favor himself against a lot of fields. Thinks, you know, the stage is set here for me to make a lot of money. 770,000 locked up already. But look, we've got $7 million plus payouts.
Yeah, over 2 million was already in that pot in chips. It's pretty dicey, and against a player who I think, again, we've seen some level of unpredictability. So I think in those type of spots, you have to be careful about making too many assumptions. You know, I think the safest assumption being his range is probably somewhat polarized based on the turn bet and sizing. But, you know, that includes for value hands, you know, specifically ace-X hands with a kicker that plays. Such as ace-6, ace-7, ace-9.
Big fan? Big fan of whiskey, yes.
What's your favorite?
I like Macallan, also Glen, and
I like Cavalla.
Glen Cities, I mean, sorry.
Ace-king for the chip leader on the button, where these opens are going to look like they would come off of virtually any 2 cards. This is the genuine article. Neither blind appears to have woken up with anything. As not 1 but 2 jack deuces hit the muck. Jack deuce, by the way, kind of, let's call it the hand of the tournament in terms of Patrick Antonius making a massive call for his tournament life.
Series?
The series, yeah. I mean, bottom pair in a spot.
Yeah.
I can't remember who he was up against in that pot. You remember?
I wasn't in the booth, but I yeah, what a call. What a call down.
Something else.
You realized yourself.
I wish I could even remember what event it was at this point. It's clearly, now that we've talked about it as being the hand of the series, people are
It was the first tournament, the 25K.
Was
they were
it?
three-handed.
Okay. Yeah.
And he made a huge call down, and bottom pair was good. And, you know, what a moment for Patrick. His first Triton title, but not only winning the tournament, but kind of having a cool moment in that hand, you know, kind of epic call. Good for Patrick. He's a great dude. A legend, been around forever, and Finally got one of these.
Meanwhile, Grafton the Razor with King 9 suited, and Chape Gatien
I want to play him.
says I like you and calls with the 10-7 suited.
You calling just a bluff, or you going to join?
What?
You calling just a bluff, mate, or?
He's like, I'm not answering that question, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Both players with a piece. Advantage Grafton with top pair.
Grafton's thinking, good luck bluffing me on this one. If you can beat King 9, God bless you. I'm going to be out 8th. So, but let's see how he proceeds.
450.
And I mean, stacks aren't very deep. Yeah. So, you know, second pairs, it's pretty good here. But not versus King 9. But
Backdoor hearts.
And straight.
This is what you do to your friends?
I love that range of emotions, Grafton.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Now the heart draw presents a tremendous number of outs.
Nobody?
It's quite the smorgasbord of outs there.
Yeah, almost 4 million in the middle, and Grafton able to hang on as the Jack of Spades
Very scary, man.
secures the double for the Brit.
And Chape Gatien had chipped up. He had gotten to 15 million, doubled up Ponikovs for 2, had actually gotten a good chunk of that back, but just lost it to Grafton, and that'll put him down to about 12. And it'll move Grafton up from being one of the shortest stacks to that group right around Linus and Ponikovs
This is the
now.
last one. You do that. No.
Now we just,
Kind of hanging in second.
it's fun to play house stakes.
Chape Gatien suggesting that is your one courtesy double, and you will be getting no more.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this is some serious gambling.
Casual gambling for $5.5 million.
Yeah. I hope I win.
Seth Davies and Ebony Kenny kind of pointing out that this is a lot of money to be casually.
And Fedor probably just wants to min raise here off of about 9 blinds and hope he gets action from. No, he moves all in. I would consider. The thing about the min raise is you never know what hand Chape Gatien is gonna flat within position, and
How much is it?
part of me almost kind of wants that action. Like, let him call me with the 8-6 suited. You know, you could need to make 2 pair plus to beat the queens.
Oh, you're second, bro?
But 1.25, I don't think he's gonna find the call with 7-4 of diamonds.
I was holding, so.
Second Walton chip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's fun to play house stakes.
What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say? What did you just say?
It's fun to play house stakes.
Oh, right.
I know for you guys, this is it's fun.
Yeah, I think an interesting adjustment for some of the stacks in front of Chape Gatien, especially the short ones where it makes more sense, is when you have a hand you maybe don't want him to flat behind, but you want to jam. Like, let's say like ace-10 off. But you go with the jam sizing. And when you have the hand where you're like, okay, you know, you want to flat with 10-7 suited, such as queens, aces, whatever, go with the min raise. It seems like an interesting adjustment.
We played some big pots in the 530 batting builder, though. I mean, that
To
got
take
me over
advantage of the
line,
fact
but
that
this
Chape
is a little
Gatien
bit
certainly seems to like calling in position with a wide range.
when there's a big bounty on the line or whatever.
That's why I was interested how you feel.
4-5 suited. Raise and take it. Chapegatien off of his high water mark after sending a package over to Sam Grafton, who now sits third in chips.
It's still more than he started the final table with at over 13 million. I mean, each in the pot, every hand is 375K, which is 1 1/4 starting stacks.
Does give you some perspective on just how stratospheric the blinds are in relation to where they began. Alex Ponikov's currently second in chips, by the way, but the gap between he and Chapegatien is so wide. And really the tight-knit nature of the cluster from second all the way down means there's going to be some real surgical behavior.
Talvidi gets it through.
Jack 9 suited. Step out. I like Talvidi's game, by the way, Rast. I really feel like there's something tidy about the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, clearly an experienced poker player, even if it's not in tournaments.
Might be good to load up on the caffeine. We could be here a while.
Yeah, it's a big deal because if you're trusting it.
Chapegatien folding the Queen 7 suited there. Yes, it's under the gun, but definitely a hand I think you see guys trying to really apply the pressure, play with that kind of chip stack. So just something to take note.
You said they're off about me?
No, they're off about me.
Yeah.
And they might be off about you.
It
They have to give me chips.
It matters less about you because you cover us, but
Ponikov's
important to know.
suited connector opens to 300,000.
Oh, I saw. My bad.
Halfway there.
Oh.
Pretty sure.
Higher frequency here. Probably 90%.
90%.
No takers. Ponikov's with about 1 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of One Cash, makes his home in Latvia. Says the toughest opponent that he has ever faced is Michael Adamo.
Okay, so maybe
Going on to say that you usually have to make a decision for your tournament life when you're playing a hand against him.
Who?
Ponikov said that.
Ponikov's.
See? See?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with Chapegatien's chip stack there under the gun, Adam was opening the Queen 7 of clubs. I would bet quite a lot.
Maybe it only works when I...
Such a big stack, I get confused. Like, where is the blind all?
Yeah.
It goes so far away. I can't see it behind.
You expose the range of the card.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in my friend.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Grafton.
The famous Jack Deuce.
Flatting rather from the small blind against the chip leader with the dominant ace deuce, which turns into top pair here. 2 quick checks. Gatien doesn't pick up equity.
More rope. And he cannot resist the double check. Even though Jack High is not really, in some ways, the best bluff candidate because, especially for a min bet, like maybe even King High calls you here, but on that card, it's an interesting.
Grafton check call, checks one more time. Backdoor diamonds are there. Gatien gives up.
You wanted to trap me,
No,
huh?
no, I was.
You think?
It's not a trap.
I'm going to do crazy stuff all the time, or what?
How can I trap with one?
I do crazy stuff when you're
you
weak.
went all in, I would fold.
Chape Gatien's having fun, and why not?
Tell you what, you can stack that deep. I'm going to have plenty of fun.
Yeah.
5.5 million up top. Feels like it's got my name on it. But to be fair, I mean, if any of these sort of middling stacks double through them, it's suddenly a much tighter gap between he and second place Ponikovs. And if Ponikovs doubles through him, he'll have the chip lead.
Oh, certainly. But for now, still more than double Ponikovs. 37, 74. And Seth, who has been very quiet, hasn't really found a spot yet. Raises queen 10 off in 6 max under the gun.
Jack 6 suited, did pause for a moment before going into the muck.
And maybe thinking about, who knows? I mean, he definitely likes calling pre, maybe even 3-betting, but perhaps after staring across the felt at Seth Davies and the fact that I don't know that he's played a hand yet at the final table, said, you know what, I'll just let you have this one. And Seth, with the very modest queen 10 off, all things considered, from the position he opened, quite happy probably to get that one through.
Tend to agree. Button open from 8-6 offsuit. Ponikov's deep enough to maybe look to get involved with Gatien, and indeed he does off of Jack 5 offsuit. Comes up empty on the A7 tray board. Same story though for Gatien. We'll see how interested he remains.
Yeah, C-bet gonna work here. Ponikovs has nothing and no cards that would, I think, lead to making any moves. Yeah, I think Ponikov's is deep enough that he feels like he can defend his blind, try to realize some equity post.
I don't think it was a bad call, you know.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. I think it's really reasonable. I've never seen him with such a strong hand before. It's quite rare. Very rare.
Yeah, wrong time.
It was unsporting to have aces, really. Kings is acceptable there. Unsporting to have aces. That's a good check.
Gatien passes the offsuit king in the cutoff. When so again, clearly not trying to steamroll, at least pre-flop. And probably happy he did Ponikov's small blind ace-queen off. Pretty strong hand.
Upstairs we go. See if Linus remains interested. The answer is no. What's it going to take for this game to open up, Ras?
You know, I think it would take getting a little bit more chip parity.
I'm very sure this time.
Feels like right now everybody's settled into this kind of strategic game of just waiting and playing somewhat solid, predictable, letting Gatien do his thing, kind of maybe hoping to get lucky and get a big hand and Gatien doubles you up. Otherwise, try to outlast the others and ladder up. So, not necessarily the most exciting, but I just think that chip situation would have to change in order for that game to change. I don't really know why the players would deviate from that. It's possible some of them could realize that, hey, Gatien isn't at least pre-flop trying to run everyone over, especially if he already gets out of the pot. Maybe you see some people, you know, make a few raises to steal. I think you've already seen that a few times. Queen 10 off, Jack 9 suited. Not the best hands. You know, people have to try to chip up. You can't just keep folding forever or you blind down to nothing.
Davies with ace 10. Taking a twirl with the chip leader, who picks up a spade draw on the turn after checking back on the heels of his pre-flop open.
Yeah, dangerous card for Chape Gatien here. It's a card he is probably going to bluff some with his flush draw.
550.
Having picked up the equity with the action check to him.
And I mean, Davies with
bet of 550 from Chape Gatien.
Pretty strong hand here. I mean, if his kicker gets too much better, he probably would have just jammed pre. So one of the better hands he can have is just nowhere to go. And calls, definitely probably looking for a brick. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Backdoor spades arrive as Davies played this ace 10 as conservatively as he could. Defending, checking, check calling.
Gatien's certainly going to ask for something on the river, and Davies going to have a tough decision. I mean, he's not blocking any spades. Has a pretty good hand, but I mean, let's see what the bet is. Probably, if Gatien bets big, starts to approach bluff catching only. Okay, this is not too big. Maybe could talk himself into beating weaker aces. Maybe not. It's hard to say. I think against someone like Chape Gatien, it becomes hard to know exactly what he's value betting, right? Like, would he value bet ace 9 or ace 6? We have seen Gatien not always bluff continue bluffing rivers. He has given up a few times already.
And you wonder how much of that is playing a role in Seth's mind, but with the price he's getting, 3-1, and the opportunity before him, does make the call. And
Gatien picked a nice bet size there. You know, let's point that out because, you know, maybe Davies folds to an all-in, but the million milked him.
Half pot. Certainly can't blame Seth. He did everything he could to lose the minimum. But now he slips down the leaderboard.
Yeah, he might be in last now. Nope, he's basically tied with Fedor for, well, tied with Fedor for last. Just 50K difference.
Suited and connected. Up we go.
Interesting spot for Davies. You know, Gatien, while he doesn't open super wide, opens wide-ish. But you don't have much fold equity, so you are a favorite against this range, but you don't have much fold equity, and he probably calls you. But yeah, he's going to take the spot, and if we've seen anything based on Gatien, he might call here. I mean, he's getting 2-1. Two to 1 would imply a 33-67 split, so he's really only a dog against bigger pairs, given the price he's getting. Yeah, and this is the danger of Davies' play. Not saying it's wrong, but you know, you're taking a hand you figure to be an equity favorite, but not like a big one, and your tournament life's on the line here. So now it's just to the poker gods. Ollie.
So King Queen getting it in there for Davies, and he is sitting pretty on a king high board with no diamond there. 6-7 could draw dead on the turn, but of course the 4 on the river now opens the door. Davies. Anti-sweating a 3 or an 8 here in a 2.7 million chip pot where his fate hangs in the balance. And the 8 comes off the deck. And that's it for Seth Davies' Rast.
Look at that flop, King 5 deuce.
I was just thinking the exact same thing.
7-6 just ran it down.
So painful, so merciless, so disappointing. The run of Seth Davies comes to an end as he becomes the second casualty here at the final table, collecting $1 million plus. But obviously, higher hopes dashed as 6 players, rather 7, will remain. 8th place finish, he collects the $770,000. It is $1 million plus that now awaits our 7th place finisher. Well, that probably feels like a needle from me.
Yeah, this was a big jump here. You know, everybody's going to be very happy. Now they're get at least $1 million.
Yep.
Locked up.
How many Ethereum?
Fewer and further between are the events that'll give you $1 million for the top 7 payouts. Granted, $200,000 buy-in will help do it. With a re-entry, mind you. Let's not forget about that fact.
And Chape Gatien is starting to close in on half the chips in play. Not quite there, but getting close. He has 16.1. And it looks like the other players combined have a little over 18. So that would imply just over 34 million chips in play.
There we go.
Suited connector for Ebony Kenny in the small, and she says no thanks. Fedor was ready.
Good one. Yeah, also against Linus.
He is on the short stack.
Calling hand against you. Which makes
Didn't have much.
Which makes it a decent hand.
I mean, I've yet to look at a final table Rast where we even remotely had a sort of chasm that exists between the chip leader and all other stacks.
Yeah. I did it for you. I was like, you know what?
The likes of which we see
He's the
now.
worst player at the table. Let's give him more chips.
Nice of you. Thank you. The comeback just started.
No. All right, I can't do anything about it this hand.
Oh.
Ace queen for Fedor in the small blind. Grafton has him covered.
And I think Fedor will either shove or limp. And yeah, shove.
How much?
1.325.
And Grafton,
man,
with an uncomfortable spot. I mean, normally
he's currently third in chips, Rast.
Yeah, normally with chip EV, this is like a call. If with 8 or 9 blinds and small blind shoves into you, and he goes with call, but it's a little bit closer in these kind of spots. But then again, here's the thing: Fedor, he's by far the shortest stack, so he's not going to be too tight in that spot folded to him in the small blind. And I think Grafton feels like he'll still be wide enough that he should call with the ace-4 off.
He's done that. Now 7-6-5 presents an open-ender to him as Fedor's tournament life hangs in the balance. The board pairs on the turn, and Fedor needs to fade an 8, 4, or a 3 to double through. Can he do it?
Ooh.
Yes, he can.
Quite the flop for Grafton, but didn't materialize.
And with that, Fedor will be able to loosen the collar a touch here at Rast, much to the dismay of the remaining players, especially those who are now shorter than him, including Sam Grafton, who sits in 5th, Fedor in 4th, Ebony Kenny in 6th, and the short stack is Elias Talvides' duty at present.
You need to show me how to do it to get there on the river. I had the sweat as well, you know?
That's a talent.
It's a talent, yeah.
No, I don't have, I mean, you don't.
You need less sweat on the
The
flop.
decision was pre-flop after, you know.
Yeah, if you had turned the open ender, 100% get there.
Right, yeah, that's a mistake, right?
Can't flop.
All in?
Pocket fours now for Elias Talvides. The shorty under the gun jams the small pair. North of 2 million on ask.
Big one to get through.
When you were in the hand, if you got it, in my mind, I thought maybe we have to gamble more because it's the fun to gamble, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it rewards gambling.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting.
Queen 5 took some time there on the button.
It couldn't have been because he wanted to play it. Who knows?
Maybe Fedor wanted some camera time, Rast.
Maybe the level's about to change. He wanted to
do anything.
play the cutoff at a bigger blind level. Who knows?
No, take my chip.
I don't believe that for a moment.
And on that note, the players will take a brief break. There's a look at how they stack up. It is a one-man race for the time being, as the Frenchman, Carl Chappé-Gatien, who came in as the chip leader, is north of what he brought to the party. Ebony Kenny, currently the short stack with just 10 bigs. Talvidi and Grafton in that neighborhood, along with Hulse, who has 14 big blinds.
Got a huge double just a couple hands ago.
Sure did. Blinds at 100, 200,000 with a 200K ante as we welcome you back to the break desk. Rast, quickly, thoughts on what we've seen so far. 2 players hit the showers, and now 7 remain.
I mean, we've really seen a one-man show, and while he hasn't been spectacularly loose, let's say, definitely passing some spots, some other players would open. He's been winning a lot of the pots he plays. He's been chipping up. Other players are now kind of in that, okay, we're fighting for second, and the ability to maybe try to win heads up at a big disadvantage. That's kind of, I feel like, the story so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be around to see how that story continues to develop, as I'm going to pass the torch to Henry Kilbane. Rast is going to stay right here, and you should all stay right here as we're going to play down to a champion and award $5.5 million before the night is over here in the Coin Rivet Invitational. Stay close. Quick break, and we'll be back in a moment.
We're going to miss you all.
And a warm welcome back to you viewers at home. Henry Kilbane alongside Brian Rust for the final table of the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Now, Brian, I've been away for a couple of hours. Prior to you jumping in to the booth, came back with 16 players, and we were down to the final table within the space of 2 levels. What's happened since then? Because I'm looking at the app, and it seems like it's been going one way, and that's the French way.
Well, that is exactly what's happened. I mean, Gatien has just been winning pots, and it's kind of developed into a scenario where the rest are playing for second, sort of.
Yeah.
You know how it goes, right? I mean, listen, it's $4 million for second. It's $1 million to go out right now, and when a guy has, you know, half the chips in play almost,
literally,
and
yeah,
3x what second has, at some point it's like, okay, well, you know, maybe I can worry about beating him when we get heads up.
Right.
But for now, you know, it's worth so much to ladder up to these third, second places. And, you know, oh, Ponikov's only has 5 million. Okay, well, that's a little bit more feasible.
That's achievable.
Right? So I think it's one of those things. And, you know, there's been some other developments that as we go, we can get into. For example, like Gatien definitely hasn't been opening super wide. Like he just folded Queen 7 suited, like 7-handed under the gun. He
Right.
folded King 4 off. in the cutoff. Like, these are all hands that, you know, having watched a lot of these other high rollers, like if Adamo has half the chips in play here, I'm pretty sure he's opening both of those spots.
Yeah.
So, you know, he has his own way that he's doing it. But one thing he is doing is, say, like flatting in position, attacking post. You know, so a lot of developments that we can get into as it goes.
Taking it to the streets by the sound
Yeah,
of it.
he takes it to the street. He likes post flop, I think.
Well, everyone currently guaranteed a 7-figure payday. Current prize, payout, sorry, is $1,050,000, and then we have a $300,000 ladder once we get down to 6. As we send it back on down to the main stage here in Cyprus, is the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, and I mean, Brian, you were not exaggerating, pal. How is this navigated by Holtz, by Grafton, where...
I mean, it could be even worse. Like, like Ponikov's doubled up in a spot where, like, literally no one had 3-bet Gatien, and Ponikov's had aces and 3-bet him, and Gatien just, like, put him in with ace-jack off. But, like, probably that was a bit of a mistake because of the dynamic where, you know, he had made it clear... I'm not like totally trying to run over you guys in a couple spots and even verbally. And sure enough, nobody had even 3-bet him. And the one time it was like number 1.
It was,
you know, but he just didn't care. But, you know, so it could be even more at that point. Ponikov's could be lower and he could have 17. But yeah, no, it's a one-man show. And the deck is hitting him pretty hard.
Everyone gonna walk away with at least 7 figures here. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa in Cyprus. And a lot of people have been speculating that, okay, this is the biggest buy-in event of the series. Is this the end? No, it's not. The 100K main running in the background. And then later on this week, it's time for some short deck.
And here we go. A contested flop pot that makes it post-flop that doesn't have Gatien. We don't get to see, we haven't seen too many of these so far at the final table.
Holtz opening from the cutoff with the ace-5, ace of clubs in hand. Head to the 10-9 deuce 2 clubs board.
No one has anything, but Holtz is in position with a better hand. And the ace of clubs with 2 clubs on there, so it seems like a spot that's quite favorable for him.
Fatal does fire out a c-bet in the form of 1/3 and takes it down. Brian, every pot. You want to do some calculations as to the ICM value of a single raise pot that you just take down post?
I mean, what, 1.1 million, you know? That's a lot. That's 3 2/3 buy-ins. Now, it doesn't quite work that way because some money has gotten paid out already, but yeah, that pot's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for sure.
Diving back into the action, Holtz going to be involved yet again. Does have 2 players behind, have him covered. This is Ponikov's and Frenchman. Carl Chappé-Gatien on the button. Ponikov's in the big. Grafton going to get out of there. Well, Ponikov's in the big blind with King 10 of spades. Likely to defend as the covering stack. $300,000 ladder between 7th and 6th. Already seen Tom Vogelsang and Seth Davies depart already to date.
How much is it? How much are you playing?
Oh, wow, Ponikov's just putting Holtz in the blender with the jam. 17.5 bigs effective. This 3-bet jam designed to fold out some of the offsuit hands that we are behind. You know, some King Queen O's, King Jack O's, Ace 10 off. those types of holdings. Holtz with a few pips better. He's queen off for 17. And he does make the call. Cards on their back. Holtz, the player at risk. If he can hold here, Ponikov's is going to be down to just 8 big blinds. Everyone else at the table rooting for that man there in order to ladder an additional 300,000.
I'm excited, actually.
Me too.
Big swing.
It's a big swing as we head to the 7-6 tray board. 1 spade.
Be better start.
Some running straight cards for the 2-time bracelet winner. And well, the 8 of spades on the turn.
What is this action deck?
How did the dealer find that? Ponikov's now needs a king, 10, 9, or a spade to eliminate Fedor Holtz in 7th. Doesn't find it. 5 of clubs on the river.
Too many outs.
And Ponikov's is down to just 8 big blinds. Fedor with a huge double moves up to 2nd in chips, and well, this is Fedor's turn to start applying some pressure on these middling stacks.
Little min-raise rejam.
Exactly.
Little min-raise rejam for sure.
Yeah, I mean, King 10 suited is just a hand that can find some attacks there for that 15-20 big blind range, and well, definitely bad timing at the very least.
I think it performs really well, right, against the folding range. Get to fold out some King Queen O's, some King Jack O's, some Ace 10 O's. So
which is big.
For sure, yeah, we get to fold out hands that have us absolutely crushed.
What was it, hijack big blind?
Hijack 2.25, big blind jam for 17.5. Fedor, who has had a strong start to this series in Cyprus, coming up short on a couple of FTs. Ponikov's final table, the main event in Madrid.
Yeah, you were so excited. You were like, ace queen?
I think at normal solutions, at 15 and 20 blinds,
you were like, fucking yeah.
It's not a jam. But my guess is with the ICM pressure, like normally at a normal solution at 15 or 18 or whatever blinds, you know, you rejam there, King Queen calls you. But I don't think so at a final table with the ICM and like people tightening up a little bit. So yeah.
And especially Fedor. Fedor is going to be one of the most dialed in, pinpointed players when it comes to open folding ranges, even with the ICM pressure. And I think you know, we can sit here, look at the result, and be results-oriented. But I think that jam from Ponikov's is pretty pure.
You know, mate, I think I've just been losing bets to you left and right. Here's 300 of it. I believe I still owe you 50, but
no, I think I owe you less. I need to give you some change. We'll figure it out,
figure
right?
it out.
The man is paying his debts live on stream. Let's just put it out there, all right?
Yeah, we were betting on some results from the tournament, and you know, Henry's just whacking me.
Well, you got another week to recoup some of those losses, pal. But here we are, 7 left. Coin Rivet Invitational, 200K, and what a final table, I should say. We have Ebony Kenny, by the way, came to Cyprus having never played higher than a 10K buy-in. Came 5th in the 25K, just smashing her previous best score of 40,000. Cashed that for 240, and is now guaranteed 7 figures and change here in one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And I mean, I don't know about you, Brian. You were very open about the early parts of your career where you were kind of bouncing between that 100K bankroll, that 400K bankroll. Like, is Ebony now going to leave Cyprus and be looking to just roll the dice and just shoot for the moon in the form of playing 10Ks and 25Ks? Or how would you approach like a couple of big scores like this?
You know, well, I don't know what her exact deal. I mean, she's
Of
getting
course.
back. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
how much of it she's going to make. Obviously, no matter what it is, 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever percent she got for this, it's going to be a decent number, right? Especially for her, given the stakes it sounds like she played before.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, you know, that number still might not be enough to be playing 25Ks on her own, right? I mean, like, let's say it's 20% and she net because she has lost some other tournaments, whatever, comes home with 300, 400K. That's great.
Yeah.
But you're not like rolled to play 25K
No, for
tournaments
sure.
now with $500,000 bankroll.
But you can,
So,
you know, take 20%, 25%, sell off some action, right? Take 5, 6K of your own action.
yeah,
you know?
so, you know, it definitely could change things, you know, and it definitely will. Here's the thing, maybe before, you know, maybe if she goes from 200K bankroll to $500,000, now it's like 5 and 10Ks are like super comfy for her to play.
For sure. Well, talking of Kenny, she is all in from the small blind. 8.5 bigs. Middle with King 10-0 in the big blind. Thinking things through. For chips, we high-five the dealer, we call the rail over. We put in the 8 bigs, ICM.
But he also has to think, like, what range is Kenny shoving? You know, how much tighter is she shoving than, you know, a chip EV standard shove in this spot? Is she going to be shoving like the King 5 off? Like, those are the hands you really want to see, you know, when you're calling King 10 off, is like, is she shoving all the King X that she theoretically should be? You know, that's a huge question there. But, you know, I definitely, you know, we can see this result is pretty bad for Fedor, at least theoretically. But,
ooh,
wow.
Jack 10, Trey finds the 3 outer on the flop, but still, you can see, let me drawing to an ace, queen, or 9.
Ooh.
Hello.
But tough spot. He finds call. I think I'd probably do the same.
Queen of diamonds on the turn, and Ebony gets the double. 3.5 million in her stack now, and that moves her up to 3rd in chips, Brian, with 7 left. 3rd place, by the way.
Yeah.
Worth 2.6 million.
Yeah, that kind of, and Fedor goes back to having about the same amount of chips as her. So that levels out the non-Chape Gatien players quite a bit, taking chips from Ponikovs and giving them to the short stack.
There we go. Queen for a queen. I've just been getting a ton of support in the chat, over on socials. Shout out to
I
all
think I'm just going to be celibate after this. And only
you
play
ladies and
Pisces.
gentlemen, by the way.
It's a good thrill, huh?
And keeping us company here in Cyprus for the past week. We still have a week's worth of action to bring you away. Firstly, looking to close this one out. It's that man right there, Frenchman, Carl Chape-Gatien. He's the man to beat at present. What a sick, sick turnout. This 200K. Talvitier, the man at risk, with the best of it. Pocket sixes.
Did Gatien just jam?
He just opened to
Jam.
450.
Oh.
No, he opened.
And
People tuning into the stream.
Jam the
getting their money's
sixes.
worth,
Yeah.
And
And
Carl
he-
just said cool. Just said cool, pal.
Oh, wow.
Ace, king, tray, 3 diamonds.
That got Talvidi's attention right there. Sat right up. I mean, it's pretty hard for a flop to get worse than that.
It's tough to win that one. Yeah, that's for sure. Drawing to 1 out. Everyone else pulling for the Frenchman to eliminate the Finn. 300k ladder, potential 3 of clubs on the river. And Brian, we're down to 6 in the space of 4.5, 5 hours of play today. Let's take a quick look at that man's journey to this final table.
Played some good poker.
I heard he was on the bubble, really sticking it to some of the chip leaders. Wasn't, you know, concerned about tangling with the likes of Linus and Fedor, and really played a strong game.
I mean, got it in good there. You know, Chape Gatien has shown a willingness to gamble pre-flop. I mean, if you're one of these other players at the table, you should be on notice that if you would rejam versus him, you might get called by some goofy hands. Here we can see now, 7th place, Talvidi, $1,050,000, and we're now up to $1,350,000 for 6th, guaranteed.
GG's in the chat for Elias. Seth Davies bowing out in 8th. Tom Vogelsang, the first casualty of this 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Holtz popping things up on the button into the chip leaders big blind. We can see Squiddy. Sam Grafton in the small looks down at 2 kings. No nonsense here from Sam, one would assume, Brian, given the ICM pressure, just happy to get it in with our 10.5 bigs or ever doing any funky business. He decides to not even let me finish my sentence as he rips things
I
in the
mean,
middle.
I think it's just rip. If you wanted to flat there off 10, I think the hand would be just aces. You know, I mean, it's nice to get, like, if Fedor's open, Fedor on the button there is probably opening a bunch of, like, ace-x hands offsuit that you just still love getting to fold with kings, right? Like ace-4 off, you know? You just, why give it to just flop an ace? And those hands fold to a shove, so. Like, I think it's a spot where even though, you know, maybe Solutions would like flatting those pairs there, and it's, you could argue whether the EV slightly higher, just the variance and risk of going out that you increase, which is a lot higher with, say, kings or queens in that spot than aces. I like his decision to shove.
How much do you have?
1375.
I believe Ponakov's is now in the big. 6 left. Sam Grafton on the button, looks down at Queen 10-0 for 15. Does bow out. Frenchman just gets to click jam yet again. Has more than half the chips in play.
Blinds have gone up now, 500k in the middle. Not an inconsequential pickup. He's like, this poker thing is easy.
As things stand, everyone guaranteed 1.35 million for their efforts thus far. $350,000 jump between 6th and 5th. We're playing for 5.5. And as Carl said at the start of the day, just another day in the office for him. Apparently, $5.5 million swings, part of his everyday routine.
Yeah, he said he's a trader, so he must be trading size. But definitely believe it. You know, he's in here on the VIP side, firing 200k into a poker tournament, so story checks out.
Yeah, he also isn't a fan of tournaments. I wonder if his run here will convert him to the dark side of poker. Enjoys playing high-stakes cash games, which I can only imagine very wealthy businessmen, VCs, a little 1K, 2K, 4K ante kind of game in Dubai. Who knows? Just speculating.
Just be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, you know.
See what happens in that room.
Oh, you called 150K pre-flop with 7-6 suited. Okay. See open. You know, Brian, we actually got to ask Carl who is his favorite poker player and why. And do you know what his response was? Back in the days, it was Tom Dwan because he was playing poker in the same way that I like to trade.
Yeah.
Now read into that as you will, but... something that he wants the viewers at home that are watching to know about him. That he plays poker like he trades. He takes risks, and that ace-deuce call lead me to believe that that statement is true.
Excuse me.
Linus with a nice hand in this folded to the small blind has to decide what to do. Goes with max pressure, which is, to be fair, only
Keep giving me
14
hands with
big
deuces
blinds.
and threes. Just against you, though. It's nice, I guess, for you.
A decent hand both times. But I prefer a fold.
King 7 off is your hand, but like
this trip apparently so. Yeah.
Right. Oh. Sorry to read about it.
Sam with the needle. Love it. And whilst we're waiting for the action to pick back up, as always, if you guys and girls at home are enjoying the content that Triton's been providing you, make sure press that thumbs up button over on our YouTube channel. Helps us reach a wider audience, bring new people to the game. Drop us a follow. If you're feeling overly generous, click the subscribe button as well.
Linus passing off ace-6 off on the button. Slightly tight. I think just maybe a bit concerned about Fedor, I would guess. Fedor, who has him covered. Feels like he gets played back at enough that ends up being a minus EV open. He's going to find a different spot. Interesting adjustment.
It's 45 minutes next break.
Just taking note.
Markov's playing 5.5 bigs. It's now at King 9-0 from the hijack. Guess this is probably the best jam spot for him, given that Fedor's in the small. He's jamming into Sam Grafton's big.
Yeah.
And also, the cooling off range of Linus and Ebony going to be uber tight.
And Chapegatien has folded, so wouldn't be surprised if he takes this. Yeah. Although definitely wants to get this one through. But, I mean, at this point, he's the shortest by a decent amount, so he can't be too patient. Oh, wow. Well, it's not, I mean, it's not getting through ace-jack off. Yeah.
Good luck, gentlemen. Ponokov's had Fedor all in at risk just a few orbits ago. Rolls have reversed, holds the covering stack. Looking to hold with the ace-jack.
Pretty solid favorite, 65-35.
So far, so good on the 7-7-5. Oh, Ponokov's with the stand-up EV. Reaching for the backpack.
No jacket, no backpack.
Wow. New to the live scene, I guess.
And dead on the turn. As we lose Alexis Ponokov's in 6th. We're down to the final 5.
Yeah.
Everyone now guaranteed 1.7 million here in Cyprus. So we take another glimpse into Ponokov's run. Strong performance in Madrid. Final table the 100K main, adding another huge final table to his resume. This coin Rivet 200K going to be heading home with 1.35 million. We are down to 5. Dropping like flies here, Brian.
Yeah, and that bumps Fedor up and separates him from the pack here to a, while still way, way behind Chape Gatien, a solid 2nd place. Sam, Linus, and Ebony grouped there at the bottom. Good spot to be for Fedor, I'd imagine. Cruising, taking advantage of some spots where you can, coming in 2nd, and then
little gift. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, even if you're at a
Nice
chip
gift.
lead, but getting to play Chape Gatien, who is not a professional poker player, clearly has some levels of inexperience.
Oh,
Heads
sorry,
up
sorry.
for that difference.
He hated them that much. He
Spot
was like,
Fedor
get
wouldn't
the
mind
shit
being
out
in.
of here.
It was ace-9, but I thought people might be judgmental.
I agree, but you know, heads up against a guy that's played
If they're gonna
1K,
judge us after the
2K,
coldest bit of duck
4K
face
in
you
Dubai
make when
with
you get in a hand.
Rui Cao and Paul
Called
Poir.
out.
One would have to assume that when it comes to
stuck with it
pain
now.
thresholds, when it comes to just really putting people in the blender, that Cole maybe has a bit of an edge.
Listen, not saying the guy hasn't
5
played for a lot of
million
money or the
Chinese people
stakes would be a factor for him. I think at this point we can just say clearly they won't be, right? But that said, I mean, okay, let's say he's played ring game, cash games in Macau. That's still a very far cry from heads up.
For sure.
And there is a big difference between heads up poker and ring game poker.
Yeah.
Right? And you can even tell, like, guys like, what if he just folds 20, 25, 30% of his hands, just open folds them because they're hands he would just never play in a ring game, right? Now, heads up, that becomes like a pretty big
Folding is a
leak.
gift to him.
And Fedor just
Actually, you
slowly
like action,
chipping
right?
away all those
Oh.
pots
Yes,
where he's
I like
over
it.
folding,
Huge,
right? I mean, you know, so I mean, we'll see. I mean, at this point, there's a pretty good chance Chape Gatien makes it to heads up. So I feel you never know, but we probably get to see how he handled it.
Well, he currently has 92 of the 145 big blinds in play. And
Small stakes.
Brian kind of already alluded to earlier on.
Like when...
Oh no, they asked me what I felt when we go all in, but I felt nothing, actually. No, believe me, I felt nothing at all.
It's a good answer. Just
But it's true.
nothing.
You know, it was king against ace-king. What do you want to feel?
All in?
You and I are the exact opposite, Carl.
He feels nothing. There's ice running through his veins.
3.175, I believe. But
Ice running through his veins is one way to put it. referring to the kings against ace-king hand with 13 left. The chip lead pot that got him here. Grafton with the open jam from the cutoff.
It was close, but it's you. I don't know. I don't feel it, you know. Yeah.
You've got to go. The instinct's important. It's important to know. You see, with the ace-4, I didn't feel it against Spader. Should have just listened to that. Go with the...
Go with the live read.
Cole pondered the call there with the ace-6.
You know, with,
I was like, happy.
I have a strong hand.
Yeah, that's what I do. Just have to hold my
feet.
So
I could try.
not like...
Exactly. It's your Achilles heel.
I mean, that's why you can be lucky you don't reach the ground. Like it's just not shaking.
Squiddy with a runner-up finish here in Cyprus. Came second in the 50k 6 max. 994,000.
The mood has lightened a little bit. At the beginning of the final table, you weren't here, but nobody was chatting. And now all of a sudden there's a bit of joking, smiling, a little bit more room. They've spaced out, only 6 left, locked up, solid 7 figures.
5 left. Polakov's.
Oh, 5 left. I'm sorry, my app is not updating.
No worries.
Yeah, Ponikov's is out. Here he is, 1 million.
Some post-flop play as we head to a flop 9s against the 7-6 of clubs of Fedor. Complete whiff for Holtz on the Queen 8 Deuce Rainbow.
All right.
Wow. How about that for a turn card?
Fedor goes from hopes and dreams to some real equity, and perhaps along with that comes some plans to try to win this pot, and it looks like he's considering how to proceed versus the check back. Maybe just a big turn bet here, like go half pot or more. Now, half pot I don't think is gonna get 9s to fold.
650 into 1.1.
Or sorry, a little over half, but I'm not sure this size. Here's the thing, at the final table these chips get so valuable, but after checking back, I mean, I think this size works really well against like ace high and some hands like that. It's just pretty tough. Wow, even against 9s. That is a conservative fold, I think. I was a little bit surprised that Grafton came with it. I mean, like when you check back there, sure, ace high, we'll let that stuff go. Maybe, you know, 7s, 3s, 5s, etc. But 9s?
I think you have the good share. Because
Interesting.
I don't know for you, but I really hate this one.
Yeah?
I like this one.
This chair?
Yeah. I like this one. But this one, you know,
I think it's fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because there's not enough back, you mean?
I don't. Yeah.
Sounds like Carl's a fan of the secret lab chairs.
Yes, yeah.
They are nice. We have them here in the booth. If you want to lean back, a lot of back support. Yeah, interesting about the 9s. I mean, to try to, like, what is Grafton thinking? I mean, I'm pretty sure one of the thoughts is, okay, this size, not an 8 for value. So I'm not really ahead of value, I think. And if Fedor is bluffing, which maybe even thinks there's a pretty good chance, you know, will he follow through with a barrel when he misses? You know, which cards fill in his draws? Maybe I just don't want to play this guessing game right now. Let's move on. You're just trying to approach that from Grafton's perspective, from making the fold that he did.
What?
And the sizing on the turn from Holtz,
thank you very much.
kind of asking Grafton on the turn if he's willing to play for it all by the time we get to the river, right?
A little.
me and you.
You know, the
When we
size
get
honestly
hooked
was towards the smaller end of what I thought Fedor might come with in order to max pressure there, but it still worked against a surprisingly good hand.
Oh, no, not your thing. No. I salute the punchline.
You and me again, buddy.
What?
You and me again.
You call?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I have two different feelings. I want to play a hand with you, but you know, I have to go in.
You have to?
Yeah.
You
go all in, mister? Yeah.
I will fold.
I love this dynamic, by the way. We're playing for 5.5 million, and Sam Grafton has somehow become best friends with the overwhelming chip leader, who notes just a few hands ago maybe wanted to kind of gamble it up with the A6 and then alluded to the fact that he likes Sam and he's just going to fold kind of thing. And
I want to play the hand with you post flop.
Yeah.
But
I'm all in. I have to go all in. That's one of the soft skills that I salute some of the best players in the world for having. Grafton is just a pleasure to have at any table, let's be honest.
I mean, this is a hand he could jam for 12 bigs here too. But he comes with 2.5. And Linus, yeah, passes the queen 6 off. Just kind of like, Linus is showing right now, again, that he is respecting some ICM and wanting to ladder past a few spots. Obviously, he knows as a person, just very adept at poker and liking playing post flop, that, you know, getting such a good odds in position, queen 6 off, in other situations obviously calls, but Linus has tightened up pre-flop in a number of spots at this point. So, clear adjustment he's made.
There are currently 173 bigs in play. So Carl has 100 of them.
This is the type of hand that Gatien so far, okay, he is playing this one. Ooh, and what will Kenny do? Pass or call?
She's going to defend her big blind, Brian.
Contested pot. And quite the flop for Kenny.
SPR less than 2. Carl with the 1 over, queen of diamonds in hand.
A pretty decent combo to c-bet. And, well, Kenny, yeah, she just goes for it, and a nice pickup.
Huge pickup.
Yeah.
Up to 3.6 million in chips, moves up to 3rd.
It's gonna happen, Carl. It's gonna happen.
Yes, it is.
It'll be the most fun heads up. We don't want these players in here. It'll be fun for us.
Okay.
Put them out of their misery.
You can leave. You can leave, gentlemen. No, I'm joking.
This is what the fans want. They want this. They don't want this. They don't want duck face and you know.
I don't know, Brian. I think I just became Carl's biggest fan. This guy's an absolute legend. We're sat here playing for 5.5 million. I wouldn't mind seeing an Ebony Kenny v Carl heads-up match.
Yeah, she's throwing a little shade at
Squiddy, yeah, saying duck face.
These guys, Fedor and Squid.
And what do the fans want? Do they want the Linus against Fedor heads-up, or do they want the newcomer to the high roller scene?
Oh
I
boy.
want Macallan.
Well,
yeah.
I don't think he's... everything we've seen so far, he's called much worse hands than this one.
I don't know. How much is it?
3,000. 6.6.
It's an 18 big blind jam.
It's interesting, actually.
Full, but I don't know.
Kind of.
No.
Kind of snap called much worse hands than this before, and now he's right though.
Yeah. But how can I? Yeah. No.
He's in a time bank. He's pained by this decision, Brian.
Well, he must feel that she plays tighter than some of the other players, and
how much you said?
3.6.
I have to call. Cool. All right.
Does make the call after some deliberation. Ebony, the player all in at risk if she can hold with the jacks. She's going to move up to second in chips. 7.6 million in the middle. $400,000 ladder between 5th and 4th.
Yeah, given his previous basically snap calls with like ace jack off and even ace deuce off versus sixes, albeit for less, a bit surprising that he went in a time bank for this, but his instincts were right.
Called for a 9, and there it is. On the turn, 9 of hearts.
Yes, it's not.
No, it's not over.
Kenny drawing to 6 outs now after getting it in great shape.
No.
And just like that, Brian, we lose Ebony Kenny in 5th, and a massive round of applause from the rail. What a sick run she's had here in Cyprus. Going to be going home with $1.7 million.
And the Frenchman cannot miss.
He really can't.
Thank you. Good luck.
This could be a really short final table if this keeps up.
I mean, he currently has all the chips, called for the 9, and the deck delivered on the turn. Let's take a moment to just enjoy the magnificent run that was Ebony Kenny. If you'd asked her 5 weeks ago when she got the call and was told that she'd be coming to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, on her expectations or on what she wanted to achieve, if you told her she'd get 2 5th place finishes, 1 in the 25K and 1 in the 200K, I think she would have bit your arm off, Brian.
Yeah, I think she would be pretty pleased with that. So, you know, immediately it's going to feel rough for her. She got it in good in a pot that would, you know, have vaulted her way up there in terms of the chips and totally given her a chance for a 3rd, 2nd, and maybe even a win. But you know what? 5th is pretty solid. I mean, $1.5 million profit just on this event. And Ebony Kenny, you know, came out and never played 25K plus tournaments before and had a very good run here in the few that she played. I mean, 2 final tables, 2 5ths.
Cashing for just shy of 2 million. Let's go. Let's go.
Super solid.
Well, buckle up.
You know what? I pointed this out earlier, but it was such a long time ago with Ali. It's a different world now. You know, I noticed over the course of her here that her confidence definitely increased. I think at first she was a little bit starstruck, moment struck. And even though did well in that first tournament, there were a few hands I saw where it didn't seem like she lacked the confidence to maybe pull the trigger. And that went away as it went on. And I saw, you know, she tried some bluffs here and there as it went and felt very comfortable taking her shots and some solid, precise play.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Saw her come with check raise bluff against Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
Day 2, I believe you and I were sharing the booth for that one.
Yeah, I remember that pot. Don't think she would have done that on the first day. Felt like she was gaining some confidence and stuff like that led me to this conclusion.
Brian, just want to point out that we have over 20,000 concurrent viewers across the board. Massive shout out to all of
Not
viewers
this time, Fedor.
at
I
home.
will choose when I want to play.
It's reasonable.
You decide when and where?
Exactly.
All right.
I decide, don't worry, it will come, it will come.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2/3 of the chips in play right now, 4-handed. Pretty good spot.
All in.
Squiddy on the button with 11. Comes with jam. Price of poker has gone up $500,000 jump between 4th and 3rd.
All in.
In Grafton with the horizontal chip stacking, I always find myself doing the same sometimes when I'm short. I feel like it's like a good battle stack.
Just building the wall.
Yeah. It's like you got to change your mindset. And part of that is changing your chip stack configuration. I don't know. Maybe Grafton is my brother from another mother.
Long lost relatives from across the pond, eh? Squiddy. And the strong performance in the bigger buy-in events at Triton.
Minus here, offsuit king in the small. Ends up passing 11 blinds. Interesting. I mean, normally I would say that stack size can jam any king X. So again, we see Linus Love very consistently with the adjustment that he's playing tighter pre-flop, which so far has paid off with some laddering. That said, he is getting short. I guess it's a bit of a contest between him and Sam Grafton here, as we have, listen, 23 million, Chape Gatien, 7 million Fedor holes, and the other two in the mid-twos. And this is maybe why you fold, because now you have a chance for your fellow short stack to get busted. Although he's a favorite here, there's a chance that 29% of the time, and it's 2.1 for 4th and 2.6 for 3rd, so that's a $500,000 pay jump. No chump change.
Grafton gets to just click, call out of the big.
What do you think, Carl? Looking good here.
Slides over to
Not bad. Not bad.
his table mate Carl.
Both reasonable hands, right? I'm going for the absorbing some of Carl's energy. Carl. Sneaky. Sneaky.
Look at it.
Well, Squiddy, the player all in at risk, but as I already mentioned, does have the best hand.
Quite a flop.
Not even a single spade. Just needs to fade the 3-ounce twice. One of the biggest doubles of his career.
Fedor can't win, but should the straight come in, it's a chop. Ooh, there it is.
Queen of diamonds. Holtz gets out of jail.
Dave, why are you saying that to you? That's bad. Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh man.
Always chop outs.
Just some friends play some cards.
That's your fan base, Sam.
What's that? Yeah, of course.
Steve in your corner.
Mate, they recognise a straight when they see a run. Bloody run. Ah.
I'm surprised he didn't call for a 4.
No.
Maybe he thinks it makes you stronger.
I mean, this is a lot of hand for 12.5 blinds in the small. Might just see him
all in.
Put it in, yeah. It is scary putting it in versus the Frenchman, because he's shown the willingness to gamble pre-flop, but
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that, Brian,
You having
because
fun, Carl? You having fun?
Yeah, sure.
he was asked by our team to give a funny anecdote about him that he would like the stream to hear. And he simply responded with, "I'm here to gamble." Hit a 200K.
Okay.
So 200K final table. He's
Yeah.
here to gamble.
And that's, I feel like there's no deception on that one. He is here to gamble to some extent, for sure. I mean, ace-2 soft, snap call, 10-7 of hearts.
All in?
This, maybe he doesn't want to gamble.
2 million. 50.
But, I mean, Linus has been very patient. He's played very solid. I would not feel very good about King 4 off, given how Linus has played.
He is here to gamble, though.
Yeah, he is.
He already put 550 in the middle.
And it seems like the dealer picks him every time he puts the chips in.
True. King 4-0.
I should call, but
It's a little difficult to know what he has when he says I should call. The last time it was 9s, which hands that strong, Linus is probably like, okay, well, if you have a pair, I'm pretty happy to fold. But this one is, relatively speaking, a lot weaker than last time he was saying that, albeit the all-in raise is smaller. And the positions are different. Blind versus
you click?
blind.
I was about to fold. Now I have 10 seconds, 20 seconds more to think. But no, I fold.
Oh, he found the fold button.
That is a sizable pickup for Linus, by the way.
9s again, Carl? Pocket 9s?
What?
You had 9s
2 million
again?
to 2.8.
Just then you didn't feel like it?
Oh, 9 circle.
Now, guys, 125, 250, but it's also 30-minute clock.
Oh, blinds going up.
Let's raise the blinds, bro.
Sorry.
125, 250.
125, 250. And it will be
30-minute clock. Playing for 3.4 million, by the way, for those of you just tuning in. Everyone guaranteed 2.1. The eventual champion walking away with 5.5 million. I've got a funny feeling there's only one player at this table that doesn't really care about that.
Yeah.
And he's got the chip lead.
Well, from a poker theory perspective, I like that he found the fold on that one. I think that would have been kind of a bad call off, but I wasn't sure what he was going to do.
Five.
Right, 500.
I like this open. Let's push on the button. We got a queen.
Thank you.
No problem.
There he is. Oh, Chapé Gatian, 64%. All the chips at the table. Good for 89 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's picked up another legit hand. And a hand that I don't believe he will fold to a jam should Linus or Grafton.
Oh yeah, I
Over
agree.
the top.
Ooh, well, I guess we get. Oh, I agree. He's open. Yeah, I think he calls this.
All in.
But we're gonna get to find out.
Call.
Yeah.
And a snap call from the Frenchman.
Go then.
Linus in great shape.
Can always make a queen straight.
And Linus's strategy so far has paid off nicely. He's been very patient. He's waited. He's passed up some spots, and finally found a reshove, and is now 2-1 favorite essentially.
Oh, queen in the window.
Strong. It's strong from.
A queen jack was folded as well, so those are the case queens.
10.
Yeah.
Wow, 10 would now chop with Linus's flopped trips. Not to be this time. Linus with the full double, up to 6 million.
Full house.
I don't know, Brian. I kind of felt like I was going to drill that somehow, but
I mean, it's hard not to feel that way, given how he's been running.
5, 675. What did you have before?
Ace king.
Yeah. I had queen 4, king 4.
Oh, okay. I liked. I didn't care call or fold. Didn't make a difference to me.
Mate, he'll gamble 11 big blinds, ace king. He's happy. That's where he's going.
oh man, Sam Grafton, mate. He's so funny.
Yeah, that was a funny. That was a good joke.
Just the Britishness behind it. Just like, look, mate. 11 bigs for ace king. You know, he's happy.
Yeah, it's more. Thanks for explaining that you were indifferent to a call there with a monster. You know.
Oh man, what a character! Really changes things at the table now. Linus with 30 bigs, Fedor with 33, Grafton down to 12.
Oh, Fedor with a spot where, you know, I think he's like, I'd like to play post flop in position with Chape Gatien, right?
For sure.
So let's
Based
limp,
on what we've seen.
Increase my chances of this getting post. What raise sizes are we going to come with here?
If Cole comes with less than 3.5x, I think we may be heading to a flop.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
If he goes like
750. Wow. Ooh, I like this size. Yeah.
Snap fold from Fedor. Trying to get a sneaky one through on the button.
Button's good.
Yeah, Fedor didn't even hesitate versus 1 million. Yeah, it's tough for Fedor when the raise gets too big there. As much as I'm sure he wants to call that and gamble, he probably feels like he's got a post-flop edge. He's in position. I mean, it's kind of a disaster for him to go out fourth now when he has so many more chips than Sam. The Linus just doubled, so Fedor no longer has the commanding lead over both of them.
3 final tables for Fedor here in Cyprus. 3 final tables out of 5 events. I believe he has officially come out of retirement, Brian. He's back.
Yeah. I've been impressed with his play. Well, how do you feel? I mean, it just seems like he makes a lot of good decisions.
Yeah, just Fedor being Fedor. A win here today would move him up to 7th in the all-time money list. And a win here today would also move him up to a very exclusive club of 3 Triton titles.
So now Fedor will have a chance to, oh, not with this hand though. I was going to say play post-flop with Chape Gatien, but I think he needs a little something better than 10-5 off, so fold seems very reasonable with that combo.
I'm going to throw you a curveball, but I just realized I can check the app to see who won the 25k PLO. Talal Shakurchi came second, Stephen Chidwick came fourth, Eric Seidel came sixth. It was Christopher Filippo from Cyprus taking it down for 270,000. That's the 25k pot limit Omaha.
I'm pretty sure Grafton's going to take his chances here. Yeah.
3 million something?
Like this play.
Oh no.
Not even really ICM pressure on Grafton per se. He has less than half as many chips as third place, so he just needs to play some chip EV and try to win. And pretty clear jam with ace-10 suited. Gatien getting a big price here to call. I mean, 2-1. It's a better. Yeah, and this hand is suited. He's actually.
You folded this to him.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Well, take the favourites at the table, Carl.
Look.
Suited. It was opposite before.
I'm glad there's laughter at the table when we're playing for 5.5 million. So far, so good for Squiddy. The good news for Carl is he cannot be dead, even on an ace turn. Now finds himself drawing to 3 outs once. And it looked like we were going to have a runaway chip leader.
No.
Squiddy 1 card away from doubling, which he does. And now all of a sudden, the stack depths would mean that we're going to see a lot more flops, Brian. Carl just can't run away with it as liberally as he was trying to just a few orbits ago.
Yep.
So we get an official count.
Yeah, but it's still, as they say, just a flesh wound. Man still has mountains and piles and more than half the chips in play. And the person he doubled was the shortest stack, who basically just vaulted up to join Linus and Fedor and make that a tighter pack there in second.
Well, you can vault your way up the leaderboards over on GG Poker. Had 3 qualifiers into event number 1, the 25k. That qualified through satellites over on GG. We'll be having plenty more opportunities like that in the future for future festivals. For now, can qualify into the 20 million guaranteed main event.
I didn't see my card.
WSOP online main 5k 20 mil. That runs on the 26th of September.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sorry.
If you are a new player, use promo code Triton 2022. Receive a $50 Global Millions ticket as we jump back down to the action here.
I felt the energy coming
the
from
Merit
you.
Royal Diamond.
You have a good feeling. You have a good
Something
feeling.
that was positive.
Fedor
Cool.
popping things up from the cutoff, and
Carl flatting out of the small with the Jack 7 of hearts.
Let's
Let's see
play a
3
hand,
dealer.
Yeah, he loves these suited hands that aren't too low. And a little bit of nothing for everyone, but Fedor has the betting lead as well as position. Probably going to be enough to get this one done, and I think very high likely of a C bet on that board texture. Wow. Is this the check call with Jack high? This is a creative play. Let's see what he is trying to do.
Regardless of the result of this hand, Brian, I'm a big Carl fan. Really,
Yeah,
just come here to try and put people in the blender. And should this go check on the turn, one would assume that
he bluffs, unless he improves. I mean, I would think, right? Yeah, so, well, I mean, he made a hand, so maybe he won't bluff. Maybe he value bets it. I don't know. If he does value bet, what size? Small size would make some sense.
elects to just slide it on over to Fedor.
Check.
With Queen High, who knuckles back his showdown, and it's going to get shown to Jack 7.
All right.
There he is.
This one counts.
No plans.
This one counts.
It definitely counts, by
Yeah.
the way. Hugely counts. Wow. It's not 3-0.
No, 2.
Two, if you count you all in.
No, I don't count the all in.
No. He's an honorable
No, you
gentleman.
don't
Kings
count.
against
We
ace
don't
king
count.
doesn't
2-0,
count.
2-0.
What are they counting?
So basically, when there were still 15 left, Carl bluffed Fedor in a pot. He was bluffing with the best hand, but he didn't know that. And he tabled the hand, and Fedor said, "Do you want to start keeping count? Tracking, you know, like play like a 1-0, 2-0 kind of game." And Carl was like, "Sure, okay, 1-0 to me." And Fedor was like, "Yeah, it's 1-0 to you." The very next hand, they were both first and second in chips. Fedor woke up with ace-king, squeezed from the small. Carl had kings. They get it in like for 42, 43 bigs each. Fedor had him covered by about 20 big blinds. And Carl said, that one doesn't count because it's just cooler. Ace-king against kings doesn't count. But if I take it to the streets and bluff you or float with the best hand or whatever it is, with the worst hand or whatever it is, it goes on the scoreboard, and it's now 2-0 to Carl.
Oh, yeah. Okay, they counted that one.
They counted that one. He said, I'm counting that one.
Oh, so they haven't had, nothing's gone on the scoreboard since then. It's just 2-0.
I don't know. I mean, I came back, what, 7 left? Well, apparently that one counts.
That was a beautiful update. I'm glad you were in the booth for that because, okay, that has a bit of a dynamic that I wasn't aware of between the two.
Well, it was really strange because, you know, it added this leveling complex, if you will, or dynamic, to the very next hand where Fedor ran the ace-king into the kings. And, yeah, I believe they were both first and second in chips at the time.
It's one of those fun things, too. The question, like, do either of them care about the fictitious
525?
scoreboard that's worth nothing when they're playing for millions of dollars? Or
Because I'm going creative.
do they?
Yeah.
Or does only one of them?
No.
I'm always...
Yeah.
It's fair warning. It's fair warning. You're letting the people know. You're letting us know. Okay. I'll keep my eyes out. Keep my eyes peeled.
I don't know, Brian. I feel like it's a good soft skill, right? So if you can kind of gamify some sort of fictitious scoreboard where you're potentially going to induce action and get someone to blast off against you, why not? Let's take a quick look at the chip counts. Looked like Carl was going to run away with it. At one point, still has a huge lead here, obviously, with 78 big blinds, over half the chips in play. A couple of doubles for Grafton and Linus. Kind of leveled the playing field, if you will.
Five.
Note the ace-7 fold from Linus on the button after the Carl open, and wow.
Wow, and two good hands here in the blinds. One clearly better than the other.
Well, we could see Carl get out of the way, and okay, right, I was going to say if Fedor elects to jam the King 10, which seems fine given how well Carl's been opening.
Yeah, but Fedor decides he wants to play post flop with Carl, but isn't going to get the chance here. I can't imagine Grafton doing anything other than going all in. It's 20 blinds. Fedor's in the pot. Like, yeah, maybe Fedor has aces here. We're blocking that, having an ace ourselves. And Chapagatian definitely opening wide enough.
All in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, good.
Some
How much is it, Fox?
French swear words being thrown out.
One,
Now
two,
this
5.75, I think.
ace-8 off here would not be a good hand
How much, you said?
5.75.
Five.
to call off versus an all-in against a range that, realistically speaking, is going to be relatively tight. Like, I don't think you're really going to see aces with worse kickers. By the way, even if you did see ace-5 suited, I mean, you're really not much of a favorite with ace-8 off because it just chops so often, or often enough. But,
see if Carl just comes with the old, but F it, I call, let's run it.
I mean, but this is the type of spot that's pretty tough, I think, for, you know, not so experienced, especially tournament, 20, 15 blind type situations. Carl's played poker, but in cash games. This hand, I think, probably looks and feels stronger to Carl than it really is in this spot. So he might come with call, but I don't think that's likely. I mean, we can see it's not a good play against Grafton's hand, but I don't think it's a good play against his range either.
I believe Carl has run out of time bank chips now.
I call.
He makes the call with the ace-8 off. Brian, if Squiddy can hold here, it's going to move up to over 11 million in chips. Carl's going to be down to 14.
Good start.
See, and Fedor there
Old eights, Fedor.
probably realizes that if he moves in, he might not get hands like ace-8 to fold and just wanted to play post.
No. 8-6-4. Carl drilling the 3 outer on the flop.
2 hearts.
Queen of Hearts is live.
Oh, Queen of Clubs on the turn. What a roller coaster of a final table.
You're learning about tournament poker.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
One card to come. Squiddy gets the hold.
Good man.
And has now really separated himself from Fedor and Linus with 5.5 million up for grabs for the eventual champion here. today in Cyprus.
There's one chip.
Someone do a pulse check. This is where you'd really want Sam to have like a Whoop wristband. You could go back and look at over the hand.
I mean, huge double for Grafton. That vaults him very solidly up into second place, and taking 5 million from Carl while Carl's still in first. Not that big of a gap. In fact, the gap between Linus and Fedor to Sam is about the same now as Sam to Carl's when we're done, so this changes the complexity of this tournament quite a bit. In fact, actually, check that. Sam Grafton 11.4 million, Carl 14. He's closer to Carl than
I don't think. Can you break it?
Linus and Fedor are to him.
It's fine. It was 600.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is for the tips.
5, 3, 25.
I was about to fold actually. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, part of it might be he ran out of time banks. He was maybe thinking it through to a fold, ran out of time banks, and kind of impulsively went with call.
Six hearts of clubs.
Everyone currently guaranteed $2.1 million.
Feels like a little bit of tilt. Just watching Chape Gatien now. Some lip pursing, some head shaking.
Right.
But even though he probably has experience with some swings as a trader, it's just different games affect the mind differently. So also, you know, even though he might not care about the money, maybe he cares about a lot of people watching this final table, feeling self-conscious about a decision. Who knows? Curious to see whether or not it will change his play, or quote-unquote tilt him at all.
Yeah, it's definitely that. It's also the old suck-resuck effect of getting it in behind, then flopping best in the form of top pair, having to fade the 3 outs instantly behind on the turn. It can have an effect on some people. It's certainly tilted me in the past.
7.
Flop, it's a little bit better for Chape Gatien here. In addition to the higher club, he also has a gutter. Linus calls here. I definitely would not be surprised to see Chape Gatien continue to barrel. And Linus, it's not an easy fold, and one that came with a bit of a sigh, but maybe a good fold.
Sam Grafton, by the way, best live cash, 1.45 million. Will he smash that record here in Cyprus? guaranteed to walk away with 1.5x that. A win here today would almost double his total live earnings, which currently stand at 6.7 million. As for Linus, most of his cashes on his hand and mob come from Triton Poker Series. In fact, all of them bar 3.
Hey guys.
He's number 1 on the Switzerland all-time money list.
Sam,
Simpson's top professional. Like
despite chipping up at a bit of a disadvantage where his seat is, as you can see, he's directly out of position to Carl. So it makes it hard for him to try to pressure the other two.
Sam, man,
Yeah,
again?
Sam. You've been on a team.
Is this your first rodeo?
Yeah, exactly. But no. It's fun. It's fun.
It's not fun.
I didn't see at all, but just make sure you don't lift too high. I didn't see anything.
Ah, okay.
But like, make sure.
Thank you, Bo. I don't pay attention for this right now. Right now. I'm still thinking about her hand, you know, because I wanted to fold, but I don't know where I call. It's not a bad call, but inside me, I wanted to fold. I don't know what happened.
But anyway, you got loads of chips. So the thing is, you put it out of your mind and worry about it afterwards, isn't it?
Ah, no.
You know?
No. It's not happened. It's not like this.
Yeah.
No.
Well, we've all probably made some mistakes today, innit?
I don't think it's a mistake, but I didn't feel.
Sam trying to give him some good advice about putting it out of your mind, moving on to the next hand.
What do you do when you make a bad trade? McAllen?
No, actually it's different because you don't have to decide on the, like this, so it's different. What I do, I keep until I win. Believe me, it's true. If you follow me, you know it's true.
Yeah, I know.
That's the secret. Yeah. We're just giving it away.
You have to know how to do it, and when to do it. Sometimes it's crazy.
But you have to hold a long time. This is what you're telling me. I'm picking up the tips, by the way.
It's not as simple as this, but yeah, okay. Wow. Let's play poker.
I might use my time banks if you're going to carry on talking. I'm going to learn. Right and see.
Carl just kind of alluding to the fact that it's different.
Yeah.
He can't really control.
Well, the biggest thing is, I think, the amount of time. Right, these poker decisions have to happen relatively quickly. Timeout 30 seconds, and now only because he has no time banks. Whereas in trading, he can take hours, days, weeks, who knows, to think about, analyze, and enter a trade, create a plan. Being in the trade can last hours, days, weeks, months. And as he even alluded to during that, part of his strategy is staying in the trade until it becomes a winner.
Until he wins, there you go. It's like, look, if you follow me, you know that I just keep betting until I win.
Yeah.
Strong. Fatal moving in from the cutoff.
You know they can't stop me out. I've got balls of steel. I hold that one underwater.
Can't liquidate me, pal.
Yeah.
I have too much.
That's never a fun. I don't know if you trade, but being underwater is never a fun situation.
We are going to be going on break shortly. We're going to come back with 4 players, 3 players, 2 players. Maybe it'll be over.
Yeah, but definitely some confidence also on Carl's response to Sam. Like, no, it's not about that. Or, no, it wasn't a mistake either. I don't know, Carl. I actually do think, by the way, ace-8 off call, probably a mistake. I'll stake my claim on that. I'll bet it if you want. But you can see the man is confident.
$1.5. 1,500,000. Yes.
Oh, wow. Fedor with an interesting decision here. I mean, Carl hasn't really been 3-betting a lot. Ace-Jack suited is quite a good hand. We're only, I mean, he's not that deep. I mean, the blinds have just moved up to 250, so this is not even 15 blinds. Might just be too strong to fold. He is in a situation where it's him versus Linus to try to ladder up for 500K, but you know, winning is also huge in terms of trying to win the tournament. I don't think there's any fold equity on this one. I mean, 3.2, he already has 1.5 out there. This is a tough spot. Kind of. It really depends on what he thinks about how Carl's 3-betting frequency, I think.
Do you think any of this past 30 minutes is going to come into effect of Fedor's decision-making here?
Oh, yeah,
as well?
like, is he tilted?
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know what he thinks about that. Like, is Carl's tilt that he 3-bets more? I mean, Carl hasn't been that aggressive in that way pre-flop.
No,
like
exactly.
A lot of calling behind, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he calls behind a lot and with weak hands.
Yeah, it does say run it.
But he just feels like ace-jack suited is too strong. And in a certain...
I think 3.4.
Yeah, Fedor in great shape here.
I have to check.
Wait, what's he checking? He's checking the app, right? This is the Triton Poker Plus app.
3.4. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
he
cool.
just use the app instead of asking the dealer to give an official count, but he makes the call with the ace-10 of diamonds. He is behind. You know, the crazy thing is, Brian, it looked like Carl was just going to run away with it. If Fedor can hold here, Carl's going to be tied in joint first with Sam Grafton. And we got a game on our hands. Well,
Jack in the window, but the gutter actually is one more out than the 10.
Yes, indeed. 7.7 million in the middle. And well, what do you know? 7 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Picks up an additional 8 outs.
Wow.
Good game.
3 of diamonds on the river, and we lose Fedor Holtz in 4th, Brian. Such a strong performance here in Cyprus. Got it in great shape against Carl. It is going to bow out in 4th for 2.1 million. I tell you what, I'm excited to see more of that man here at Triton Super High Roller Series, because he has put on an absolute clinic here in Cyprus. Fedor is back, but not to be in the 200K coin Rivet Invitational.
Brother. All good.
We are down to 3. Everyone guaranteed $2.6 million. Fedor bowing out in 4th. Linus Love on 13. Sam Grafton comfortably in 2nd with 36 bigs. Carl, the overall chip leader, with 66 big blinds. There's going to come back to the broadcast booth. Brian, we're going to be losing you. We're going to be tagging in Randy Lou, but just a quick departure note from you, if you will, from what we've seen so far here today at this final table.
It's been an exciting final table. A lot of interesting hands and dynamics. You know, one of those chip leader running away, and it's still a little bit of that. It's getting short. I mean, Linus at 15 blinds, but well behind everyone else. I've also just enjoyed some of the dynamics and personalities. Grafton's joking around with Chape Gatien. Chape Gatien's just personality as a whole, and just as somebody who's done a little bit of trading, just kind of curious to. I like hearing what Chape Gatien has to say and his mindset. So I don't know. It's been fun, and I mean, what an event! 115 players, $20+ million prize pool. This was an astounding success, and it's been just a lot of fun to follow.
It really has, and I think this half pro, half VIP dynamic is just, yeah, this has given us everything that we kind of wanted when we came into this 200K. But we are going to be going on break. When we come back, we are going to be playing down to a winner here in Cyprus, the $200,000 buying Coin River Invitational. Going to be losing Mr. Brian Rust. Randy Lou is going to be jumping in. But Brian will be seeing a lot more of you tomorrow, the 100K main event. So be sharing the booth once again. And we'll see you guys on the flip side of the break. Don't go anywhere. We're playing for 5.5 million. Brian, thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Good night, everyone.
Well, a warm welcome back to the broadcast desk here in Cyprus. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We are down to the final 3 players here in the 200K Coin River Invitational with Carl Chape Gatien, who self-proclaimed, I'm here to spin it up, I'm here to gamble, is the chip leader. Sam Grafton, who's also had a very strong start to the series here in Cyprus, finds himself second in chips with 36 big blinds. Then the immediate short stack, one of the fan favorites, Linus Love at the bottom of the counts with 13 bigs. But Randy, before we jump into the ICM and the payouts, I just wanted to get a bit of your vibe, your feeling of the turnout for this event, because for me personally, I mean, I've enjoyed every moment.
Well, of course, the turnout's been amazing. You know, in the very beginning, I thought maybe we'll get like 50 entries or 60 entries, and you know, we got 116 total entries, and you know, actually these businessmen, they're here to play, and Carl Chape Gatien is clearly here to play and also to gamble a little bit, taking out a lot of these players, just getting there somehow with the marginal holding. But you know, it doesn't seem right if we was just all pros at the very end with these final 3. We got one of the businessmen holding all of the chips, 20 million chips roughly, and then Sam Grafton and Linus trying to claw their way in. But it's kind of like the pros are supposed to have the advantage skill-wise, but Carl, he doesn't have to worry about the pay jumps as much because, you know, he's a bit loaded, right? Like he's doing well in life.
Hey, apparently, I mean, what he said earlier on is that he plays for 5.5 million on a daily basis, which is it's pretty sick when you've got that kind of experience under your belt where you can handle swings like that. And he's definitely showcased that he doesn't mind putting in chips and really applying pressure to some of the players that maybe, you know, obviously ICM aware from a poker point of view. This man right here, Carl, is just like, I don't care about ICM. Let's play for 5.5 minutes. We head on back down to the main stage with the Frenchman, Carl, leading the pack. As Randy already alluded to, has over half the chips in play. You can see there are currently 115 bigs, as blinds have gone up to 150,000, 300,000. So the big blind is now worth a starting stack. When players bought in for 200,000 at the cash desk, they were given 300,000 chips, and we're down to the final 3 players here in Cyprus with a lot to play for. The biggest pay jump, this one thus far, understandably so, with the departure of Fedor Holtz. Everyone guaranteed 2.6 million, but runner-up will receive 3.9 million. So we're playing for 1.3 million at present, with Linus sat on just 13 bigs.
Yeah, I know, like, yes, Linus Love has played big games in his life. I don't know if he's played a game this big before with these final 3 runners.
Well, he's played some 2K, 4K with straddles at
okay, but
Triton
what about
series
flipping
in
for
Montenegro.
a million, 1.3 million possibly for the next spot? I mean, who knows? But wow, this is a spot. They got some cards here. Ace Jack, Ace Deuce suited, 33 big blinds. Every spot is going to be wider ranges, given that they are in these. Always going to be 2 blinds and a button remaining with these 3 people, and Grafton has limp called Ace Jack. And normally Ace Jack is a hand you could potentially get in small blind versus big blind, but because of the huge pay jump to ICM and because Linus Love is so much shorter than Grafton, he's going to take a slow of Ace Jack.
Does flop best on the King Jack tray. Couple of diamonds, 1 spade on board.
1.6.
Carl drawing pretty thin here as he comes out firing. I mean, Linus on the sidelines, absolutely loving this.
Yeah.
Already 4.1 million in the middle.
Of course, Ace Deuce, no connection here, but if you're going to raise pre-flop against a limp, you got to bet these king high type boards. You know, you got a range advantage. Grafton should be proceeding cautiously.
Does flick in the call.
But right now he's like, please just give up.
I mean, it's a sizable c-bet, 1.6 into 2.5 million. Note the SPR has somehow been reduced to less than 2 going to the turn. And, well, I mean, if there's ever a card to continue firing on the 4 of clubs, Carl picking up some equity in the form of a will draw.
He certainly can think about it. It just depends on whether he thinks he's up a king or a jack. If he thinks he's up against a jack, certainly could fire a nice sized bet and get a lot of folds with Linus sitting on 3.8 million. Let's see how he wants to play this. See, he's really thinking about blasting away. If he doesn't bet now, though, he's pretty much conceded the pot.
Check.
He's going to give up.
Does knuckle back. Scary Queen of Diamonds finds its way to the river.
Based on the diamonds are royal, right?
That's an odd thing to say mid-hand.
No, I think that is very deliberate from Sam Grafton. He's
trying to show that you should be a little bit worried that there are things I got there. Try and deter him. Wow. That is a ballsy bet here. After that comment, Grafton trying to get him, dissuade him from betting, actually gets him to just go for that.
Just a snap 4 million into 5.7. Maybe Carl thinks he's got ace deuce of diamonds, Randy.
No, I don't think so.
Ace 10?
Ace 10 is very credible. believable.
If Sam can find the call here,
wow,
he's going to be the new chip leader with 3 left in the Coin Rivet Invitational 200k.
Have you got it?
Carl giving nothing away.
Yes, I don't have a very good bluff catcher.
Don't have a very good bluff catcher.
So, Grafton's thinking, okay, maybe you bet the turn of diamonds a lot, which is probably true. If you had like a naked king, would you still bet 4 million like a king 10, king 9 right now with the queen of diamonds rolling off?
You are repping ace 10 and flushes. Well, ace 10 plus, in my opinion.
I don't think he needs to be worried about being up against a queen because of how big the bet is, how scary the board is. Lays it down.
That's somebody.
Man, the businessman is just taking it down right now.
Carl up to 23 million chips.
You got that on the river?
No.
That's not what you want to hear.
It's hard to when you play as big stakes as you do in your business. It's hard to no, you're not going to get flustered.
King Jack. I mean, maybe just put it
1
in.
million.
Okay. Big raise. Very similar. And as Linus gets shorter and shorter, Grafton probably needs to get even tighter right now.
Yeah, Carl taking out a sizable chunk. Squiddy's buffer zone.
Players in the 100k main event, you now have a 45-minute dinner break.
Is going to exert that big stack pressure, pocket nines.
Wow, what a grim spot.
I mean, I would say you'd be reshoving this a lot. 24, 25 big blinds against a player who has been raising often. But you can see, because of these big pay jumps, Grafton's going to just kind of keep things slow. Try to hopefully get to showdown and not risk a lot of his chips and accidentally bust potentially before Linus does.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing for 1.3 million here, by the way, and Linus just playing 11 big blinds, 30-minute clock. Checks through on the flop, Randy.
And quick checks. I wonder if Grafton will start betting. It is pretty connected.
450.
Yeah, I like betting out here. It's going pretty small, so you might get some action you don't want.
Yeah, Carl sticking around with the gut shot and 10 high flush draw. 2.5 million in the middle. Does brick out on the river.
I kind of feel like Grafton's gonna opt for a block bet against ace high, given the double paired board. Maybe go like some kind of value.
Yeah, targeting some ace highs, ace queen with a heart, ace king, ace jack with a heart. All those hands that may station on a double paired board.
Yeah, and I think Grafton also went with a little bit bigger than, like, around half pot. Because he doesn't want to make it so small where he induces raises and risk way more chips.
Not twice in the row, you know. Yeah.
Carl saying not twice in a row.
Nah. Yeah. Nah, I don't want to bluff you twice in the row.
Leave me with some scrap of dignity. You know you're the amateur. I'm supposed to be out playing you. You know that, Carl. Like, that's what people will choose. You know.
Sir, you have time banks?
No, no.
Ah, you don't have any.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why
No. Just because I didn't see them, so I just wanted to know if you had any left.
Yeah, no.
That one.
Got some time bank problems.
Okay, so pick like this, 300.
Good time to pick up queens, unfortunately. Nothing. Time to show.
Wow.
Oh.
Chape
You
Gatien.
see, I like you, so I'll show you.
Thank you, Carl. I like you too.
Thank you.
It's like, it's good. Even Linus is, I'm warming to him, you know? The cold-hearted, you know, the online, all good. But actually, you know, starting to feel a little affection about the guy.
In what way?
Playing poker together, you know? Feel like just one of the lads. Each day, you set up Versace pajamas. I love to see it, like just something funky that I couldn't pull off. Just, you know, enjoying your youth and success. It's lovely to see.
Not much of hand. Gonna let Chape Gatien try to do the damage. Queen deuce offsuit. He's been aggressive. Not much of a hand, but he is up against Linus, who's been folding.
He's
big blind quite a bit, and he is gonna go for a little min raise. I mean, for Linus, the hand plays itself. Ace 10 offsuit for the stack.
You sure?
No. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
2.8.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Yeah, there's something about Carl that just brings this friendly atmosphere. Despite these two guys playing one of the biggest games of their lives.
Thank you.
Action on Carl.
6.
Chape Gatien gonna open up Queen 9 of diamonds. And Linus picks up Ace Queen, back-to-back hands to reshove on the chip leader.
How much is it?
Around 12 blinds, and Chape Gatien has been making some loose calls against jams and been getting there. Is he gonna gamble it up with Queen 9 of diamonds?
3, 6, 25.
He's gonna make the call and try and take out Linus Lolliger. He's gotten lucky many, many times so far at this final table. Can he take out one of the best cash game players of all time?
I'll choose Queen 9 of diamonds.
66% of the tables voting against you, Rob.
And we got an inside straight draw for Chape Gatien. Backdoor diamond draw. 31% equity. Trying to gamble it up to take out Lolliger. And now he can pick up a 10 to make it straight and take out Linus, and he cannot get there. Full double for Linus. And this A little dent to Chape Gatineau's stack, just trying to gamble it up.
You know, there have been a few ways in which the deck could have fell, where this tournament could have been over, you know, an hour ago.
Yeah, every time there's like a ridiculous.
Always a sweat. Linus gets the double.
Sorry, James, the clock is running in the background. We just have to reset the server. Okay, but it's still running.
Well, Linus definitely relatively healthy with that stack. Actually, only 2 big blinds separate him and Sam Grafton now. Sitting on around 27, 28 big blinds.
Well, Linus with that playable stack.
600,000.
Wow, this is, look at these hands. It's king, queen suited, pocket tens, and ace king.
Same as you according to the app. 8 million.
You've got to be kidding me, Randy.
I wonder how Grafton's going to play this. Is he going to 3-bet? Is he going to just ship it in? Keep it simple? Try to lock out his opponents?
2.2.
2.2 million. And the chip leader wakes up with ace king. And we know he's going to get it in. If he's getting in with worse hands, certainly ace king.
Well, you know, the insane thing is if he jams, does Grafton call it off? Does Squiddy find the call with the tens? But Linus, going to be able to get out of there.
Yeah, Linus thought he was going to be playing one of these premiums with king, queen suited.
How much
tens, though.
A lot.
I feel like...
I think, I don't know.
Count his, please.
Wow. So Sam asking for a count.
I'm probably going to have to call it, can't imagine folding.
I feel like he's a bit committed, given he's put in 2.2 million, 6.3 behind.
Yeah, the average stack.
I think you can consider folding if Linus was sitting on like 10 blinds.
For sure.
Something quite shallow.
1.3
if you fold
million.
here, you're actually going to have less chips than Linus, and you might be folding a really big opportunity here. Especially if you're folding against ace king, it would be a disaster. As you can see the percentages.
17,700,000.
But I've seen Carl just 4-bet rip in kings into ace king of Fedor, and you won a big pot. So you can't just be like, oh, he didn't 4-bet small, therefore it means it must be ace king. I think Carl's ranges is the same when he just jams.
Yeah, I think since we've been 6-7 handed, at this final table, Sam's going to find the call here. And note Sam asking how much Carl is actually playing so that he understands the future game spot that he's going to find himself in, which would be overwhelming chip
such a
lead.
wild man. It's hard to fold to a wild man.
It is hard to fold to a wild man. Everyone guaranteed 2.6 million. It's a 1.3 million jump between third and second. Has to be playing into Sam's mind.
It is scary. He can easily be up against jacks, queens, kings, aces. I guess he needs to ask himself,
7,300,000 behind.
does Carl ever do this with like an ace-queen suited? You just think about the timing of how fast Carl jammed here.
I think Carl's out of time bank extensions, if I'm not mistaken.
So, yeah, I think you're right. I did hear that earlier. So you can't really read into the time banks. That's unfortunate that him having no time banks is actually to your disadvantage at for this hand. I feel like you just got to make a stance eventually. It's too much of a hand.
Did already. Yeah, he does make the call, Randy. I mean, do you want to try and calculate the dollar EV value of this flip when you talk about career-defining flips?
One of these days, right?
Sure.
This is making me sick thinking about how much is on the line on a coin flip.
You can see Grafton with 57% equity as Linus just gets to watch from the sidelines, potentially ladder 1.3 million. One king dead in Linus's hand. Say flop for Sam Grafton. Jack 4 deuce. Couple of backdoor opportunities for Carl, but the immediate out's going to be what he's looking for. That does produce one of the backdoors. Gives him an additional 4 outs. Looking for an ace, a king, or a 5 to eliminate Sam. No dice. 6 of diamonds on the river. And Randy, we have a new chip leader. Sam Grafton with a huge double.
Oh dear, bro.
To 18 million in chips.
It was a nice call. Not easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I had to have a little think. Had to have a little think.
I mean, so much class for losing so many chips.
Like, slow roll, you get berated in Twitch chat for.
Okay, Sam, you're not getting berated by Twitch chat. Don't gotta worry about that. You're playing for so much money. It's understandable. So Carl recently peaked to 23 million in chips. Is now down to 8 million.
I trust you.
9 million, excuse me. Now he's in dire straits. Of course, a playable stack of 31 big blinds, but momentum has shifted here. Ever since he made, he lost that pot against Linus. Now he's lost a bigger pot to Grafton. Of course, that hand kind of played itself.
Button open. Small blind 3-bet. You're in the big blind 3-handed. Look down at ace king for 30 effective. We're all in, dealer.
Perhaps a shift in strategies for Carl and Sam now that the stacks have swapped.
125? 150.
We're currently 120 big blinds in play. 116 to be exact.
And he picks up queens next hand.
600.
Where does he find these cards?
Oh boy.
If Chape Gatien is feeling a
This
little bit
could go-
loosey-goosey possibly, given what just happened in the last 2 hands, and he's going for it.
About to say, this could go bang bang 1-2 KO if Carl just comes with rip. Fortunately, he's come with 3-bet and
What?
What did you start with?
The wheels are coming off.
they are indeed.
For Carl.
10 million. 9, 10 million. I think 10.
Grafton deciding whether to jam or 4-bet small.
3.25.
Going to just click it back, knowing
Are you drinking or what?
maybe
No?
Carl might be steaming, trying to get him to put a little bit more chips in.
I'm a big Carl fan. It's time to get out of there, buddy. Asking Sam, are you drinking? What's going on?
Yeah. Carl's got to be suspicious against this tiny 4-bet.
You need to give him a countdown. He's got no time banks.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Appreciate the sportsmanship being showed by Sam there. Just making the dealer aware that Carl is out of time banks and he needs to give him a verbal countdown before killing his hand.
Thank you.
Sam Grafton up to over 20 million in chips now, Randy. Carl practically tied with Linus. Well, one of our proud sponsors here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Shambhala Jewels, who have been giving out some of their fine bracelets to the winners of the Triton events thus far here in Cyprus. Special shout out to them, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series. You seen any of the 18 karat gold, the old Triton branding on it? I want one. Are there any spare going for best commentators? The 18.
Right, 600.
Yeah, but unfortunately that'll be for me and Ollie.
Wow. Okay. All right, part-timer. Linus with the jam from the small after Carl. Open on the button.
Oh, I heard Ras gets one too, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They're leaving the Jacob & Co. for me, and you guys get the Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
No, you'll get the...
The reason being is I need to keep track of the amount of time that I spend in the booth, because it's always more than you guys. You know? So you part-timers, you just get the bracelets. It's okay, no worries.
I mean, you need your practice, you know?
That's true. That is true. I got to play catch-up, right? You veterans of the game.
So, Chape Gatien's got 21 big blinds, ace deuce. I wonder if he just goes, keep it simple and just push it in. I mean, it may seem like a lot of big blinds, but it is a simple way to play the hand. Maybe wondering why Grafton isn't raising into his big blind, but he's playing cautious now. Now that he's down to 21 big blinds, I think it's starting to kick in that I'm going to be all in soon.
Well, I'll tell you what, Randy. Ace 10-5 rainbow. Sam's going to lose some chips here, especially given how aggressive Carl has been playing his ace-x type hands.
Yes, especially against against Carl, because he's going to expect him to raise an ace so often off that stack size, especially because he's been playing so many pots and folding recently. Might be thinking that he's steaming a little bit. I'd love to see Carl go for some value now instead of get tricky.
Yeah, Squiddy knuckling it on over to Carl. Bit of pot control from Sam Grafton, as well as
600.
You know, this guy has been floating with Jack high on King 9-3 boards and let him blast off with 0 equity.
2 big blind bet gonna get quickly called.
0.7 in the middle. That is a fortunate river for Sam Grafton.
Yeah, it's a little scary, right? Because maybe you're suspicious. Maybe you think you beat some straight draws occasionally. Queen Jack, possible.
Yeah, even now losing to, you know, like the random Queen X of spade floats.
You need to give him a countdown. He's got
2 million.
2 million.
I like that he's still value betting this. You gotta know your image.
Yeah, and his image might get him paid off here, you know. His image might get him paid.
Yeah, I think Grafton is still wrapping his head around the fact that Carl has not raised the pre-flop against his limp. So that's why he makes the call and he gets paid off.
Gonna table the ace.
Back on the upswing for Carl Chape-Gatien.
Decent sized pot going his way after a rough couple of levels looking to run away with it. It's up to 23 million at one point.
Grafton got ace-9. That's the chip leader. Gonna exert some pressure.
600.
600.
Linus ace-deuce suited. Unless... Oh, Carl, are you thinking about playing 10-deuce suited in the small blind? Carl? Are you sure about this? We can fold. Okay, there we go. Linus ace-deuce suited. 24 blinds. Thinks it's a little bit too much to kind of get frisky pre-flop. Monotone heart board. It's type of board where some players like to c-bet a lot. It's hard to kind of get a little piece of this. And they just bet like a quarter pot oftentimes.
That's 350.
Even less.
Randy, what are you doing in here, pal? Can we pull together our salaries and get you out there?
Where's the girl?
I've tried.
This is true. I didn't want to bring it up, but...
I've tried. And you know what I learned? I need to come back in here and stay in here.
You need to stay in the booth?
Stay in the booth.
It's your safe space.
It's a safe place for me.
900.
Oh. See, I know how to get the sizing. I don't know about this Linus character. Always throws me off. Raising ace-deuce. Just knowing how wide people like to c-bet on these kind of boards for small sizing. And, like, if Grafton had, like, a really weak heart, he's not going to peel. He needs, like, a strong heart to consider or some kind of pair. It's actually really amazing how Linus finds lots of spots to win pots that other people just kind of go, oh, this is a standard, just check fold. Even in situations where you think his stack size needs to be a little bit careful.
Okay, cool.
Oh, asking Linus if he's feeling good. He's like, yeah, feel like playing.
Finally.
Finally? Yeah.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Someone put petrol in the tank. Sorry, gas.
I know what you're saying.
I know you do, right? But before I get a million people in the chat saying, what is he talking about? Gas in Linus's tank in the form of 30 bigs.
Kind of a tricky spot. 3's out of position, not ideal. Jamming's too much for 30 blinds. Is going to try and set mine against Carl, which I think is fine. If Carl is going to maybe pay off a little bit more, I'm going to get more value calling his hand. Oh my. Grafton has read into Linus's flat calling range in the small blind for 30 big blind, being very weak. And he's absolutely right. Just that is a monster play right there. King 5 suited.
Yeah, these suited King X.
30 blind jam, effective.
See a lot more of it from these monsters. Monsters? Yeah, animals. I mean, they're out here playing super high stakes. Yeah, animal equality. There you go. Chat are saying that you have no idea what you're talking about, Randy, because you drive a Tesla. Is that true?
That is true.
So how do you know what petrol in a tank is?
Well, I mean, before... Oh, Jesus.
Listen, don't shoot the messenger.
I can't believe you're letting chat just manipulate your thoughts.
They're gaslighting both of us, pal.
They're not gaslighting us. They're diesel lighting
1
us.
million.
Or not diesel. What's the word? Petrol lighting us.
There we go. Meanwhile, Sam Grafton seems to have moved up into 6th gear with the 3.6x from the small.
Yeah, you'll see these ship leaders make big raises, small blind versus big blind, because you know they know that the big blind can call very wide in position, and still, even with the larger size, and Jack 6 of Hearts is still coming along. No connection, backdoor, potential for Jack 6 of Hearts if he wants to get frisky. I would feel that Grafton would think this is a pretty good board to fire on. He raised pre-flop, so we can discount the deuce and 5 a bit more than normal. You know, if we were playing limp pot, it's a little bit easier for those cards to hit. Did he just...
What is going on, Randy?
Call with Jack 6 of Hearts? Excuse me.
I know this man said he loves to gamble and he really likes playing street poker and just...
Oh, this is street poker.
Testing people's pain thresholds. The float earlier on with the Jack high against Fedor. Now floats with the Jack high on the 9-5 deuce 1 heart. 5.5 million in the middle.
3.2.
Oh, he's barreling again. This is ballsy. I mean, wow, getting it done with Queen 3.
Yeah.
If he had checked, Carl would have definitely swung at that one.
Randy, I'm sorry, mate. Are we playing for 5.5 million?
No, we're playing. I mean, this is like a normal day for Carl Chapegatien. But Sam Grafton and Linus they're playing well. You know, despite the stakes, they're just, look, take it one hand at a time. Hopefully come out the champion, win a lot of money.
Just playing against fucking the world's greatest online trader and the world's greatest poker player, I can fucking... Yeah, I'm not a fucking performing seal over here, mate. I'm not a fucking dolphin balancing shit on my nose.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's playing against one of the world's best day-to-day traders.
And the best online player. Wow. I love Grafton.
I'm a big Squiddy fan.
Well, he's going to rip into Queen 4 clubs.
I mean, I was already converted. I was already a self-proclaimed #1 fan of Carl before this final table. As we were playing down to the final table, there's just all sorts of things going on. I mentioned it earlier on, but for the people that have tuned in within the past hour or so, our staff, our team asked him, could you give us a funny anecdote about you that the stream would like to hear? And he said, I'm here to gamble. And that's it. that was his final table quote, coming in as chip leader. We're playing for 5.5 million. I swing like this on a daily basis.
Yep, my stack.
I'm here to gamble.
Legend.
And he's doing that. It's not like he says one thing and does the other. He legitimately has been making some big gambles.
Living up to it.
And, you know, he's ruined a lot of dreams at this final table. Just getting there. I mean, of course, amazing performances for them, but a lot of their kind of ruined their rest of their day despite making a big score at this final table.
Yeah, one of the biggest dreams being Ebony Kenny.
Yeah.
Got it in with the jacks against
the 9s.
Carl's 9s. 9 of hearts on the turn, sent Ebony packing in 5th for 1.7 million. But I got a funny feeling, Randy, that once the dust settles, once she gets back home and reflects on her time here in Cyprus, $2 million richer.
Yeah. And then Carl also took out Fedor Holtz. Ace-10 versus Ace-Jack. Took out Elias, Ace-Deuce versus 6s. Took out Vogelsang, Queen-10 suited versus Ace-4. I mean, he busted the majority. He took out Seth Davies, right? That 7-6 suit against the king queen, runner, runner straight, like just absolutely almost eliminated every single player so far. And when he did all that, he was up to 23 million. But something about these final two players.
21, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we should be able to see the
stop being
digits,
strats.
but yeah. 2, this is 20, this is 1. Yeah.
So
yeah,
blinds
so it's right,
gone up to 200,000, 400,000.
Yeah,
The big blind now worth more than the starting stack.
Yeah, we're just putting in buy-ins. Oh, here's Ivy's buy-in. Here's Patrick Antonius's buy-in as the ante. Yeah.
Pretty sick when you think about how many dreams.
There's Eric Seidel's.
Oh, you're just going after goats, aren't you? You literally just picked off like 3 of the sickest to ever do it.
I want one of them to go. I'm betting 2 Phil Ivy buy-ins here as my C-bet. Grafton, ace queen. Chape Gatien, 8-6 diamonds. You know, the blind's not 400,000, so their stacks have been cut down even more.
It's 1.4 million.
I don't think he's going to be folding 8-6 of diamonds. He's defending Jack-6 suited. Oh, I mean, he's got no time. He doesn't have time to think about it.
It was nice sizing.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
These time banks are really starting to hurt Carl.
With a little bit more time bank, I think I will call, but I'm not sure. But it was a nice sizing.
Thanks, mate. Loving that. 3.5x.
Yeah, Carl is aware of that. Against the bigger size and his smaller stack size, meaning he can't defend as much. Carl actually seems very well versed in poker, just, you know, obviously less experienced as the others, but understands all the different concepts, but just with a little bit less practice, from what I've noticed. You know, maybe not get the exact ranges down on what you're supposed to call reshoves with.
You played that ace deuce fucking...
It was a nice hand, no?
Very nice.
Referencing the ace jack of Grafton, king jack XX queen of diamonds.
Yeah, that was a sick river bluff from Carl. Sam Grafton, by the way, great ambassador, in my opinion, for the game.
He just livens everything up.
He does.
It doesn't matter what stakes we're playing, right? Like playing the 1K, playing the 200K for millions. Like he's like the same character every single time.
And also, one of the traits that I really value in Squiddy is he's like a no nonsense, no BS kind of dude as well. Like super friendly, but he's not afraid to, you know, draw the line and just keep people where they should be.
Put them in their place.
No, it's not even like necessarily putting. He doesn't mind like speaking up if he thinks something is, you know, out of place or wrong. Like he won't mind.
Yeah.
Speaking up and defending, you know, people at the table or whatever it is. I'm a big fan of people like that. It's good for the game. To be honest with you, you know, majority of
So
people
why hasn't he stand up for you whenever I bash you?
Oh, don't worry, pal.
Because it's a true statement.
He has. Like we've spoken in private, and
you're bluffing. I know you're bluffing.
I'm actually not.
You're
Like,
actually not bluffing.
I'm actually not bluffing. He's just like, you know, Henry, keep your head down. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's like, don't worry about anything else.
All in.
It's like, thanks, Squid. Now you know.
Okay.
Now you know.
Nice heart-to-heart conversation there.
I mean, you have to. These are people that have paved the way for us young guns. A few people I've seen mention Carl reaching to his phone. I just want to clarify, just for integrity purposes, all players are allowed to look at the Triton Poker Plus app now. There are cameras everywhere. And yeah, players have exclusive access to an up-to-date or real-time chip count on their Triton Poker Plus app, and they can just, it makes it a lot easier rather than scanning around the table trying to figure out how much everyone's playing. Just look at the app. Oh, he's playing 15 bigs. Okay, I'm all in.
Yeah, especially with the shot clock being 20-second pre-flop. Can't really be taking half your time to ask how much you play, and they may not be accurate. King 4 could be a spot. And goes for it.
Does indeed.
You can see Grafton actually opted to limp King 4 for 12 big blinds rather than open rip it. Trying to still play a little bit of small ball in some spots.
Yeah, and to kind of just hit that one home for the last time for this 200k Coin Rivet Invitational. They are not watching the stream. They're not getting to see people's whole cards in real time. There is obviously a lot of protection in place to protect the integrity of the game. But the chip counts are updated on the app
in real time.
In real time. One hand at a time. We are on currently, just to let you guys know, Randy and I are on a 2-hour delay. As far as I know, today we're on like a 123-minute delay.
Yes.
So don't worry about Carl. There's cameras everywhere. There are no. You imagine if Carl just pulls out some, I don't know, some run it once shot or something, and he. Yeah, just like, let's have a quick look. Let's see what's.
Right.
Maybe he asked Fedor. He's like, hey, Fedor, have you got any poker code charts that I can use for this final table?
Real quick, Grafton has limped the button Jack 4 offsuit, which is clearly not so good of a hand, but trying to muscle and see free flops. And let's see if he decides to just fire here, thinking that Linus can't really react to it too well off of his 16 blind stack. We'll check, thinking that if I bet now, it just seems so obvious that I don't have anything. And this is the one guy that's still willing to make moves off of shallow stacks.
For sure.
I wonder if Grafton goes for a delay bet or just keeps checking jack high thinking it's good enough. Looks like he wants to deny some equity. Nope, check.
I'm curious to kind of speak with Sam about the logic behind limping button here.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's thinking that Linus is just going to play very straightforward against this. Checks it down. And we're going to show down this Jack 4, and I think the other two players are going to see this. Oh.
Right.
He
There
meant
we
to
go.
raise.
There we go.
So we're discussing his strategy on a misclick the whole time.
There we go. I don't know, I was just thinking, you know, playing for 5.5 million, this is a 200k. These guys have 200 IQ. Us plebs are here in the booth. There must be something we're missing. No, it was a misclick.
No, I mean, in general, I'm comfortable. This is supposed to be my job, but it's been a, you know, been a hectic 3 days of poker, and lights are flashing on and off, and if I can take off that shirt. I don't even have my poker shirt. Just a pot of poker football shirt.
Live misclick with 5.5 million for first.
See how while he's going to play 7-6 offsuit off of this stack. It's pretty loose.
It's not going to work.
Problem is you tend to bleed down a bit. You're raising off a stack where people are just going to get dealt hands often enough to just jam on you.
I thought you wanted to play poker. Ah,
I told
me too.
you.
I fold like all in. I'm joking, huh? Yeah.
And your hands?
Yeah.
Have to.
Depends.
Randy, Carl is now down to 12 big blinds, and he's in the big blind. So he's going to have to put in 20% of his stack in this hand.
Okay, I play your game. Fold all in.
Folder all in announced.
We played a bit of poker though.
Yeah, I know. I tease you. I have to. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. I'm sorry.
Grafton's going to jam.
I was sure he was about to do that.
Is there a chance he just goes with King 8 offsuit?
Maybe I should not talk anymore.
Roughly 10 blinds? Is it time to gamble?
10 seconds. Blind v blind.
Ask the floor. 30 seconds. You're serious? No, I'm joking.
No. Going down to sub 10. Well, what could have been 5 left, spiked the 2 outer.
2 small stacks.
Yes.
To play some poker. I would like to play some.
Yes. Wait 5 minutes.
Heads up, I can play some poker again.
2 outer that sent Ebony Kenny home in 5th. His runaway chip leader had over 60% of the chips in play, four-handed.
All in.
Here we are. He's down to just 9 bigs. Grafton putting on an ICM clinic now, because he knows if he gets through Carl, Linus's calling off range is just
very narrow.
Top of range.
Especially with Linus having a huge separation from Carl's stack.
It's a simple question.
Yeah.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
For sure.
That's good.
I've had worse days, for sure.
Glad to hear that.
I'm also having fun.
So we take a quick look at the chip counts. So as things stand, there are just 90 big blinds in play. 86. Those of you that are nitpicky out there. Sam Grafton with the most of them. 2.6 million American dollars locked up. 3.9 million for second and 5.5 million for the eventual champion here. It's the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. The Coin Rivet Invitational. And Randy, I tell you what, there better be a 2.0 version of this bad boy.
I mean, absolutely love the structure of this businessman. It just created a very fun dynamic. It's nice for the business side, but let's just take a break from that thought. It's 7s versus King 9. Linus limping the 7s, I think with intention to limp jam a lot. He should expect Grafton to raise his limp with the bottom of his range and get a lot of folds. King 9 is the type of hand that won't be raising. You don't want to kind of fold this type of hand that's got solid equity. really dry. See if Linus wants to pot control or just start betting out. Looks like he will try and pot control a bit. Hoping to contain the pot. Is Grafton gonna take the bait? King high, definitely got showdown value. Ace is scary. Of course, it's crossing both players' mind that this is not a raised pot, so that ace will connect quite a bit less often. And I like this bet. I feel like, yes, there's 2 overs, but Grafton often will bet a jack on the flop. Grafton will also raise a decent amount of aces against the Lalagar limp with his stack depth. Wow, he gets king 9 to call. Okay. Just not believing him.
Smitty sticking around with king high. Well, I wonder if this is a byproduct of him being a non-believer, or whether he just feels like, hey, I'm going to have the best hand here a decent amount of the time, unblocking the 4x, the 5x's of the world that may take a stab, blind v blind.
I think he thinks he's got the best hand. King high definitely very good. Now 500? Linus is
500.
A bit of a bit block bet here. A block value bet.
This guy is just too good.
He doesn't want to create a situation where he checks. Maybe Grafton's got 2 diamonds and, you know, puts out 1.5 million. If he's up against random 10x of diamonds, so be it. But he could get maybe paid off by like a 3, a deuce. It's really, I've noticed a lot of these kind of like small quarter pot bets on these rivers from a lot of different players throughout this series, so it's quite nice to see. And it's kind of hard to combat because some of these guys are mixing in really strong hands in there where you can't just auto raise.
Players in the 100k main event, sorry about the power surges. A tournament
to open jam, one would assume. Blind v blind.
All in.
Does move in. And a snap fold from Carl. He's now down to 2.5 million chips. 1 foot out the door. What could have been the legendary French trader. A couple of loose calls that maybe he'll look back on and regret. The major one that comes to mind, calling 30 bigs with ace 8-0 against that man right there, Sam Grafton.
What the fuck?
All in.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, open jamming season now for Sam Grafton, who can taste victory here in Cyprus. 24 million, plays 8 point, sorry, I stand corrected, 24.3 million, plays 7.7, plays 2.4.
Yeah.
You shove, Linus shoves, I call.
Okay,
and we knock out Linus. I'll take it.
Right.
I'll take it. I end up even and you triple up.
Teamwork.
Is he actually going all in, or okay? He's actually.
Is he all in blind?
No.
Randy?
For me?
His chips were already there. It's not. He didn't slide them forward before he was
What?
dealt.
Action. Action is on you.
So I can say what I want?
You can say what you want.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds good now.
Fold.
Yeah, just be careful with that, just in case.
Yeah, because you have no time back.
Seriously.
I was confused.
Hang on a minute.
Players, we have 2 more players on the table.
What on earth is going on?
Thank you.
The other 2 players thought maybe he was going blind all in, but you know, he was just placing his chips there.
This is for the next time, huh?
He didn't slide it forward.
Well, he is in the big blind now, and I tell you what, Randy, he has to put in 1/3 of his stack before he's even seen his cards.
4.
Linus most likely.
All in.
All in.
Man, he's getting dealt some pretty bad hands. But might be.
Seriously. You see my card, seriously.
I think it's to do with my cards, not yours, believe me.
What?
It's to do with my cards, not your cards, believe me. I don't know your cards.
Yeah.
5.
I know that.
4. 3. 2. 1.
Well, Randy, he's now got just 4 big blinds. 1.3 million difference between 3rd and 2nd. And Sam Grafton can already see the finish line.
Going back to blinds, 1,000, 2,500, 2,500. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
And in a weird way, Carl staying alive is kind of like an ICM aid to Grafton, who just gets to keep on jamming into Linus. Linus just can't cool off due to the fact that Carl is just so short. You know, we're talking top 5%, maybe even less, top 5% of range.
And he's just going to go with the Jack 3 offsuit. He just feels like he's getting too short. He's finally got a picture card. And he's actually dominated against Jack 6.
I'll take a chop. I'll take a chop. I'm a reasonable man.
That's what he's saying. He'll take a chop.
I mean, as long as he doesn't lose the pot.
You knew. I was weak. Let's see, we go ace and 10.
Good chance of a chop.
It certainly is. And they are going to do just that. Chop it up, dealer. So Carl going to be on the button now.
We chop Linus up. There we go.
Linus sub 20.
Yeah, Linus is just waiting for Carl to just hopefully leave the tournament. Bust out.
It really is handcuffed.
And the top 3 is when the biggest pay jumps exist, so even more so to play even tighter. Queen deuce suited. I mean, if he's going with Jack 3 offsuit, it seems like he's probably going to ship this in. It's got fold equity.
Oh, wow.
Ace
Runs
king,
into the
snap.
ace king of Squiddy.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. A lot of stuff.
That's your turn.
Oh, sorry.
Bro, you're in fucking great shape. Why you say it looked like it was?
You joking or what?
You got 34% alive.
Christ.
6 immediate outs. Spades also an option. 1.3 million on the line. If Sam can hold with the ace king, both him and Linus will be guaranteed $3.9 million. Biggest score of both of their careers. Just one card to come. It's
It's the 6 of spades. And we lose one of the fan favorites, Carl Chappé-Gatien. Potential, I say potential, a new poker legend has been born here in this Coin Rivet Invitational.
Yeah. Nice playing with you.
100% one of my favorites. Classy, a gentleman, aggressive, all class.
Let's take a quick look at his journey over the last 3 days here in Cyprus. It was all Carl for most of the day. We returned with 16 players, and he was just winning pot after pot after pot, eliminating Davies, Volksang, Kenny, but he is out in third, 2.6 million for Carl. And we're heads up, Randy. We're going to be going on a short break, around 5 minutes to just set the stage. When we come back, Linus Love, Sam Grafton are going to be playing for 5.5 million. See you guys shortly.
With the Queen 3, 9-3 of the world. And just looking at the spot and deciding, you know what? I make the call over here. This is a guy that can... There is little Dave, one of the founding partners of Coin Rivet.
The other tables are playing slow.
Along with Rob Young.
Let them catch up. They're gonna stop us if we're too far ahead.
We'll have extra break. I reckon. Yeah.
Okay, Linus eyeing that stack of Tony G.
Other tables, they're just sitting and waiting.
Rips it in with King 7 and Tony G with 20 blinds of A6 suit. It's like, oh my, why didn't you just give me an opportunity to maybe make a play at you? Why do I have to call it off? From an ICM point of view, while Chip EV, this is certainly a call. This should be a fold.
And Tony G has just said that he has A6 suited, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
The decision is only Tony's from this point forward as the time bank gets exercised. He hates it.
I don't think he should be calling here because of the ICM situation. I think he knows usually he's got the best hand. The thing is, he's only so far ahead. You can see 62-38. But maybe he's got at a point where it's like, enough's enough. I just folded that last hand. Didn't really want to fold it. You know, when he got blown off the ace-10.
But when you get showered in this spot and you're looking out at those small stacks,
You feel
Suvarna
silly.
and Little Dave, you really do go, what was I thinking? A little bit of results-oriented bias, but you just don't have to do it.
What do you think?
Well,
A6 suited, you call or not?
Well, I don't think Linus can advise
May I
you.
show you? You can see.
Yeah, the thing with this,
Show me one at least. It's fair, right?
the problem with the 6 is Linus can easily have 2 cards bigger than the 6, so he's got extra equity, you know, like the 10-9 suited, Queen 10. You don't want that. You'd rather have at least 2 overs to the cards that Linus is shoving a little bit more often than not. Can't hide the fact that this is a stressful situation.
Well, it's not so stressful when you wake up with 2 aces, as Sukernik has done. Walliger, predictably, the razor. And
surprised he just rips it in the 30 big blinds.
oh
Well,
boy,
Suvarna.
ace-queen suited. I mean...
I think I'm... Okay.
That's a
this
lot
is-
of hand,
I
Randy.
know. Think about this. Suvarna got it in with Sukernik. Ace, Queen, and 10-9 suited. For I know it's a different situation, but they've got a little bit of history.
PTSD, yeah. I mean, he would have rather been the guy ripping, obviously.
Yes.
But Leon took that move right away from him, and now he's using a time bank as he wants to understand what is Leon's range, and how does ace-queen suited perform against it.
If there was one guy he was going to commit against, it's going to be Leon, and he's going to commit, and he's going to be shocked that Leon jammed aces for 31 big blinds.
Devastation.
Fair? Correct?
Wired pair.
Just 12% equity
Unpredictable, Leon.
for Suvarna. He's going to want to see some diamonds, some queens, some Broadway cards, something to keep hope alive. And instead, it's an ace in the window, and that is just
no diamond.
nastiness of the highest order. Running deuce 4 required. And the Jack of Diamonds will seal Santosh Suvarna's fate.
Two diamonds,
I know,
one
I know.
tournament.
As he
They're good friends.
isn't able to cash, and just kind of nothing he could have done. The outer table here, which is where we find Eric.
A warm welcome back to Cyprus. We are heads up, Randy, in this 200k coin Rivet Invitational. It is Sam Grafton against Linus Love, 70 big blinds, playing 16. So Sam with a sizable 4.5 to 1 chip lead. Both of them guaranteed the biggest live cash of their careers. 3.9 million locked up, 5.5 million for first. Randy, we have a heads up match on our hands, pal.
For 1.6 million. Yeah, difference. This is scary. And while, of course, Sam Grafton's going to feel comfortable having a big chip lead, he's playing against one of the best No Limit Hold'em players of all time, who's played so much heads up, no limit. Certainly, Linus, even with this 16, 17 big blinds, is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Linus with more experience than most at the age of 28.
He's looking up, maybe randomizing? What is he doing?
1.2 million?
It feels that way, doesn't it? Possibly.
I would assume. The secret lab chairs have been rolled out. The massive Triton trophy. Now I have a question, Randy.
Enlighten me.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but for this, the 200k, is it a Jacob & Co watch? Or is it a Shambhala Jewels bracelet? Or is it both?
Oh. Producer will get back to me shortly. I want to talk about this hand.
Talk about it. Break it down.
Wait. Back to the action. Limp pot. Well, it was limped. Linus took some time to 3x'd it. Got called by Grafton. Picked up an inside straight draw. Is playing out of position 10-6-5. I think you can kind of go with a mixed strategy. Given he's playing about 12 blinds, I kind of like that he's checking here because sometimes you bet, you get jammed on. You can't really call up 9 high. Whereas when you check, your opponent bets, you can check call, make sure you see a turn. I think it's a nice spot for a check.
1.1 million.
And of course, Grafton with top pair will be betting it, charging Linus.
I mean, this could just be it here, hand number 1.
If Linus wants to get really frisky, going for a check raise all in, it is possible. Could check call. He has some sick read, he could check fold, but I don't really see that happening.
Just gonna make the call.
Yeah, and
20% equity. Little does he know, just drawing to 4 outs. Sorry.
Yeah, he's got about 10 blinds remaining.
5 million in the middle. 3.8 behind. 6 of hearts pairing on the turn. Got a funny feeling this is going to go check, bet, fold, and Linus is going to be down to sub 10 big blinds.
Grafton needs to decide, is it better for him to bet or check to induce from Linus? Although the 10 is kind of vulnerable. Like, he's not sure if Jack, King, or Ace loses the hand from, and I feel like it's better for him to just keep betting here and just try and scoop this pot, blind your opponent down a bit more, rather than let him get a free shot at it.
Well, I think Linus just tabled his hand.
He tabled at least one card.
Yeah, I saw one of the 4-pip side diamonds show.
Down to under 10 blinds. I mean, even if you're Linus, there's only so much you can do now. You should still see a pretty wide limping range with this stack depth from Linus. Although they are playing with a big blind ante, so could see them maybe jamming in a little bit more often. In a no ante scenario, you definitely would be seeing a lot of limps. With King 10 and Ace 5, this is fireworks.
There we go, hand number 2 of heads up. This is going in the middle, Randy.
The question is, which way? Is Linus going to open jam, or is he going to limp call it off? He's going to rip it in.
Squid makes the call, Ace 5 in the big, cards on their back. Randy, hand number 2 of heads up. 200k coin Rivet Invitational. Linus going to need some help from the deck.
It's a 1.6 million.
Let's not talk about that, you know, let's just...
It is a lot of money on the line, and he's only a slight favorite. Can Grafton close it out?
So far, so good. Jack 8 full rainbow. Nice, with some backdoor potential, but has the 6 immediate outs in the form of a king or a 10. Rail watches on. 9 of hearts on the turn. Linus picks up 8 outs. 14 outs once. Can he convert the 32% to stay alive in this 200k? He can, Randy. Now we got a heads up match on our hands.
3.8, right?
Linus Love up to 20 big blinds. Sam Grafton still a comfortable lead. 3.5 to 1 chip lead to be precise. 1 card away from winning 5.5 million.
Just check it for me, please. Thank you.
And sending a very tough opponent home and just closing it out after 2 hands.
Yeah, he still has the 3.5 to 1 lead, but like, thoughts are rolling in your mind now. It's like, oh no, please, please.
Not like
let
this.
me win
Yeah.
this heads-up match against one of the greatest heads-up players of all time, greatest no-limit cash game players, ultimate tournament player. Don't let him get chips, and now let him maneuver. And 20 blinds is actually there's actually a lot of maneuverability with 20 blinds. You're going to see, or you should see, a lot of limps from both players on the button. And it's going to expand the stack to pot ratio post-flop in these limp pots with very wide ranges. I think Linus is going to think he's going to be more comfortable than Grafton in these spots, but, you know, I wouldn't count Grafton out.
Count Grafton out?
I mean,
Randy, he's got a 3.5 to 1 chip lead.
I'm talking about an edge point of view, of course.
He had Linus 1 card away from elimination.
Deuces. Might
count Grafton out, chat.
Yeah, I like that he's keeping it simple and just ripping it. Oh, the blinds are now 500,000 too, so we've also reshrunk the blinds again. Yeah, those are poor choice of verbs.
Right,
words.
Sometimes we regret some of the nonsense that comes out of our mouths, and we have the wonderful viewers at home that just get to click the old clip button and then post it.
Emojis.
Yeah, social media. Henry said this, Randy said that.
Yeah, that's when I start breaking iPads, buying new ones.
To be honest, though, let's be honest, you know, more often than not, they're clipping nonsense coming out of, like, let's call a spade, Ali Najad's mouth. You know? So.
True.
We're safe.
Jack 5 suited. Like I said earlier, I'm expecting a lot of limps. You kind of like risking a bit too much by raising these types of hands and then folding 2 jams. They're getting like a nice price to kind of like make plays at you. Give yourself more ways to win the pot. Grafton. 7-6.
$1.5 million in the middle in a limped pot.
Ranges are wide in limp pots. Against a straightforward player, you would just auto bet this on the dealer button, thinking, well, they missed it. And he's going to bet it. Sometimes you need to think like, oh, maybe I kind of get reverse floated sometimes, occasionally. So these pots are actually very important, and it's actually quite intriguing to watch. You can see Grafton hasn't folded yet because he's like, it's kind of suspicious that you're opting to bet on the King 10-10. But rather than maybe play back at it and make a mistake, rather just contain the stack under 20 big blinds at the moment.
I know we still have this one to close out, but any news on when the next Coin Rivet Invitational is going to be?
You did not ask me that like 20 minutes ago.
Has Carl already registered? Because if he has, sign me up. Like, I want to be in the booth when he's on the feature table. What about Loose Leon? Leon Sukanik, LTO, King's Resort owner, just flicking in 115 bigs with 10-9 of hearts. I mean, come on, man. Let's go.
Really just, you know, a lot of times you watch that kind of tournament, you know, you're looking at your fan favorites from the pro side, right? But actually, I really enjoyed watching a lot of the different players from the business side in this tournament the last couple of days. But regardless, button limp as expected with these stack depth. Suited, most suited hands you're going to be able to limp call here against the 3x, and Linus in a nice position, getting a 3.5 million pot in the middle, playing 12 blinds with a really solid pair. And, you know, of course, in heads-up pots, 1 overcard to the board is not as troublesome as in a ring game. So here, it is troublesome because he is up against the queen, but he doesn't necessarily think his hand is bad. Linus is going to have to play out of position.
Yeah, note the stack to pot ratio.
It's very shallow. So often you'll see bets sized down with these shallow stack to pot ratios.
1.1.
And he's going for about a third of the pot. Now, Grafton's not worried about committing all the chips with his hand. It's just a question of what's the best way to get Linus's chips? Is it by calling in position and maybe letting one of these overcards roll off? Risk that? Or is it potentially raising? And I don't like raising because there's no draw out there. You kind of just get, you know, him to get away from his hand.
Exactly, yeah. Folding out all of his bluffs and only keeping in, you know.
So you just need, in heads up, you need to tolerate some risk. And this is one of the kind of risky cards where maybe he got there now. Or maybe I lost some value against some hands I might have put more chips in on the flop. It is quite awkward.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. 5.7 million in the middle. Linus with just 4.8 behind. Could come with like... Yeah, it does knuckle it on over.
Grafton's thinking, okay, you check the ace, which is supposed to hit your perceived range. Is it because you're trapping me? Or is it because you're actually scared of the ace yourself? Grafton knows usually he is up against some kind of hand that's got equity. Oh, and he lets him hit the 9 by checking back that turn.
How has Linus found that 9-ball corner pocket? As clean as it can come. Just drawing to just 5% equity.
As played, Linus is discounting the ace in Grafton's range very often because of how small their stacks were pre-flop. So he's likely targeting a queen or an 8 right now. He needs to decide which one and what sizing is most likely to get those hands to pay off. What size to use to make it look like a bluff?
1.4 million.
And looks like he's going to go for the crying call style. Like, please just call. This kind of bet is designed to hopefully get an 8 to call as well as a queen. Get the best of both worlds. For someone to limp call and call a flop bet on this board texture means they've got a piece by now because there's no obvious flush draw.
Yeah, it comes with the quarter pot block and gets snap called by Sam, who's going to get shown the bad news. 2 outs going to the river.
Ooh. This is starting to slip away from Grafton. 2-1 chip lead now instead of the 3.5 to 1.
That's a couple of times today.
Hitting that river set. I've seen it. He hit the 7 earlier too.
That was a 1-outer.
Yeah.
That was. If you can find those conversions in a 200K with millions of dollars for first, you're going to do well, Randy.
Really?
Just drill a 1-outer, drill a 2-outer.
Oh, Grafton's just got to maintain his composure. You got to understand, you're going to lose pot sometimes, of course. It's heads up.
Oh.
Keep what you've been doing up. Try and close it out against one of the best in the world.
Yeah, it must be pretty frustrating, no matter how much experience you have.
I'd be terrified. I mean, he had Linus down to about 9 big blinds at one point. It's almost at 30.
Well,
or not, sorry, the
he's
blinds
one
are
card
higher.
away from eliminating him, Randy.
Many things adding up.
1 million.
And now Linus has decided to start opening a raising game into this heads-up match as he's crossed over the 20 big blind stack.
Certainly deep enough. You thought it was going to be an easy day.
Oh, and he is responding to Linus's first open with 3-bet with 6-5 of hearts, and will take it down. Nice take from Grafton, reading the timing.
And Squiddy just staying composed, doing the old Ike Haxton. 6-5 suited.
Is that the Haxton hand now?
It's the Haxton hand.
Ever since that Adamo one.
But then Patrick Leonard did the exact same thing because of Ike. Did you see that? How sick was that?
Yeah, where he flopped a straight flush draw as well.
Yeah, on Pads' Instagram, it's like, oh, well, I'm just going to call this 3-bet and flop an open-ended straight flush draw like Ike did. He did, and now we got Squiddy.
We've coined some hands from this Triton event.
For sure.
The Jack Deuce of Hearts is, or Jack Deuce is now the Patrick Antonius for calling down that big hand. He even said himself on his Instagram, like, I guess you can call this the Patrick hand now.
Yeah, the Jack Deuce.
Yeah, the Jack Deuce. All right, back to the action. Back to 20 blinds. And Grafton gonna keep up his strategy of limping. Hasn't introduced a raising strategy yet from his side. Open-ended, top pair. This is an action flop, isn't it? Imagine if the 7 drops off.
Behave. Behave. I just can't believe that 5 hands in, we've had a 2-outer, had the Linus double, and even this in a limped pot, the dealer has somehow pinged off the King 6 Stray Rainbow, giving Linus an open-ender and giving Sam top pair in heads up. Should he turn 2-pair, just going to be an absolute disaster.
6 million.
Linus coming with the check raise.
1.6 million.
Wow.
And once again, similar to the Queen Deuce, with top pair here, it's even less vulnerable given that only one overcard is the ace. I like the call. No flush draw out there. Don't need to protect as much. If your opponent has a straight draw, inside straight draw, no, he doesn't have that many outs, but sometimes Linus is just got a complete whiff. You know, like 7-9. Something to just check raising. It might blast off on the turn.
All of a sudden, playing a sub 2 stack to pot ratio yet again, courtesy of the Linus check raise.
The Queen overcards the middling cards, which is important to heads up, as Grafton would be bet calling middle and bottom pair a decent amount of time with wide ranges, so it's quite scary when another card overcards.
1.9 million.
Not slowing down, Randy.
Yeah, keep it up. And also, Grafton will have like some gut shot calls on the flop that can't really peel again. There's a lot of hands that Grafton could fold here on the turn. Of course, the King 7 isn't one of them. The question now is, do I call? Or do I maybe just say, there's enough in the pot, rip it in? I'm expecting a call from Grafton, but you can definitely see both sides of the decisions that he's playing in his mind.
Don't blink if you're the best player in the world.
Pretty sure he blinked, yeah. He blinked.
Good hearts on the river board pairing. Should Sam have been behind against King 8, King 9, a checked King 10, King Jack in the big blind. It's now chopping of all of those. 8.5 in the middle. Linus cannot win this hand at Showdown, he knows that.
But as played, I'd be pretty terrified. Yes, I'm at the bottom of my range. But I check raised the man on King 6-3. I bet the turn and he still called me. It just seems like I'm up against a king. I don't need to just bet the bottom of my range here in the spot and, you know, realizes it's time to give up.
Yeah, not a great hand to triple with, right? Blocking some of Sam's turn folds. 7-4, 7-5.
Yeah.
Gut shots of the world that may have peeled one off on the flop.
That's very important.
Big one for Squiddy. Already had a 900k score here in Cyprus.
Amazing, of course.
Came second in the 50k.
He does not want to be a runner-up again, does he?
Quick look at the chip counts. Sam Grafton still way out in front. 56 big blinds, plays 13. Back to the top of his 4.5 to 1 chip lead. Looking to close it out here. $1.6 million difference between first and second. Both of these players already smashed their previous best live score. Sam potentially going to almost double his career live total earnings in the space of a week. If Linus were to win, he would triple his total live earnings in just one tournament.
I like this play of King 5, the hand. You know, you're blocking hands that can limp call it off. It doesn't really play that well post-flop if you decide to check. Keep it simple when your opponent is on the ropes with a shallow stack. Blind them down.
You know, the really sick thing is, Randy, you would expect an event like this to be towards the tail end of a festival. You know, put on one of the biggest events of the year, the back end of the festival. But no, behind us, 78 entries currently in the 100k main event. So already a 7.8 million prize pool over there. So again, another 7-figure payday going to be getting paid out over the next couple of days. But then on top of that, as if that wasn't enough already, we then have our favorite part of the festival, which is the short deck stuff coming up. And we still have, what, 6-7 more days here in Cyprus.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through yet, are we?
We're not done.
Yes.
We're not done yet.
We're still here. And registration is still open in that main event, so more entries will fall in. And likely these two gentlemen will be playing that tournament.
You jumping in?
No, I've learned my lesson. Okay. I'm going to stay here. It's safe with you. It's comfy.
For the most part.
Yeah.
It's not safe with Twitch chat, though.
No, no. When they start to get angry, I start to not look at it. Onto this hand. It is a limp pot. Bad board for Grafton, so he checks Linus with the open-ended pair draw. I mean, not pair draw, open-ended with a pair. See, Grafton trying to decide, should I deny some equity or take the king high to showdown? He's going to check and counterfeit for Linus. Oh. I mean, jack high still plays at a reasonable frequency. Grafton thinking about value betting king high. Trying to get called by queen or jack high.
4 million.
Wow. He's actually value betting this. Trying to make it look like he's gotten counterfeited. Like say Grafton had like a 8-5, 8-4. It would need to kind of go for it a bit.
Would not surprise me one bit. Linus looks him up with jack high here.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's actually a little bit of a problem holding the 8 because you're blocking the hands that are counterfeited.
Call.
Wow, that's a sick value bet though.
Sam Grafton value betting king high on the river and getting looked up by jack high. And Linus Love is down to just 8 big blinds.
That is a world-class value bet from Grafton. And the sizing, too. Like, normally some people might get, like, 1 big blind out, but he actually got a full 2 big blinds, which may not sound like a lot, but it's a lot given the stack size that Linus has got.
Sick bet. Such a sick bet. Take a bow, Sam Grafton, and
yeah, he's actually playing very phenomenal for this heads-up match as well. Of course, he crushed the three-handed play when he finally got that lead from Carl Chappé-Gatien.
all of these guys aware of, you know, have to be lucky to get here in the first place. They've both played tremendously over the past couple of days, had some things go their way as well. We saw hand number 7 of the tournament, 300 bigs effective, Linus stacking the legend Phil Ivey.
Linus is starting to bleed now. I imagine Grafton's going to rip in King 10. And you gotta feel a little bit frustrated now, down to 7 blinds. And on this hand, he's going to the big blind with the big blind ante, which is even more detrimental if he's going to have to fold this spot. Triton trophy for this coin Rivet Invitational.
You know, the paycheck that comes with that trophy, in the form of $5.5 million, you probably don't mind paying the additional baggage weight for a trophy of that size, as this could be it. Snap call from Love in the big blind, pocket 5. Sam with the 1 over, 30% equity. Had his man 1 card away from elimination. The second hand of this heads-up match. Then Linus looked like he was getting back into it. Squiddy has managed to chop away, and Linus's stack getting him down to sub 6 big blinds. Any sweat stealer? Whoa, did I just see it? A king ball.
This could be it if he cannot get one of those 2 5s.
King in the kitchen. Linus Love, and he's running spades or a 5. Well, how does he just do it, Randy?
I mean, he hasn't done it yet, but he's gotten 1 step closer.
From 2 outs to 11. And the river. 5 of clubs, corner, pocket.
Wow.
Very honourable way to do it with the 5 on the river. Not spades would be dirty. 5 is.
There's always a sweat at this final table.
Yeah.
Who said tournament poker was easy, Randy?
Oh, it's 2850? Okay. Oh, yeah,
you gotta be frustrated. You
okay.
2 times, back, 1 card to go. Big favorite for Grafton. Cannot close it out.
I need to give more.
He's playing phenomenal, but he just can't finish it right now.
You sure that's right? Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Nice hand, Linus.
I mean, honestly, in disbelief. I mean, I don't want to do, you know, a disservice to Linus, because we all know he is one of the best players in the world, but he's pinged some favourable rivers so far today. Don't get me wrong, got it in as a 70-30 favourite, I get it. But it's just the sickness of the way the hands have played out. Sam finds the king.
Yeah, because you have the ante as well, which didn't double up. Yeah, yeah, 6-2 seems about right. People with sweats get their money's worth anyway, right? People buying action, you know, little swaps, they get their money's worth watching it, right?
Oh, they do indeed,
Provide
Squiddy.
some entertainment for your dollar.
Do indeed, pal. I wonder if the players on the rail, are there any 5 balls out there, any 10 balls?
Let's
any
see how
swapskis? Linus
wants to play 2 7s. Mixed strategy seems reasonable with this. I like the limp with 7s. I feel that you can get your opponent out of line. You know, we saw him jam like King 5 in this kind of a similar scenario. And 7s would dominate that quite well. Whereas a little pocket pair like deuces and 3s, you'd rather just rip it in where you can't have them have... They'll usually have 2 overcards to your hand. Flops a set against 10. This is time for Linus to chip up again. Gone and checked it. It's tricky. It's actually kind of a annoying texture rolling off. Grafton, maybe not mind it so much given he's got a little extra club for his hand. He should have expected a queen to fire a flop. He doesn't know that Linus is this strong though.
550.
But 500.
The question now comes, straight's got there, flush has got there, I've got a shallow stack. Do I raise and potentially commit all the chips behind, but also get value out of those 9s and clubs? Or just call? Looks like he's going to keep it cautious.
No help on the river. Sam Grafton.
I see a world where Grafton considers value betting this. It went check on the flop. It seems very reasonable that Linus Lolliger has a 7x, 8x type hand that he can get value from. Maybe bet like half or less. Seems hard to induce. Well, he is going to check, so I guess he is trying to pick off the 9x or jack of clubs, something like this type of hand that couldn't bet the flop. Maybe we think about a big bet with 2 set of 7s.
See what he comes with after Sam checked his option.
Sam checking screams kind of a weak 1-pair type hand at best. Unless he wants to start trying to level his opponent, he might opt for a medium. Lots of things to think about.
Wouldn't that be a bit like 2x point jams?
Possible.
6 million?
Okay,
He's just
it
gonna
comes
go
with pot.
exactly the pot. Polarizing his hand. Him checking the flop looks insanely weak. Grafton knows that. So he might level himself for a call. It's annoying because you're like, man, my opponent, I know he's capable of bluffing against Linus. And sometimes you feel a little more obligated to pay off a big bet, knowing who you're up against. Even if your gut might think, I should lay this down potentially.
It's pretty grim, especially given that you hold a low club in your hand, unblocking the 9x's of the world that call turn, unblocking the high clubs that limp button.
Yeah. Ranges are wide. We need to keep that in mind. He is going to make the call and just get paid off the maximum, and he cannot get rid of Linus, and he just keeps chipping up every single time.
He's had him dead to rights twice. He's had Linus one card elimination? 1 card away from elimination 2 times now. Linus has come back. This is turning into a epic heads-up battle. Honestly, wouldn't have it any other way. Now, a few people at home have been asking about the Triton Poker Plus app. You can download that. Keep an eye on the outer tables in the main event. But if you're looking for more exclusive behind-the-scenes content, up and close with the big names that come to town for the Triton Super High Roller Series, you can follow us over on Twitter, Instagram, and I believe
there's more Jungle Man content set to be released this week. They teased some stuff. I know Pete and the team managed to get Jungle for an hour, so God knows what they filmed during that
An
time.
hour is a lot of time with Jungle.
Jason Kuhn as well. Been shooting some content. And obviously, for those of you that haven't followed us yet or subscribed to our YouTube channel, go ahead and do that. We've got plenty more content coming up this week. We'll be on the top of your feeds when we do go live.
Lines are now 300, 600,000. So once again, every time Linus seems to pick up some chips, his stacks get strong from the blinds. Limp pot, 10-9 is good, hits 2 pairs. Jackson 9s. Grafton with ace high on a board that is quite dry for a limp pot in heads up. Wide ranges. It's just a board that whips a lot. Ace high's got good showdown value, so you don't mind taking one off. Queen rolls off. Overcard's a 9, which is a little worrisome for Linus.
Full big blind ante, by the way.
Yeah, so that means these small pots are even more important. And also that means that you're going to get better odds for limping. And you're going to fold very little hands heads up. But no one has really been dealt the bottom of their range yet in this match.
So you're saying there's a chance, Randy?
There's a chance. There's always a chance. Whatever you may think it is. Linus has checked 2 streets now. I like that he's now opting to go for value. He's actually going pot. And not going to get called.
Linus closing the gap. Narrowed Sam Grafton's lead to just 2-1. Had a 4.5-1 chip lead at one point. Twice, actually.
Last break for tonight. We're going to come back, play 2 levels, and end the day.
How much do you have now, boss? 10.8. 22 bigs. Okay, thank you.
Did you just call Linus boss?
Big
He's a
blind is
common
wrong.
boss.
10.8.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, I think it's still at 500.
Okay, thank you.
Oh man, it's such a British thing. You right, boss man? How's it going, boss? How much you playing now, boss?
I mean, he is pretty much the end boss of No Limit Hold'em.
That is true.
It is.
He is one of them. But that's not the reason why
I know.
Grafton said it, I'll tell you that much.
Grafton feeling out of line with 7-4. I'm counting some chips out.
2.1.
Wow, 2.1 million. It's a 3.5x raise. Ace 5 is a good candidate for a limp jam this stack size. Doesn't play that well post flop. Ace blocker. Unblocking hands I can call you. That would fold, I mean. To a jam. It's
all in.
It's a really solid play here with Ace 5. I like it a lot.
Yep.
And you're making a statement too when you limp jam here. It's like, okay, just because I limp doesn't mean I'm just going to always fold whenever you raise. I'm going to have these traps. See, Linus is chipping up again. Back to where we were earlier in this heads-up match. 2-1.
It's 1.6 million between friends. Linus has never had a 7-figure score before.
He's got one today.
That's indeed.
But how big of a 7-figure score? That's the question right now.
We're just going to speed run it. Rather than, you know, the 1 million
had 3
score,
sets.
the 2
It's
million
above average,
score.
right?
Just go straight to the 3.9, guaranteed.
Oh, it's 5. But you can't count that.
He really is closing in if you look at these stacks. Linus with king 3 offsuit. Thinking about bumping it up. Looking to randomize this. It's a good candidate to potentially take a stab. Just doesn't play well post flop. You got a king blocker. People, you tend to see it with like these 3s or deuces in your hand against the limp to kind of go for it. Very polarized. And you need to make it big, like 3.5x, because if you do like 3x or lower, the guy who's limping in position with a wide range of hands is going to be able to peel, and now you got to play post flop with a hand that just completely whiffs so often. So what, you see bet the flop with king 3 high on some random board, and then you just have to check fold because you have like no equity.
If viewers at home are curious as to what both Linus and Sam keep staring down at, they are looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, which you can download at home to keep track of your favorite high roller series players. They're out there in the main event in that 100K. And the reason they're looking at the app is because the app updates the chip counts of everyone at the table. Obviously, in this case, there's only 2 of them.
And if you download the app, you can kind of see what they're saying, basically.
Literally, yeah.
And it'll make a lot more sense.
See the details in the chat. Don't worry, chat. They are not looking at charts or anything like that.
So once again, a limp pot. Grafton does outflop the king 8. Check on the flop. Very vulnerable hand, but not really a hand you want to bet. If you bet, you get called. Usually you're behind or you're up against a draw, and you don't know what you're trying to pick off. So you kind of just want to keep things small with these very bottom pairs. And 3-4 here, just really no value in betting. You're just hoping your opponent is going to just check it down with you. King high is good often enough, I would say. Big random jack highs, 8 highs. There's lots of hands. There's so many more different hands when you're playing limp pots, right? Because you say jack high, I'm not saying like just jack 8, jack 9. You're like jack deuce, jack 3, jack 4, like all sorts of funny hands that you normally wouldn't think about if you're playing full table.
Came back today, 8 hours ago, with 16 hopefuls. It's Dave Nicholson, first casualty of the day. Swiftly followed by Leon Sukanik, Horace Way, Theos Henneber, Jungle Man, Daniel Mancates, Vadzim, Godzanka, and Tony G. And we are down to the final table in the space of 2 levels.
Good time for aces. In the big blind, the ideal position. Oh, he gets a walk.
Wow.
First walk.
No.
Show it.
That is pretty insane, especially given
I didn't
the
have an ace, so more likely.
big blind ante.
And some players will limp the 5-pair offsuit for sure. It's connected to some extent, position. It wouldn't surprise me that if we threw those cards to Linus, he probably would limp this hand.
I would expect him to, yeah.
Just a different approach. Maybe Grafton's like, oh, I don't want to close this gap even more. Just give you a little, very micro edge, and just fold that one. He is closing in though. 13.7 versus 19.4. You can see Linus is very comfortable just limping. He's liking the way the game is flowing right now in this heads-up match.
$2.1.
It's 2.1.
Of course, if you're going to raise it to 2.1 if you're garbage, you better do it with your good hands.
Hashtag balanced.
Is 9-7 offsuit enough of a hand to peel in position? It's not a lot of stack to play for, otherwise he probably would consider. He was maybe closer to like 30 something. They're just not really worth it.
Linus well and truly back in this, by the way.
Yeah, it's anyone's game at these stack depth, but it's 22 to 35.
Yeah.
Blinds.
Just to give you viewers a quick recap of how this final table played out. Tom Vogelsang out in 9th, 620,000, followed by Seth Davies in 8th for 770k. Then the 7-figure payday started. Finland's Elias Talvitie coming 7th for $1,050,000. Alexis Ponakovs with another strong finish in one of the bigger buy-in tournaments at a Triton series, 6th for 1.35 million. Ebony Kenny, who 5 weeks ago didn't even know she'd be coming to this Triton series, came 5th in the 25k for 240,000, came 5th here for $1.7 million. Fedor Holtz coming 4th for 2.1 million, and Carl Chappé Gatian 3rd for 2.6. We are heads up. 3.9 million guaranteed. 5.5 million for first. This heads up match, the difference between first and second, bigger than both players' best live cash. That's how big this heads up match is.
$1.6 million difference. It's a lot to take in. It's a really big match. Both players, though, showing no signs of deviating from their base strategy that they normally would play. Everything seems in line with just really good understanding of these 20-ish big blind stacks heads up. Really could be anyone's game. Nothing. Ace King 4 range advantage for Linus.
600.
That's 600.
He knows it. He's gonna fire away. And Grafton knows it too, so he might not lay down Queen High. It is the best high card hand. I feel like you're supposed to call here Queen High. You know, it's just annoying because if Linus just keeps firing away, you're like, am I really calling down Queen High? It becomes kind of a game of chicken a little bit. And the 4 is a good card for Grafton in the sense that Linus will have trouble multi-barreling this because Grafton, if he had like a 4 that couldn't really handle the heat too well, it will certainly, with trip 4s, he would be going nowhere, and the king would be calling out a bet, and the ace, of course, calling out a bet. So, yeah.
In before triple barrel and in before triple cooldown. No dice.
I mean, that would be heroic.
Just wins the tournament with Queen High. 3 million out there. Grafton going to...
I think Queen High is good enough for a showdown here. I would think it'd be unnecessary to start betting this, but unless you really think you're getting called by a worse high card or trying to move your opponent off the same type of hand.
3 million.
Wow, 3 million, okay. Maybe it's 3. He's just so sure that Linus doesn't have an ace, king, or 4. And this would blow off like a 5x that randomly rivered or the same hand. It's just really interesting play for Grafton there with the hand ahead. Really good showdown value.
Linus sub 20 bigs now. Sam back up to a 2-1 chip lead, but I mean, Randy, Linus doubles again. Rolls get reversed.
I mean, Linus has been in this spot, hasn't doubled
What's
yet.
the state of play?
That is a big old trophy.
Yeah, it's a bit supersized because of how
because we're
big
playing
of
at
a bind.
200k?
Yeah, because we're playing at 200k basically.
Yeah. Sam Grafton limping in on the button with the ace. Linus playing 16, king 6. We did see him bust out that 75k.
Yeah, with the king 7.
Stack. Wow, and he moves all in with the king 6.
He's gonna get called off here for sure.
This is like the first limp trap that Squiddy's made.
You gotta call off here, phase 7.
Well, cards are on their back.
Sorry for a slow roll. Like, I don't know, like, you know, it's big a big. Yeah, I don't know. Come on, bro. You know, it's. Sorry.
Laughter and champagne before the cards are dealt.
With an all-in recall, the core with the final table Linus. The only player shows king 6, king of diamonds, 6 of spades, Sam shows ace 7, ace of clubs, 7 of hearts. We're gonna see a flop. The flop is ace 5-5.
2 diamonds.
Ace 5-5, looking good for Sam Grafton, who's already had his man all in twice. Linus needs a diamond to, well, I mean, it's never easy. 6 of clubs on the turn, giving Linus 2 outs.
He's done the miracle before. One more time for Linus.
Could have been dead on so many turns. 9 of clubs on the river, and we have our 200k coin rivet invitational champion. Sam Grafton taking home 5.5 million for his efforts here in Cyprus. Linus Love, true young legend and icon of the game, coming second for 3.9 million, and it's kind of become a part of the furniture now, hasn't he, Randy, at these Triton super high roller series? They both have.
Yeah, they've been like all these great players. This was just been a phenomenal tournament so far.
Well, quick recap of the final table bust outs. Star-studded lineup. It's Sam Grafton that comes out on top here in Cyprus. And Randy, the fun in paradise is not over and done with yet. As we wrap things up here in the Coin Rivet Invitational, we still have the 100k main event to look forward to, then followed by all of the short deck events here in Cyprus. Henry Kilbane joined alongside Randy Liu. Randy, there's no paragraph or sentence that you can put together to kind of summarize this, but in your best words, just try the last 3 days, you know, super high stakes, live poker is back, records being broke here in the form of record-breaking fields. what can we expect at these future Triton stops? It's only going to get bigger and better.
You know, this really has been my favorite tournament to cover all of this year. I was looking forward to it when I first heard that they brought back the Businessman and Pro Side Invitational. You know, they tried it out in Triton Million in London. They had a lot of positive response and feedback from it. It was obviously a great big buy-in. Reduced the buy-in a little bit, got a lot more entries. Phenomenal tournament. So much cool things they adjusted to, where they kind of did the half-pro seated tables on day 2. It's nice to see businessmen playing against each other with a level playing field, and then trying to trickling in some of these pros on day 2, and then having a fair fight at the end. And you know, the Frenchman Carl did really well. Almost kind of got a little lucky to potentially ship the tournament, but Grafton held his own, make the big call of the 210s to flip-flop it, and then exert that pressure on Linus, on Carl, and then had kind of a little bit of a trouble match in heads up, but did eventually take out Linus Lawler, who is one of the best in the game.
Yeah, I must say, you know, that hand that you referred to there, three-handed, the Linus open on the button, Squiddy 3-betting the 10s and then calling off the ace-king, to then come straight off the back end of that flip and really put the pressure on both players. Like, you have to tip your hat to Sam Grafton for just playing the ICM game so well, and you know, he put himself in a prime position to win the tournament once he did get to heads up, coming up against Linus with a 4.5-to-1 chip lead. We thought it was going to be easy. It took 2 hands for him to get Linus all in and 1 card away from elimination, but Linus had other plans, and from an entertainment point of view, we are very glad that he did, because that was an epic heads-up match to round, you know, kind of finish things off and round things out here in the 200K Coin River Invitational. But just to give a quick recap of the pageant, so Sam Grafton walking away with $5.5 million. Runner-up, Ladislav, who I'm sure we're going to be seeing plenty more of at Triton Super High Roller Series, $3.9 million, smashing his previous live, or his previous best live cash of $800,000. Carl Shapagatian, which I truly hope we see him at future Triton series, because he looked like he was going to run away with it. 6 left, 5 left. He's trading markets day in, day out for the same amount of money that was up for grabs here. Fedor Holtz, again, another strong performance, $2.1 million. Ebony Kenny coming 5th for 1.7. Ponokov's 6th for 1.35. Elias Talvitier for $1,050,000. Seth Davies for $770,000. And Tom Vogelsang, the first elimination of the final table, 9th for $620,000. But plenty more No Limit Hold'em to come in the form of the 100K main event. I'm going to throw you a curveball. Who's going to win that? Pick your winner.
Who's going to win that?
Pick one name.
I'm going to pick Sam Grafton.
Sam Grafton.
Sam
Back
Grafton's
to back.
going to win it. Back
200K Coin River Invitational and the main event. And we're going to throw things down to the floor to have a chat with our winner, Mr. Sam Grafton. And Randy and I are going to be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. local time to commence coverage of the 100K main event. To all of you viewers at home, good night.
Well, here we are with the champion of the first ever Coin Rivet Invitational, Sam Grafton, winner of $5.5 million. Sam, obviously the cash is a beautiful thing, but there are some other formalities to get to. And to help me with that, none other than Triton partner and founder of Coin Rivet, Rob Young.
Hi. Does this work?
It does.
Okay. Sam, from playing the deep stacks at Dust Till Dawn, £300 a month, to winning the Coin Invitational for $5.5 million, you're epitomising the dream for so many small poker players around the world who can achieve this with hard work and effort, and you're a great promoter of the game. And from the UK, from Dust Till Dawn, from everybody, I'd just like to wish you all the best and say sincere congratulations.
Thanks, Rob. That really means a lot. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. Of course, Rob's seen me playing since, yeah, the 300s, the 1Ks, every tournament stake, you know, in the UK. To playing a dream tournament like this, which was so much fun, mix it up with some of the most remarkable entrepreneurs and business people in the world, and of course some of the absolute toughest poker players who like have some stacked final table. So yeah.
Let's talk about those poker players, Sam.
Sure.
I know you can go on forever, which I love about you make my job so easy, but in particular, the format first and foremost, which incorporated the VIPs as well as the pros, and you had your hands full with Chape Gatien and Linus Oliger three-handed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kale was giving me like annoyance from the rail, and I said, I'm playing three-handed with one of the most remarkable business people in the world, who a lot of us are a huge fan of, his Twitter and his like swagger. He played with so much gamble, so much heart at the table. It was really, really fun to mix it up with him. Obviously, I was just on the right side of a flip against him. You know, if he wins with Ace King against my tens, he probably goes on and wins the trophy. And then obviously Linus is a special animal. To beat him heads up, despite having, you know, it was obviously a little bit difficult actually at the dinner because we sort of anchored to the spot. Like I had him like 7, 8, and 10 to 1 heads up, and you really feel like, oh, I've got it all to lose now. Really going into the heads up match against what is probably the best in the world, one of the best in the world in cash games and in that heads up format. But yeah, I was on the cards went my way. Eventually won it all in, and I was, you know, it made it all the more special to be at a final table with such great players, people with amazing personality, and yeah, and to beat unbelievable poker player heads up.
Yeah, and count yourself among those that bring plenty of personality to the festivities. This format, VIPs and pros, something unique to Triton, something we did in London. Talk to me about just how much fun it makes it, because I know you're out here and you absolutely seem to love it.
Yeah, it was played with a special spirit. I think both the morning when it was pros and businessmen, and then the day the two lanes merged and we came together. Both of those days, people were smiling like it was Christmas or their birthday. Everyone had skipping their step. Everyone was really excited to get to the tables and play cards. I met some really, you know, people that I don't come into contact with that often, who offered like charm and wisdom, and really enjoyed playing with them. And then obviously, as you expect with Triton, there was some real tough poker. I mean, the tournament poker is just amazing, right? I'm playing with, you know, there's so many players that at 300 big blinds deep, like we started playing against the best pros in the world, know so much more than me. Then I'm playing short stack, 15 big blinds, 20 big blinds deep, heads up, and I know Linus knows this format. It's just playing this kind of format just inspires you to get better at the game that we all love. And then obviously you mix it up with business people, inspires you to maybe like, you know, like put your money in other areas and see what comes along. But yeah, it was an amazing, very special event.
Well, we've certainly got some more inspiration, not just $5.5 million worth, but this beautiful piece of hardware. Rob, I'll let you handle it.
Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you, Rob.
You've come a long way.
Thanks, Rob.
There you go, my friend.
Cheers.
Congratulations to Sam Grafton, your Coin Rivet Invitational champion. Back to you guys.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.